Cecil found himself in a small tent, surprised to still be amongst the living. But suddenly, someone entered his tent looking for him. The person instantly froze as Cecil suddenly appeared behind him, holding a knife to his neck, saying to him that he would let him live if he answered his question. But when he recognized Cecil's voice, he exhaled as if relieved, mentioning that this was too much even for Cecil. Suddenly, Ricardo pushed Cecil back and mentioned to Cecil that he had fallen asleep earlier after throwing another tantrum. Ricardo asked if he had slept so hard that he forgot he was insisting on leading the charge against the orcs himself. Ricardo told him to grab his things and stated that he would wait for him outside. When Cecil asked where they were going, Ricardo carried some bags and walked out, mentioning they were going back to the Perdium territory. Cecil couldn't believe his ears, but the scene shifted outside where Cecil stood right in front of his family territory in total shock, wondering how it could possibly seem fine when he had seen it buried to the ground with his own eyes. Cecil pulled his own cheek to ensure this wasn't a dream, causing Ricardo to look at him with worry due to his weird behavior. As a child, he had resented his family for being poor, causing his immature behavior and sense of inferiority to lead to unfortunate incidents. Over time, his family had begun to avoid him, resulting in him running away and eventually becoming a mercenary. He had survived countless battles to build his skills, and returned to the Perdium territory to make up for his mistakes, only to find it in ruins. In his attempts to restore his honor, he was betrayed and killed. But now, seeing everyone alive and well made him smirk, thinking it was ludicrous to be brought back like this. He felt like laughing out loud, but recognized it was too soon to celebrate. He looked at Ricardo and remembered the mention of fighting orcs, a day he could never forget because, in his past life, most of the soldiers in this expedition died by the end of the day. In the past, his stubbornness led him to insist on joining the forces sent to put out 3-sided orcs, but more than 24 had actually appeared. This had caused their forces to be nearly wiped out, but Cecil knew the orcs lacked a strategy and could be defeated with preparation. The problem was that no one would listen to a spoiled brat, but that was the least of his worries. Suddenly, their watchtower was smashed and sent flying through the air, catching Cecil's attention as it crashed to the ground. A soldier screamed about orcs, causing everyone to turn as the creatures dashed into the space, roaring. Cecil was shocked as the orcs arrived and began smashing through the men, striking them with weapons and making waste of them instantly. Skovan, the expedition commander, ran into the fray and screamed for the men to get back into a defensive formation. An orc struck at him, but Skovan dodged, thinking frantically that he hadn't expected an ambush or this many enemies. He realized they were in danger and needed to take the orcs out, or risk being killed. Before he could finish his thought, someone screamed behind him. An orc was about to smash Skovan from behind, causing Cecil to leap from his position and dash forward. Cecil grabbed Skovan by the shoulder and pulled him away, lunging toward the creature as it prepared to strike. Skovan was shocked by Cecil's movement, watching as he held his sword and dashed toward the enemy with steady confidence. Cecil used the sword to stab the creature through its hand, rendering it immobile before swiftly slicing the hand in half. The hand flew away in splatters, causing the creature to fall to the ground in front of him. Cecil noted to himself that he couldn't use mana yet, and wished he had been sent back even earlier. He turned to the commander and asked if he was indeed the leader, but Skovan seemed confused. Cecil put his hand forward and told the commander to hand it over. When Skovan wondered what he meant, Cecil simply doubled down on the request, asking Skovan to hand over the authority to lead the men in the camp. Skovan was confused, wondering how such a ridiculous word could come from Cecil, with their soldiers dying as they spoke, leading him to simply refuse the request. This made Cecil surprised as Skovan walked out, mentioning that the situation was not a game. He added that he could not simply hand over the right of command granted by his lordship, not even to Cecil. Cecil felt annoyed by these words, though he recognized that he would likely react the same way if a spoiled brat suddenly demanded command. Just then, an orc dashed into the scene and roared loudly, causing both Cecil and Skovan to take a stance. Skovan instantly dashed in front of Cecil and told him to fall back, stating that Cecil lacked the experience to lead the soldiers. Cecil responded calmly. He instantly flung his sword directly toward the orc, causing Skovan to dodge in a moment of fear and shock. Skovan turned and grabbed Cecil, screaming to ask what he thought he was doing, but he was interrupted by the sound of a stab from behind. Turning to spot the source, he saw that Cecil's sword was dug straight into the head of the orc before the monster could even react. The orc's life seeped out of its eyes, resulting in the creature falling limp to the ground. Skovan was shocked, wondering how Cecil had hit the orc's vitals so accurately. Cecil asked if Skovan knew what was most important in a battle, looking around at the scared troops and the roaring orcs. He mentioned that no one can win a fight if they are a coward, adding that one needs a fighter's spirit. Upon saying this, he instantly dashed forward and grabbed his sword from the fallen orc, moving toward the rest of the enemies, passing through orcs that were about to engage the men and landing on the ground while striking another orc. The blow hit the creature's head, causing great surprise among the nearby men. Skoven could only watch in astonishment as Cecil pulled out his sword and challenged the orcs, screaming for them to come at him and promising to kill them all. Being surrounded, the orcs instantly dashed toward Cecil to attack. He expressed a swift display of swordsmanship, slicing through their vital points and cutting their hands while simultaneously waving away their attacks. As their body parts fell to the ground, Skoven watched in shock, wondering if he was dreaming since he could not move that fast even while using mana. He was bewildered by how the frail young master could easily cut the heads and vitals of the orcs, though he could tell Cecil was becoming exhausted. Cecil continued to dodge with minimal movement, going straight for the vitals with single swings. Skoven watched him and realized Cecil was like a swordmaster who simply couldn't use mana. Skoven even considered that he might be stronger than that. In that moment, Cecil screamed to ask if that was all they had, mentioning that he was just getting warmed up and mocking them for calling themselves a warrior tribe. Cecil seemed to be planning something as he drew their attention and ran in a different direction. Ricardo screamed that the orcs were all going after the young master, causing one of the troop members to wonder if he was running away. They called out to Skoven, who wondered what Cecil was planning as he realized Cecil had drawn all the orcs toward himself. Skoven noticed Cecil was running toward the cliff, causing him to realize the plan. He instantly turned to the other men and screamed for everyone to raise their shields, ordering them to follow Cecil immediately. The scene shifted to the orcs chasing Cecil toward the cliff. Cecil thought to himself that if Skoven was a competent leader, he would have realized the plan by now. Cecil stood near the edge and parried the orcs' attacks, wishing he could take them all down himself, but his body was weak and moments away from collapsing. He trusted that the men would be able to manage the rest. Footsteps soon drew the attention of the orcs from behind, as Skoven and the men rushed forward with shields and pointed spears. This caused Cecil to smile as he realized the plan was succeeding. Cecil instantly leaped backward off the cliff and screamed for them to act now. Skoven ordered all units to push the orcs off the cliff, resulting in a swift movement that caught the orcs before they could take a stance. The men roared and pushed the creatures over the edge, causing them to fall to the ground below where blood splattered everywhere. Above, Skoven and the men were huffing and puffing, wondering if they had killed the orcs in one go. Skoven screamed over the cliff for Cecil and saw him hanging there, holding onto his sword for dear life. Cecil smiled up at Skoven, who was surprised but smiled back, extending his hand and telling Cecil to hurry and take it. Being too weak, Cecil suddenly let go of his sword and mentioned that his body would not move anymore. He fell backward toward the ground, causing Skoven, Ricardo, and the other men to scream his name in shock. As darkness fell, Cecil began to hear his name called in a soft tone and woke up in a strange space within his mind. He heard Elena's voice and began to think of his memories of her, recalling how fragile she was in his past life and how she would always scream at him. As the memory fragments came together, someone suddenly grabbed him. He turned to see Elena crying, begging him to come with her. Cecil's eyes opened widely as he looked upward in his shabby room, wondering if he was alive and guessing that they had managed to catch him. He rose softly, wondering if it had all been a dream, but his body jolted in a throb from the pain of the fall. He noted that his whole body hurt, blaming himself for pushing his limit when he cannot use mana yet. Before his thoughts could continue, someone opened the door and called for the young master. A lady with white and red hair entered the room, looking excited that Cecil was awake. Cecil was surprised to see her and called out to Belinda. Belinda dropped a bucket of water by the table and complained, asking if he knew how worried she was, and mentioning that the soldiers could have handled the orcs. Suddenly, Cecil ran toward her and hugged her, cutting her off. Belinda was confused, asking if he had done something wrong again, but Cecil simply said he was glad to see her. His memories were clear regarding Belinda. She was his personal tutor who had always stayed on his side. She had gone missing when the Perdium territory was destroyed, so he never expected a reunion. Belinda mentioned that they see each other every day, but Cecil knew this was different. He decided he should let her know what was happening, so he pushed her back slightly and told her to listen closely because House Perdium was in danger. Belinda was surprised and asked how he knew that, causing Cecil to gulp and state that he had died and been resurrected. Belinda stopped him, dismissing the claim and saying he had nearly died at the hands of the orcs. She began to lay his bed as Cecil tried to explain further, but she cut him short, stating that he was the one in danger rather than the house. Belinda began to berate him, causing Cecil to stop talking as he realized she didn't believe him. Our boy has literally seen the future, and everyone just thinks he's being dramatic. Belinda mentioned that it would be a shame if he couldn't attend the upcoming festival, because he was hurt. These words surprised Cecil as he remembered the festival. Belinda asked if he had forgotten, and mentioned that Lady Elena was looking forward to going with him, suggesting it would be great if they made up. Cecil walked to the table and looked at a picture, thinking about how he had ignored the festival in his past life due to the trauma of the expedition's defeat. However, in this reality, things were different. He asked when the festival was, and Belinda told him it was in about a week. Cecil realized there was a particular day that had changed his life before. Just then, someone walked into the room asking for him. Cecil turned, remembering the memory that had tortured him his whole life. As he recalled the last moments he had experienced with Elena in his previous life, he looked at the Elena who was now alive, knowing that in 1 week's time she would die. The moment Elena walked into the room, Cecil instantly ran and hugged her as well, causing Belinda to be shocked by his sudden movements. Elena was equally stunned, resulting in her screaming at him to ask what he was doing and accusing him of pranking her again. Cecil remained calm as he held her, simply mentioning that he missed her. In that moment, Elena pushed him away with such force that he flew toward Belinda. Cecil felt confused, wondering if she had always been this strong, leading Elena to mention that she only came because Belinda asked her to stop by. She asked if he really thought she would forgive him that easily, which left Cecil even more bewildered as he asked what he was supposed to be forgiven for. Elena then reminded him of the harsh words he had said to her earlier, recalling how he had told her to get out of his sight and mentioned that even the sound of her breathing was annoying. Cecil was surprised that he had ever said such things, leading him to reflect on how he knew they weren't close in his past life, but realizing he must have been the worst brother ever. He then apologized to her, causing a shock to both Elena and Belinda. They began to question if he had actually apologized, wondering if he got hit in the head by the orcs. Cecil defended himself by stating that he was the one who beat those orcs, expressing frustration that everyone kept saying he was the one who was thrashed. Before he could continue, the pain suddenly coursed through his body once more, causing him to fall to the ground. Elena laughed at the sight, mentioning that since they brought him back on a stretcher, there was no way he was the one who defeated the monsters. Even so, seeing them happy made Cecil feel a sense of peace, leading him to think that they were exactly as he remembered them. He wondered why he had wasted his previous life the way he did, especially with the festival only 1 week away. In his past life, he had refused to go with Elena when she asked, because the disaster of the expedition had ruined his mood. That refusal resulted in the last time he ever saw her alive, as Elena's corpse was later found alongside her guard knights, horribly slashed to pieces. He realized he should have gone with her. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts as Elena's knights, Jamal and Philip, asked to come in. They barged in and addressed Elena, causing her to ask if anything had happened since she had told them to wait outside. Jamal apologized, mentioning that the servants had asked her to oversee the supplies for the festival preparations. Cecil questioned why Elena would be in charge of that, leading Belinda to observe that he wouldn't know since he was always horsing around. She explained that a young noble having to do this kind of work showed just how slim the workforce was at House Perdium. As the knights began to lead Elena away, Cecil mentioned that he would help out too. This caused Elena to pause in surprise, leading everyone to wonder once more if he had really suffered a head injury from the orcs. The scene shifted to the bustling marketplace, where the townspeople were flinching and acting scared of Cecil's presence. Elena pushed him along, complaining that he would help most by staying out of it. She screamed at him to get away. Cecil remained focused on his own observations, remembering that Elena's body had been discovered in the slums far from the festival grounds, meaning she was likely lured or dragged there against her will. He realized he needed to look into the state of things at the castle to find out what was truly happening. Just then, a man called out to him, and he turned to find Old Man Fergus. The man looked exhausted from running, but he grabbed Cecil and stated that as a loyal knight, he came running after hearing Cecil had been beaten down. Cecil was annoyed, asking him to stop bringing up the orc incident, leading Elena to smile and mention it was perfect timing. She suggested that since Cecil was acting strange after waking up, Fergus should take him back to his room. Fergus obliged, but Cecil felt pissed, thinking about how his terrible reputation was such a pain. He decided to use the week to find out what he could, asking Fergus to take him to the training hall. When they arrived, Cecil was stunned to see the hall in such good condition, leading him to think he could train there perfectly. He noted that he never dreamed of such a nice facility, back when he was the Mercenary King. Fergus mentioned that he had taken care to keep the place in shape just in case Cecil wished to use it one day, adding that he knew Cecil's absence wouldn't be forever. These words caused Cecil to wonder if Fergus had been holding out hope for him in his past life as well. Cecil tapped Fergus on the shoulder and told him to live a long life, mentioning that dying is the worst. Fergus laughed and remarked that Cecil spoke as though he had already lived a lifetime, causing Cecil to comment that Fergus was as sharp as ever. Cecil mentioned he was brought back to life after being killed, but Fergus naturally didn't believe him. Cecil smiled and told Fergus he could go while he started his training. As Fergus bowed and left, Cecil realized that in his youth he had thought everyone was his enemy, but he simply hadn't been looking at the people who were actually on his side. He reflected on the fact that he only had a week, knowing that the death of another noble's son was blamed on Elena's passing, forcing House Perdium into a territorial war and its ultimate downfall. Elena's death was the trigger, so Cecil decided he would make things right by training his body. The problem was the lack of time, causing him to focus on building mana. He understood that mana particles were everywhere, and that the key was to connect and condense them like a ball of yarn. Having survived thousands of battles, creating a core was easy for him, but he wanted more. He used a unique technique from a magic book he found in his past life, involving adding more mana cores and binding them together to increase power. He executed this in the hall, causing him to scream as blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He managed to create 3 cores, noting that while he had 5 in his past life, 3 was his current limit. This technique provided explosive power but used enormous amounts of mana, which was the same issue that led to his defeat against Aiden in the past. He cleaned his mouth, knowing that this time, he would be the one to decapitate Aiden and crush Duke Delphine. 1 week later, on the day of the festival, Cecil readied himself with daggers and weapons. He walked toward Elena in the porcelain market, causing her to act surprised that he actually showed up. She mentioned she never thought he would ask to go to the festival, to which Cecil replied that everyone from Perdium should enjoy it. This made her smile, though she noted he had been acting strange by training all week. Cecil asked what was strange about the successor to a House of Knights training, leading Elena to laugh and remind him that he used to tell their father he was irritating and should hand over his title. These words pierced Cecil, but Elena mentioned she preferred this side of him. In the past week, Cecil realized that his actions were already changing the future and the attitudes of those around him. While he couldn't predict every change, he knew he had to use his knowledge wisely and stay close to Elena. Elena dragged Cecil everywhere all through the evening's festivities, but eventually Elena sat down, complaining that the festival was predictable and wishing for something new to do. Cecil remained vigilant, noticing that nothing had happened yet, even though the festivities were almost over. Suddenly, one of the knights mentioned that a friend told him about something new happening in another neighborhood. Elena happily followed the knights, but as Cecil stood behind them, he realized the truth. It was Jamal and Philip, Elena's own knights, who were the traitors that had killed her in his past life. Jamal and Philip were Elena's guard knights, entrusted with her safety since she was a small child and considered the most reliable individuals in the Perdium territory. In the past life, history recorded that they had been killed while trying to protect her, but in this moment, Cecil realized the grim truth. Jamal and Philip escorted Elena and Cecil to a particular space that was strangely quiet, causing Elena to look around in confusion. She wondered aloud who would perform in such a dirty, abandoned place, leading Jamal to compensate by suggesting the performers simply weren't ready yet. He assured her they would start setting up soon, but Elena dismissed the idea as ridiculous, stating there was no way a show would happen there. Cecil remained on high alert, observing that while the area looked like any other abandoned street, obstacles had been placed to corral them, making it clear this was a setup. Elena grabbed Cecil and told him they should leave, but Jamal insisted they stay and give the performers a chance. Elena refused, telling the knights they must be in the wrong place, but as she tried to walk out, she was blocked by Philip's surprising strength. This annoyed her until she saw the cold look in Philip's eyes, causing her to ask why they were acting so strange. Jamal mentioned they didn't mean to scare her, but admitted they had accepted a very good deal, looking at her mysteriously. As Elena wondered what kind of deal he meant, footsteps approached, and 3 men arrived. The man in the middle, Frank, noted that the knights had fulfilled their end of the bargain. Jamal confirmed they had brought Lady Elena as promised, and urged Frank to get the exchange over with. Frank pointed at Cecil, noting that the son of the house wasn't part of the deal, but Jamal dismissively offered to throw him in for free, calling him a fool who had walked straight into his grave. Cecil remarked that they had sold them out and asked if they really thought they would get away with it. Jamal smiled, telling Cecil to worry about himself, explaining that he and Philip were sick of scraping by in a miserable place constantly attacked by barbarians. He claimed they weren't the only ones desperate to leave. Suddenly, Cecil dashed toward Jamal and sliced him clean in an instant. The knight's body fell in half before he could even register what had happened, while Cecil stood over the remains, stating that their misery didn't excuse selling them out. He turned his gaze to Philip, who instantly grabbed Elena and screamed at the fallen Jamal, wondering how a knight could lose to a weakling. Cecil didn't give him time to think, throwing his sword so it stuck directly into Philip's head. Philip could only mutter that it was impossible before falling limp to the ground, causing Elena to run toward Cecil for safety. The men behind Frank were shocked, questioning if this was truly the untrained son they had been told about. Frank admitted Cecil looked the part, but noted that he had just taken down 2 knights in seconds with attacks infused with mana. Elena was terrified and asked what was happening, but Cecil struck her gently on the side of the neck, causing her to faint. He dropped her carefully to the ground, telling her to rest for a moment. Frank thanked Cecil for saving them the trouble of killing the 2 knights themselves, remarking that he seemed quite different from his reputation. As Frank and his men closed in, he asked if Cecil had been hiding his abilities all this time. Cecil grabbed his sword and asked why it mattered to him, silently noting he had 3 enemies. He realized the 2 lackeys would be easy, but the man in the middle possessed much greater levels of mana. He decided to keep the fight short, using mana threads on one of his arms while asking who had hired them. Frank replied that it didn't matter since Cecil was about to die anyways. Cecil hadn't expected an honest answer, but noted they would want to talk soon enough, looking at Frank with lethal seriousness. One of the men asked if he should take Cecil down, but Frank ordered them to keep him alive and dice him up instead. He wanted Cecil's father to lose his mind with grief, mentioning that the more pain the victims felt, the more exquisite their corpses would look. The 2 men dashed forward, and Cecil rushed to meet them. He tossed a firecracker from his pocket, and it snapped instantly before the man's eyes, disorienting him. Cecil drove his sword into his head, ending him instantly. The second man swung from the side. Cecil put his sword behind him to dodge and used his armpit to hook the man's blade in a swift motion. He pulled the weapon, causing the man to recoil, and finished the movement with a decapitating slice that sent the man's head flying. Cecil realized Frank was already at his back, so he used the sword tucked under his arm to block a surprise strike. Frank was shocked that his concealed presence had been detected, and his attack blocked from such an awkward position. Cecil turned his body, ready to strike. Cecil sliced upward in a swift motion that appeared to cut through Frank's neck while simultaneously slicing through his cigarette and the drifting smoke, causing the embers to fall to the ground as another heavy swing came down toward Cecil's face. Cecil instantly raised his double swords to block the incoming attack, leading to a tense struggle where Frank noted that the move had been genuinely surprising. Frank mentioned that if he had possessed even a slightly smaller amount of mana, his head would have gone flying. Cecil observed the situation as they remained locked in a struggle, noting how the man had successfully used his mana to shield his neck and mitigate what should have been a fatal blow. Frank questioned how Cecil had managed to learn such a strange and refined fighting style at such a young age, before asserting that Cecil would die there regardless of his skill. Cecil used his sword to parry the strike while wearing a subtle smirk, which surprised Frank. Before Frank could react to the expression, Cecil suddenly twisted his body, landing a heavy kick to Frank's face that sent him flying through the air. Frank managed to land safely and looked up with a smile, beginning to repeat that Cecil's mana was insufficient to win. Suddenly, a strange energy rippled across Frank's face, causing him to cough out blood instantly. He fell to the ground in confusion, wondering how the force of Cecil's attack had increased and why it had bypassed his mana shield. As Cecil walked toward him, he noted that in his past life, he hadn't known who killed Elena, but now he knew it was Frank. Cecil released his 3rd mana core, looking annoyed as he promised Frank he would pay for his actions. Frank glared at him, demanding to know how he had amplified his mana by such a significant margin. Cecil did not offer a response, instead dashing forward and swinging his blade. Frank was shocked by the speed and was forced onto the defensive, struggling to parry the relentless attacks. He was pushed back continuously, and as Cecil turned to strike again, Frank tried to hold his ground while dodging the incoming blow. Frank's body began to shake as he realized how ridiculous the situation was, his hands throbbing just from the effort of blocking. He was sure that even with mana amplifications, Cecil shouldn't be this strong, especially since he had never heard of a technique that could amplify mana in such a way. Frank felt his resolve beginning to break. In that moment, Cecil turned for another attack, looking like an entirely different person. He swung his blade and instantly shattered Frank's sword, slicing cleanly across his chest. Frank was distraught, as Cecil followed up with a swift thrust, stabbing Frank straight in the gut. As Frank screamed in agony, Cecil used his free hand to shove Frank's jaw upward, pinning him against a nearby wall. Cecil asked if they should continue where they left off, demanding to know who had hired him. Frank thought to himself that he would not let it end this way, letting a dagger slip into his hand. He looked at the unconscious Elena on the ground, intending to at least finish the girl off. Before he could throw the weapon, Cecil used his mana threads to seize Frank's hand. Cecil suggested a deal, telling Frank to stop playing dirty tricks and answer the question in exchange for Cecil withdrawing his sword. Frank was shocked by Cecil's strength, and wondered when such a trap had been prepared. Cecil mentioned that someone with Frank's level of mana handling should be able to patch themselves up, unless, of course, their mana core was destroyed. He began twisting his sword, causing Frank to feel a wave of energy that made him feel as though his core was about to burst. Frank screamed as his mana began to disperse, realizing Cecil was cracking the core in his belly. He screamed at Cecil, asking if he had lost his mind and stating that the resulting mana reflux would cause an explosion large enough to take out the entire neighborhood. But Cecil calmly replied that such a risk only applied to the unskilled. Cecil's confidence and the devilish look in his eyes terrified Frank, who realized the young man was not bluffing. Fearing for his life, Frank finally screamed that Count Desmond had sent him. Cecil asked him to repeat it, and Frank confirmed that Count Desmond had hired him to create an excuse for House Digald and House Perdium to go to war. Cecil realized that Count Desmond was behind it, noting that in his past life, Duke Delphine always left dirty work to less powerful houses under his influence. He felt disgusted by the sly behavior of those hiding behind others. Frank confirmed that their task was to kill Elena to spark the conflict. In response, Cecil stabbed his sword even deeper into Frank's belly. Frank screamed, accusing Cecil of breaking his promise to let him go. Cecil asked if Frank feared death now that it was his turn, considering he had spent his life killing others. Frank began to laugh, stating that killing him wouldn't change anything, because he had already ensured House Digald had a reason for war. He mocked Cecil, asking if anyone would believe a good-for-nothing like him. Cecil shoved Frank's head into the wall, ignoring the screams about the coming territorial war. Cecil told Frank that he had died once before and come back, and that things would be different this time. He used his power to shatter Frank's mana core. At that exact moment, a firework shot into the sky and exploded in a beautiful ray of light directly above the spot where Cecil ended Frank's life. Cecil looked at Frank's lifeless body and the other fallen men. Before turning his attention to Elena, he dropped his sword and exhaled, suddenly feeling the massive recoil from pushing his body to its absolute limit. He fell to the ground coughing blood, realizing that while managing 3 mana cores was easy when he was the Mercenary King, his current body struggled with the damage. Refusing to pass out, he walked to a nearby room and kicked the door open. Inside lay the lifeless body of Digald's son. Cecil recalled that in his past life, other corpses were found with Elena's. He realized they had killed the boy and the guard knight to frame them for Elena's death and trigger the war. Determined to stop their plan, Cecil used a candle from his pocket to set the room on fire, resolved to destroy the evidence. Our boy is thorough. He picked up Elena and walked out of the space. Unbeknownst to him, a man watched from the top of a tree, instantly disappearing to report the situation to his superiors. Not long after the failed assassination attempt, the survivor arrived at his destination to report that the mission at the Perdium territory had been a disaster. His superiors were instantly critical, accusing the messenger of underestimating the task. The man fell to his knees in anger, stating that the failure was entirely the fault of Cecil Perdium. This caused confusion among the group, who wondered why a notorious lost cause was being blamed. They mentioned that Cecil was known for being so useless that no intelligence had even been gathered on him, dismissing the man's claim as a poor excuse. The messenger insisted that Cecil was completely different from his reputation, recalling with terror how he had moved like a demon, effortlessly taking down everyone, including Frank, to rescue his sister. Despite the tactical failure, the man claimed there was still enough justification to spark a territorial war between House Digald and House Perdium. He screamed for one more chance to fix the situation, but his superiors ordered him to be silent. They were enraged that the intelligence unit had failed to properly vet an insignificant brat, leading to a massive waste of time. Just as they were about to get rid of the messenger, a sudden, commanding voice called for silence, causing the space to become instantly calm. The mysterious figure asked the man if he truly wanted a second chance, resulting in the messenger screaming that he would destroy Cecil. When asked how he intended to do so, he proposed taking Cecil down in a formal duel. He identified the perfect candidate as Cain Lodges, a man renowned for his overwhelming strength and massive build. He mentioned that despite Cain's young age, No one in the north could best his sword in terms of brute strength. To make matters even more convenient, the messenger pointed out that Cain was Cecil's cousin, making it easy to stage an encounter. The group fell silent, and their leader affirmed that if he failed again, that would be his end, causing him to vow that he would not disappoint them. The scene shifted back to the Perdium Castle training hall, where Old Man Fergus walked in to announce a meal. Before he could finish his sentence, a string of mana dashed toward him, grabbing a sword positioned behind him. Fergus watched in shock as the blade was pulled forward into Cecil's hand. Cecil caught the weapon instantly, swinging it through the air with a loud whoosh before noting that the skill would surface. Fergus bowed, admitting he was startled because Cecil had been so engrossed in his training. He asked how the young master had moved the sword, leading Cecil to demonstrate the mana thread dangling in the air. Cecil explained that it was a technique involving the formation of mana into strings. He knew he had used this every day in his past life, but his current capacity was limited unless he forced a mana core to erupt. However, by minimizing the output to single threads, he found he could manage it just fine. Fergus mentioned that despite his long years as a knight, he had never seen such a technique. He recalled that until very recently, Cecil hadn't even been able to use mana, causing him to wonder how the boy had come up with the idea of mana threads. Cecil asked if there was another reason for the visit, resulting in Fergus thanking him for protecting Lady Elena. Cecil told him not to thank him, stating he had only done what anyone would have done, and they walked out to eat. In the following days, the rest of the festival was cancelled. The fact that guard knights had tried to sell the Count's daughter had become a serious political issue. Elena sat nearby, looking annoyed as she complained to Cecil that no one believed her when she told them he had saved her. Cecil remained unbothered, mentioning that they wouldn't believe him anyway. Belinda was also furious, recalling how Jamal and Philip had always seemed fishy. Cecil watched Elena with a smile, satisfied that she had survived the first turmoil, and that he had temporarily stopped the territorial war. However, he knew his enemies would keep targeting the house, leading him to reiterate the need for gathering his own force. Cecil decided to check the house's finances to better inform his decisions. When a tray was placed before him, he found only a single piece of dry bread. He asked Belinda why she was serving dessert first, causing her to explain that the territory was too poor for such luxuries. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from outside. A mob of commoners stood outside with pitchforks, screaming for compensation for the losses they incurred when the festival was cut short. They accused the rich bastards of caring nothing for the people. Cecil looked out the window and asked what was happening, leading Belinda to explain that the local merchants relied entirely on festival tourism to survive. The riot occurred because the festival was forced to shut down. Cecil was surprised, realizing he had no idea the territory was struggling so hard. He feared the merchants would turn violent and asked Fergus to send out the soldiers. Fergus revealed that they had no soldiers available, as most had been sent to the monster forest to rebuild after the last orc attack. Cecil was distraught, realizing that between the barbarians to the north and the monsters to the east, House Perdium was short on food, money, and men. He pulled Belinda aside to ask about his own allowance, hoping to use it to calm the merchants. Belinda smiled sadly and reminded him that he had no money because the Count had cut him off after he had wasted his funds. Cecil realized he didn't have a single coin at his disposal. When he asked Belinda for a loan, she mentioned she was broke as well. Cecil sat by the window, staring out at the territory and wondering how he could do anything without capital. Just then, Ricardo dashed into the room, huffing and puffing as he screamed that something was wrong. He told Cecil that Cain was looking for him. The scene shifted abruptly to a different part of the castle, where Scoven was seen with a bloodied face. A massive hand struck Scoven again, the impact leaving a dent in his metal armor and causing him to cough out blood. As Scoven fell to the floor, he looked up at Cecil, who had just arrived at the entrance. Cecil stood there, enraged, as a towering, wide-bodied man looked at him. The man smirked, greeting Cecil as his cousin. When Cecil looked upward at the towering figure, he finally recognized the face of Cain Lodges, the successor of Count Lodges. House Lodges had been allied with House Perdium for many years, but Cecil remembered Cain, as he was his only friend and enemy rolled in one. They glared at each other until Cain began walking toward him, leading Cecil to ask what had happened in the pub. Ricardo stepped forward to explain that they had come to investigate a commotion, only to find Master Cain and his guard knights already there. Cain had recognized the Perdium men and asked if the rumors about Cecil were true, causing Commander Scoven to explain the recent events. However, while Scoven was speaking, Cain had grabbed him by the face, demanding to know how he dared lie to the successor of House Lodges. Ricardo noted that Kane's violent grip led directly to the scene currently before them. Kane dismissed the explanation, claiming that the old man was simply blathering about Cecil taking down orcs and traitors alone. He looked down at Cecil, mentioning that he was merely beating some sense into Scoven for telling such blatant lies. Cecil looked up in annoyance, realizing that this was exactly how Kane had always behaved, treating him like an underling and causing chaos that no one could stop. Back then, Cecil's sense of inferiority had made him practically subordinate to Kane, who was constantly praised for the confidence and charisma befitting a successor. Cecil's slight shift in emotion caught Kane's attention, causing the larger man to wonder why Cecil hadn't attacked yet. A brief memory surfaced of a meeting at the Lodge's Manor, where the man from the intelligence unit had asked Kane to kill Cecil. The man promised that if Kane succeeded, his master would wholeheartedly support House Lodges. Kane had noted that while taking down a fool was easy, Cecil was still a noble successor. The man explained that it would be simple to stage an accident during a duel following a petty argument, offering to disguise himself as a guard knight to advise him. Kane had been enthusiastic about the opportunity, wondering if they wanted Cecil out of the picture because he had recently begun to change. Kane sat down and asked Cecil why he was just standing there, demanding that Cecil bring him everything he had prepared. Cecil was confused, leading Kane to mention that since the festival was cancelled, they should celebrate together as friends. Cecil realized that Kane expected him to fetch booze and women, just as he had done in the past out of fear of being beaten. He remembered that he used to waste all his money accommodating Kane's demands, which caused him to recall Belinda's words about the Count cutting off his allowance for wasting funds. Suddenly, an idea came to Cecil, causing him to smile as he realized Kane was the jackpot he needed to secure money. Kane grew impatient, telling Cecil to hurry up, but Cecil responded by asking if Kane intended to pay what he owed first. This sudden confidence surprised the onlookers. Cecil explained that he had paid for everything Kane previously demanded, and he now expected repayment with interest, rounding the total to 1,000 gold coins. Kane was stunned, stating that those things weren't worth 1,000 gold, and claiming that Cecil had provided them as a friendship fee. Cecil laughed at the idea of being a lackey, condescendingly telling Kane to pay up before he crushed him, as he was currently in need of funds. The weight of Cecil's words shocked everyone, including Ricardo, who wondered if his master had gone mad. Kane stood up, insulted that Cecil was talking back. He claimed Cecil was fooling himself into thinking he was strong just because of the lies about the knights, calling him a useless leech and a lost cause. He folded his hand into a fist and thrust it towards Cecil's face, but Cecil remained calm and dodged with minimal movement. Kane followed up with another attack, but Cecil dodged a second time, resulting in Cecil landing a heavy punch to Kane's ribs that caused him to cough blood. Cecil followed through with a punch to the face, though Kane managed to catch the attack before it landed. Strangely, Kane suddenly fell to the ground, coughing loudly and screaming in apparent agony. The disguised man rushed to his side, asking if he was all right, while Cecil stood confused, noting that Kane had clearly blocked the punch. The man screamed at Cecil to stand back, accusing him of a crime. Cecil looked around and realized the trap, smiling as he saw through their acting. Kane whispered to the man, asking how his performance was, leading the man to praise him for making Cecil look like the aggressor. Kane saw this as his chance to gain a powerful supporter and cut ties with House Perdium. Kane reached into his pocket to pull out a glove, intending to challenge Cecil to a duel for his dishonorable lies. However, before he could finish, a glove slapped across his own face. Cecil had swung first, challenging Kane Lodges to a duel instead. The glove slipped slowly to the ground as Cecil declared that Kane had insulted the successor of House Perdium in front of his own people and tarnished their nobility by assaulting them. Cecil looked at his cousin with the confidence of a lion, calling out to Ricardo. He ordered Ricardo to bring all the merchants who were protesting at the castle to the duel site immediately, mentioning that this was a chance for them to make a lot of money. After issuing the order, Cecil cracked his fingers in anticipation. With the festival cut short and the celebratory mood dying down, several tourists remained in the territory who had yet to depart. Cecil recognized that these travelers were eager to spend their time and money, leading him to realize that holding a grand event would ensure that those funds stayed within the Perdium economy. The event he envisioned was a public match, resulting in a massive crowd gathering to chant and cheer as they prepared to witness a duel between Cecil and Kane Lodges. The market was suddenly bustling again, going crazy for the upcoming battle, while merchants shouted for people to buy their wares at a discount. In the center of the excitement, a plus-sized man sat at a table, calling for everyone to form an orderly line to place their bets. The vast majority of the crowd bet everything on Kane, openly mocking Cecil as a nasty good-for-nothing who was finally about to get what he deserved. Kane stood in the arena and struck his sword into the ground, asking Cecil how he dared to make a mockery of a sacred duel. He warned that even if Cecil tried to surrender, his blade would not come to a halt. Cecil looked at him, realizing that this bloodlust was exactly what the conspirators were after, but he simply responded by suggesting they start now that the crowd was large enough. The man supporting Kane suddenly called for a pause, noting that the wagers seemed one-sided since not a single person had bet on Cecil. Kane mocked him further, mentioning that even Cecil's own people were against him. Suddenly, Scoven walked in and interrupted the taunts, dropping a heavy bag of gold coins onto the table and declaring his bet for Cecil. Cecil smirked at the gesture. Moments later, Elena and Belinda arrived, with Elena dropping an even larger bag on top of Scoven's. She stated firmly that she wanted to bet on her brother too, shocking the crowd and even surprising Cecil. Belinda mentioned she had tried to stop the young lady, but the man taking the bets was delighted, noting the amount was more than enough. Cecil pulled out his sword, twirling it with a sharp whoosh before inviting Kane to come at him. Pissed off by the display, Kane picked up his sword, bent low, and leaped upward, swinging his blade downward with immense force. Cecil used his own blade to block the incoming strike, causing Kane to scream that Cecil couldn't act like he had a reputation to uphold. Kane swung again with such power that Cecil almost fell backward, leading Kane to follow up with a strike using the back of his sword. Cecil dodged the blow. Kane attempted a follow-up kick, but Cecil moved out of the way, causing Kane to strike the dirt. The crowd cheered for Kane, claiming a single hit would be enough to take Cecil down. While Kane smirked at the praise, Cecil paid them no mind. Belinda screamed for someone to stop the fight, but Elena remained stern and focused. The man supporting Kane watched with satisfaction, thinking that anyone who crossed swords with Kane eventually fell into a trap of exhaustion once they experienced his overwhelming power. Kane continued to swing his sword, causing Cecil to dodge repeatedly. Kane smiled, mocking Cecil for dodging like a cute little rat and mentioning that while he had improved, he was still only good at running away. He gripped his sword like a bat and swung it hard towards Cecil. Cecil dodged again, but in that moment, Kane adjusted his grip. The hilt seemed to pull Cecil forward as Kane thrust his sword upwards, launching Cecil into the air. Ricardo screamed for his master while the man supporting Kane smiled, believing the end had come. Cecil looked defenseless as he was flung upward, but he suddenly used his mana threads to his advantage. He created a platform in mid-air to regain his stance, allowing him to dash straight back toward Kane with his sword. This move caught Kane completely off guard. Cecil struck Kane in the side as he landed, causing Kane's focus to falter. The man supporting Kane was stunned, realizing Cecil had gathered mana into his legs to facilitate the aerial movement. Cecil began to laugh, telling Kane that he likely thought he was the greatest swordsman, because everyone bowed to his brute strength. He promised to help Kane face the truth that he was far from being a master. Kane gritted his teeth and swung again, screaming that Cecil couldn't do a thing. Cecil took a series of slow, steady steps before suddenly kicking the hilt of Kane's sword. Using the distraction, he leaped over Kane's body and twirled in the air as Kane's attack swung harmlessly downward. Cecil landed beside Kane before the larger man could even register the movement. Kane tried to swing again, but for a second time Cecil dodged and struck Kane's sword toward the ground. In one fluid motion, Cecil used his own blade to slice Kane across the neck. As blood began to gush from the shallow wound, Kane paused in shock. The crowd went silent, wondering if Cecil might actually win and regretting that they hadn't placed better bets. Elena looked on with confidence while Scoven smiled, and the man supporting Kane gulped in fear. Kane realized the wound was shallow and that Cecil had intentionally held back when he could have cut much deeper. He wondered when Cecil had become so skilled. Cecil glared back but didn't say a word, suddenly throwing his sword away. He mentioned that it was no fun when their skill levels were so different, stating that he would use his bare hands from that point forward. He stood firm, telling Kane he needed to be taught a lesson with fists. This serves as the peak of petty behavior. The air was thick with tension as the duel moved into the second round. Cecil pushed the provocation further by offering to double the original wager, betting 2,000 gold coins on his own victory. This bold move caused the crowd to erupt in whispers, wondering how he could possibly fight unarmed against a swordsman. Even the man supporting Cain was baffled, secretly feeling grateful for what he assumed was Cecil's insanity. Believing that fate was finally on their side, the man collecting the coins screamed for everyone to place their bets for the second round, announcing an unarmed duel between Lord Cecil and Lord Cain. Despite the shock, the spectators once again threw their support behind Cain. Cecil ignored the noise, focusing his lethal glare entirely on his opponent. Cain laughed at the thought of a fistfight, but then he threw his jacket aside and swung the blade anyway, declaring that he would use his weapon regardless of Cecil's choice. Belinda screamed in protest, calling Cain a bastard and urging Cecil to get his sword, but Cain ignored her and lunged, thrusting his blade with a scream. Cecil moved like a blur, dodged the first attack, and closed the distance with the fluid movements of a boxer. He ducked a follow-up swing and delivered a sharp punch to Cain's knee to weaken his stance. Cecil then rose upward, folding his fist and driving it straight into Cain's jaw with crushing force. The impact sent Cain's head snapping back, causing his entire body to collapse as he struggled to remain upright. He wondered how Cecil could move with such terrifying speed. The crowd shifted, erupting in chants as they realized Cecil might actually win. Cecil stood over him, telling him to get up because they were only just getting started. Pissed and gritting his teeth as blood gushed from the wound, Cain steadied himself and dashed forward again. He swung his sword in a desperate barrage. As Cain struggled, he recalled how Cecil had always been a submissive presence who never dared to look him in the eye during past visits. Now, however, Cecil was pummeling him with a barrage of punches to his blind sides, leaving Cain with no idea how to respond. His body eventually hit the ground, swollen and broken from the assault. Cecil grabbed Cain by the hair, noting that he felt bad for Count Lodges. He mentioned how the Count had always lent House Perdium a helping hand to keep them from ruin out of a genuine friendship with Cecil's father. Yet the son clearly had different, more treacherous intentions. These words caused Cain to flinch as his mind flashed back to his past. He remembered complaining to his father about sending aid to the Perdiums, arguing that it was a waste of funds on a territory headed for ruin. He had begged his father not to go, asking why he kept helping when everyone else was against it. His father had simply replied that he had no special reason other than the fact that they were friends. Back in the reality of the duel, Cecil prepared a final punch to Cain's face, but halted the strike just inches away. Cecil expressed hope that Cain had finally learned his lesson and extended a hand to help him up. Cain looked at the hand and then cast his eyes downward in disappointment, officially announcing his loss. A ripple of shock went through the arena, causing the spectators and the man supporting Cain to fall into an annoyed silence. As Cecil was declared the winner, Elena screamed in happiness while Belinda remained stunned by the outcome. The man supporting Cain ran into the arena, screaming at Cain for backing down after a small setback and accusing him of betraying his trust. Cain turned away in embarrassment, stating he was done with the scheme. The man began to cry in frustration, calling them weak little brats. Cecil called out to him, announcing to the entire crowd that the man had offered to buy everyone beer and steaks in Cain's stead. The commoners erupted in cheers, shouting "Long live Master Cecil," while the man screamed at him to take the words back. Cecil patted the man's shoulder, telling him that this was the price for losing the duel and reminding him that he still owed the betting money. He pushed the man down and ominously listed the debts, 1,000 gold, then another 2,000 for the lost bets. He warned the man not to think of running away, causing the man to realize something was fundamentally different about Cecil. The man eventually agreed, allowing Cecil to walk away in victory as the crowd praised him. The next day, a huge chest was dropped onto Cecil's table. Upon opening it, Cecil found it filled with multiple gold coins, noting that it should be enough to hire a small mercenary band. He knew he had to hurry with his business ideas because his enemies would not wait for him to build a fortune slowly. Elena and Belinda walked in, smiling strangely at him. When he asked what they wanted, Elena asked what he planned to do with the money. Belinda interrupted, suggesting it was obvious the funds were for Lady Amelia's upcoming birthday. She assumed Cecil had done all of this to buy an expensive gift for his fiancée. Elena joked that he was just trying to leave a good impression on his partner. These words left Cecil completely floored, causing him to realize that he actually had a fiancée, a detail that had completely escaped his knowledge. Cecil questioned the sudden mention of a fiancée, prompting Belinda to tease him for acting shy, while Elena reminded him that his betrothed was Emilia Leopold, the daughter of Count Leopold. A flash of memory flooded Cecil's mind as he recalled the woman. To the public, Emilia was a noble among nobles, beloved for her humble attitude and kindness. But Cecil knew the truth behind the facade. In the future, she would be known as the Witch of the North for leading a rebellion and joining forces with Duke Delphine, eventually causing her to betray House Perdium. Realizing the danger she represented, he shifted the conversation, asking Belinda when his father would return. Belinda estimated it would be at least another week, leading Cecil to decide that a week was plenty of time. He announced he was heading to the Leopold territory for a quick visit, which surprised Belinda. She questioned why he would go before Lady Amelia's birthday, resulting in Cecil smiling and stating he was going there to get some money. The scene shifted to Lady Amelia herself, who was shown performing an act of public charity. She knelt to place her own shoes in front of a poor girl in tattered clothes, telling the child to wear them and declaring that if anyone in her territory had to go without shoes, it should only be her. She ordered her guards to provide the girl and her family with food and shelter at once, causing echoes of gratitude to fill the air as she walked away barefoot. Later, in her private garden, her guard knight Bernov washed her feet. Amelia noted that while her father forced the people into obedience, the people would naturally support whoever kept them warm and full. Bernov agreed, mentioning that the people were now on her side, which was bound to favor her when the next successor was chosen. Suddenly, Amelia plopped her feet onto Bernov's face and questioned him about his duel with the strongest swordsman of the North. Bernov apologized, explaining that he had lost on purpose to avoid drawing attention to himself, as it was not yet time for her to reveal her fangs. He kissed her foot and pledged his sword to her, leading Amelia to lift his head and warn him that he could not afford to be weak after everything she had done for him. Bernov provided an update on their secret company, the Actium Company. He explained that they were currently providing the materials House Perdium needed to rebuild the Monster Forest Post, effectively collecting the funds Count Leopold sent to the Perdiums each year. Furthermore, they were recruiting deserting soldiers and knights from the Perdium territory, turning those experienced in fighting barbarians into excellent assets. Amelia approved, but reminded him that the company must remain a front for an ordinary merchant group until they gathered enough power. Their meeting was interrupted by a butler who announced that Cecil Perdium had arrived at the gate. Amelia was surprised, wondering why our boy had come to visit. The butler added that Cecil claimed he wanted to discuss her company, which was deeply shocking to both Amelia and Bernov. Amelia sat across from Cecil, who was positioned in a poised, leg-crossed stance. Her cat hissed heavily as she scolded him for his rude, unannounced visit. Cecil ignored the jab, mentioning that since her birthday was coming, he had brought a gift. He dropped a flower on the table, noting that it smelled nice and that he had purchased it from a nearby business called the Actium Company. The mention of the secret organization made Amelia visibly uncomfortable. She rose to leave, claiming she didn't understand his point and intending to end the visit. However, Cecil's tone shifted instantly as he commanded her to sit down. A heavy chill moved through Amelia's body, causing her to wonder about the sudden pressure coming from a man who used to be unable to even look her in the eye. Cecil got straight to the point, demanding 10,000 gold. Amelia was confused and insulted, asking how he dared demand such a sum and questioning if this was his father's doing. Cecil clarified that his father had nothing to do with it, and that he was asking for himself. He poured out his tea while casually mentioning that he knew she had no intention of marrying him anyway. He suggested that she might be able to marry whoever she liked, perhaps even the guard knight outside the door, if she succeeded her father. However, he pointedly asked what would happen if word got out that she was secretly amassing her own forces in a territory where the battle for succession was so fierce. The cat hissed even louder, standing defensively in front of Cecil. Amelia calmly told him to refrain from such jokes, but Cecil smiled and promised to keep her secret as long as he didn't leave empty-handed. Amelia's demeanor turned cold as she called for Bernov. The knight entered, and Cecil recognized him as the man strong enough to challenge the North's greatest swordsman. Cecil warned that if he died there, a territorial war would break out, but Amelia was unfazed. She claimed the world would simply hear that a good-for-nothing lord had made a ruckus and was killed by a guard. She ordered Bernov to kill him, and in that moment, Bernov drew his sword, causing Cecil to realize that he would have to get serious as he drew his own blade and prepared for battle. Bernov slowly walked towards Cecil, a sudden smile crossing his face that signaled to Cecil that something was deeply wrong. From the shadows behind Cecil, an assassin burst forth, thrusting a sword intended to impale him through the back of his chair. Cecil reacted instantly, twirling to dodge the murder attempt before delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's gut. The force of the strike sent the man flying through the window, the glass shattering as he plummeted outside. The display left Bernov and Lady Amelia visibly shocked. Cecil remarked on the terrible hospitality, noting that while they made a show of being polite, they had actually prepared an ambush to kill him. Driven by the insult, Cecil dashed toward Bernaf, causing the two to lock blades in a fierce duel. Cecil questioned if House Leopold lacked a sense of chivalry, leading Bernaf to counter that Cecil was the one being rude by arriving unannounced and distressing her ladyship. Bernaf asserted that such behavior did not deserve polite treatment. Bernaf used his armpit to trap Cecil's sword against his body, simultaneously thrusting his own blade forward in an attempt to end the fight. Cecil managed to dodge the lethal thrust without losing his grip on his weapon. He twirled around Bernaf's body, using the momentum to wrench his sword free from the knight's grasp, before kicking Bernaf away. As Bernaf skidded backward, he stared at Cecil, reevaluating the rumors that the boy was a boastful brat with no skill. He realized Cecil was far from a complete amateur. Lady Amelia grew impatient, questioning why Bernaf was struggling with a mere brat and demanding Cecil's head if Bernaf truly intended to be her sword. Bernaf's resolve hardened, resulting in him pointing his blade towards Cecil and declaring his intent to kill him. Ordering Cecil to come forward, Cecil simply smiled, telling the knight to know his place before questioning if Bernaf was trying to order him around. Bernaf claimed he was being kind by offering a chance to surrender, but Cecil's defiance led the knight to take a combat stance and thrust forward. The duel intensified as Bernaf unleashed a flurry of swift attacks. Cecil dodged the initial swing, but Bernaf was relentless with his attacks. Lady Amelia watched from the side, wondering how a brat like Cecil could possibly match blades with a knight as skilled as Bernaf, though she could see Bernaf was steadily overpowering him. Bernaf's blade sliced through Cecil's side, causing Cecil to use the arch of his own sword to push the knight's weapon back. Once again, Bernaf hooked Cecil's sword and went for a clean strike. Cecil tried to repeat his previous maneuver of twirling around Bernaf's body to regain his sword, but the knight anticipated the move. Bernaf stated that the same trick would not work twice, instantly swinging Cecil toward the ground. Cecil narrowly dodged a follow-up thrust, tumbling backward to create distance. He realized Bernaf was using mana to resist his attacks. Bernaf admitted that Cecil was different than the report suggested, noting that one never truly knows a person until they fight. He disarmed Cecil, throwing the boy's sword away, and observed that Cecil's style seemed to come from raw battlefield experience rather than formal training. Bernaf suggested that while such techniques might work against barbarians, they would fail against a true master. Cecil acknowledged to himself that Bernaf was a difficult opponent whose persistent thrusts were disrupting his sense of timing and distance. He knew that their difference in stature limited his own techniques, making Bernaf an opponent he shouldn't be facing yet, but he also knew time was running out. Using his mana threads, Cecil reached out and snatched his sword back toward him. The hilt of the returning blade struck Bernaf squarely in the back of the head, catching the knight completely by surprise. Before Bernaf could recover, Cecil dashed forward and delivered a knee strike straight to his face, causing the knight to fall backward in a state of confusion. Lady Amelia screamed Bernaf's name in terror as Cecil caught his sword in mid-air and swung downward with a lethal arc. Bernaf managed to shift his head back just enough to avoid a killing blow, using his own sword to deflect the strike and push Cecil away, his eyes locked on his opponent. Bernaf called out to Lady Amelia. He urged her to leave the room immediately, stating that he could no longer guarantee her safety if she stayed nearby. The knight's aura shifted as he declared that he was done holding back. Amelia immediately fled the room with her cat, her mind racing with fury as she wondered how Cecil dared to humiliate her so thoroughly. She questioned who could have possibly leaked information about her secret company, causing her to realize that someone must have informed him for him to know such specific details. She considered the rumors she had heard regarding his recent exploits, defeating orcs, saving his sister from assassins, and besting the successor of House Lodges, and initially assumed the spoiled brat had simply been lucky, or that the stories were exaggerated. However, the weight of the current situation led her to the sinking realization that she was in serious trouble. When she reached the outer area, she demanded to know what her guard knights were doing, only to find them all incapacitated. Standing firm before her was Belinda, who turned toward Amelia with a smile and a calm greeting. Amelia recognized her as the maid from House Perdium, but Belinda quickly silenced her, dashing forward to press a dagger against her throat. The sudden threat shocked Amelia into silence. Belinda then reached out and removed the spider resting on Amelia's face. Recalling how she had once eavesdropped on a conversation between Count Perdium and Count Leopold during the engagement ceremony. She remembered how Amelia's siblings had tried to torment her with spiders, only for Amelia to turn the tables by raising the creatures herself. Belinda questioned if Amelia was attempting to overcome her trauma or simply trying to stand out, before dropping the spider and stomping on it, noting that the look didn't suit her. She then firmly instructed Amelia to follow her orders. Meanwhile, the duel between Bernaf and Cecil continued in the other room. Cecil noted a shift in the air, sensing an enormous amount of mana radiating from his opponent. Bernaf was pissed, causing him to dash towards Cecil with a series of aggressive strikes. Cecil managed to block the initial attack, resulting in Bernaf screaming that Cecil was an insult to nobility before launching a flurry of thrusts intended to stab him. He recognized that Bernaf was no longer holding back, causing Cecil to retreat slightly while telling the knight to slow down. Cecil steadied his blade and waited for an opening. As he dodged a strike, he twirled his sword in an attempt to hit Bernaf directly in the head. Bernaf saw the move and swung his sword upward to parry. Bernaf managed to knock Cecil's sword aside and push him back, causing the two to lock eyes. Bernaf declared that Cecil's previous attack would be his last before thrusting his sword with lethal intent, as blood began to gush. However, Bernaf was surprised to see that Cecil had used his cloak to manipulate the angle. Cecil had intentionally turned his shoulder, anticipating the injury to create an opening for a counterattack. As Cecil began his assault, Bernaf retreated, realizing he could not let his guard down for a second. Bernaf twirled his sword to beat Cecil's blade down, and delivered a sharp kick to Cecil's body, claiming this was the difference between a professional and someone who wielded a sword for fun. The kick sent Cecil backward, but he steadied himself, finding the challenge genuinely fun. He analyzed the fight, noting that Bernaf maintained the upper hand with great speed, close-range jabs, and the ability to block physical counters. Cecil realized he had no chance of winning a conventional fight against a man whose style made it feel as though their swords never parted, especially with his current mana levels. However, he knew he had a secret advantage. Cecil gripped his sword and decided to end the fight using a mana technique Bernaf was unaware of. Cecil released his third core, resulting in a sudden, massive burst of mana. He dashed forward with such swiftness that Bernaf could barely register the movement. When Cecil's sword struck Bernaf's, he twirled the attack with enough force to send Bernaf's weapon flying out of his hand. Bernaf stood in shock, wondering how Cecil could possibly amplify his mana so drastically in the middle of a battle. Cecil did not give him time to recover, lunging forward for the final blow. A scream echoed through the room, calling for the fight to stop. Cecil halted his blade, just as it became slightly embedded in Bernaf's forehead. Behind him, a crying Amelia had arrived, having witnessed the defeat of her strongest knight. She told Cecil to take the 10,000 gold or whatever else he wanted, as long as he left. Cecil sighed, removing his sword as a small trickle of blood ran down Bernaf's face, and remarked that it was a pain she hadn't simply handed the money over when he asked nicely. As Cecil walked toward Amelia, Belinda teased him, asking if this wasn't a bit much for a lover's quarrel. Cecil dismissed it as a small disagreement, but then turned to Amelia with unfortunate news. He informed her that the price had risen to 20,000 gold, and she would have to pay up immediately. Cecil and Belinda had done more than enough to humiliate the Leopold household, leaving Lady Amelia frustrated. Bernaf approached her with an apology, explaining that Cecil was significantly stronger than he had anticipated. He admitted fault for failing to gather better intelligence, noting that Cecil had been able to suddenly release a burst of mana equivalent to that of an upper-level knight. These words only served to irritate Amelia further as she realized that the dynamic of House Perdium had fundamentally shifted. When Bernaf suggested reporting the incident to Duke Delphine, Amelia instantly slapped him. She grabbed his shirt and hissed for him to watch his mouth, questioning if he truly understood the terrifying reach of a duke. She explained that if news of the day's events leaked, they would be cut down immediately. Her alliance with Duke Delphine had been formed behind her father's back, because the Duke promised to fund her planned rebellion in exchange for her help in bringing House Perdium to ruin. She feared that if her siblings found out, they would kill her, and she worried that if Cecil knew about the Actium Company, he might discover her secret pact with the Duke as well. She declared that Cecil must die regardless of the cost, a command Bernaf accepted. Bernaf assessed Cecil's physical condition, noting that while the boy had sustained small injuries and a deep gush on his shoulder, the heavy use of mana would mean he needed time to recover. However, he reminded Amelia that they could not use House Leopold's official knights if they wanted to avoid leaving evidence. Amelia walked toward a map and revealed that she intended to use the specialists they had been training, the Wildcats. She described them as an elite order of war orphans and traffickers, without status or names. She ordered Bernaf to send a dozen of the most talented mana wielders among them to hunt Cecil down. At this particular location, Bernaf agreed, and he set off to prepare them. Amelia stared into the distance, vowing that Cecil would pay for her humiliation with his life. The scene shifted to Cecil's carriage as it rolled away from the castle. Cecil used scraps of cloth to bandage the shoulder wound Bernaf had inflicted, glancing forward at Fergus and Belinda. When Fergus asked if he was all right, Cecil assured him he was fine, though he was privately annoyed by the exertion. He reflected that the 20,000 gold he had extorted from Amelia was more than enough to rebuild their territory, effectively saving them years of labor. While he wished he could have killed Amelia then and there, he knew it would trigger a territorial war that House Perdium, already busy fighting northern barbarians, could not afford. He decided to use his knowledge of the Actium Company to keep Amelia in check and exploit her as much as possible. Belinda, looking confused, asked if everything had gone according to his plan. She recounted his instructions to take down the guard knights if she heard fighting, and to take Amelia hostage. Cecil confirmed it had gone well, though he noted he had originally given those orders to Old Man Fergus. Suddenly, a strange pain shot through Cecil's body, causing Fergus to look at him with concern. Cecil recognized the sensation as the aftershock of releasing his mana cores. He realized he needed to find a way to increase his mana flow, to prevent such a collapse from happening every time he used the technique. Belinda suddenly grabbed his hand, noting that his mana flow was completely tangled. She produced a needle and began performing a specialized form of acupuncture, digging it into his hand multiple times. The treatment caused Cecil to exhale a massive amount of air as the blockages cleared. He watched her in wonder, realizing that only someone highly well-versed in mana could perform such a feat. He recalled that his mother had recruited her and realized she was far from an ordinary maid. While he wondered why someone so powerful would settle in a small town, he decided that having strong allies was essential for what was coming next. Belinda told Cecil that she trusted him and would help him, but she demanded to know why he had risked so much just to get money from Amelia. When Cecil simply replied that he needed funds, and she was the only person he knew who had them, both Fergus and Belinda were shocked. Belinda screamed, pointing out that he had essentially broken off an engagement and risked a feud with Count Leopold just for a quick payout. Cecil assured her that Amelia wouldn't dare report him. When Belinda asked what the money was for, Cecil mentioned the Monster Forest. The name alone shocked her, as he explained his plan to reclaim the territory. Fergus protested, noting that every Count of Perdium since Cecil's great-grandfather had failed to reclaim that land. Cecil cut him off, asking if the person he had sent Fergus to find was ready. Fergus, looking uncomfortable, confirmed the man was where Cecil said he would be, but expressed doubt about the man's condition. Cecil replied that as long as the man was alive, it was enough. Belinda urged them to return to Perdium to treat Cecil's wounds, but Cecil pointed out that Amelia would never let them leave peacefully after what they had done. He knew she would send killers to protect her secrets. Belinda insisted she could fight and reminded him that Fergus was a knight, but Cecil explained that he needed a different kind of fighter, a frontliner. They arrived at a specific caravan and knocked. The door creaked open to reveal a towering, disheveled old man with hair springing all over his face and body. He looked like a wreck, demanding to know who they were. Belinda whispered to Cecil that the man looked more like a dying invalid than a warrior, but Cecil remained firm. The man tried to slam the door, telling the bored nobleman to stop wasting his time, but Cecil stopped him by calling out a name, Jillian, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenary group. Jillian froze in shock, and Cecil extended a hand of respect, telling the man he had been dying to meet him. Cecil introduced Gillian to his companions, causing a wave of shock to wash over Fergus and Ricardo. They immediately recognized the name, as the Ratatosk mercenary band was notorious for producing experts in every conceivable weapon. Though the group had disbanded years ago, their legendary bravery remained a standard among knights, even if most of their exploits had occurred abroad. Realizing that the disheveled man before them was the captain of that elite force, the group watched tensely as Cecil stepped forward, stating simply that he had come specifically to see him. Without a word of greeting, Jillian hurled an axe directly at Cecil's head. Cecil ducked, the blade whistling past him, which instantly triggered the combat instincts of Fergus, Ricardo, and Belinda. They took defensive stances to shield their lord, but Jillian merely questioned what they wanted. Belinda urged Cecil to stand back, noting that the man appeared to be out of his right mind. Cecil, however, remained calm and spoke two words, eternal punishment. These words caused Gillian to stiffen, as Cecil explained that he knew the cure for the incurable disease currently ravaging Gillian's daughter. The mention of the illness piqued Gillian's interest with desperate intensity. His daughter, Rachel, was suffering from a high fever, coughing up blood while red blotches shaped like flower petals spread across her skin. The disease had earned its grim name because the agony was said to mirror the cruelest torture. Inside the cramped room, Rachel lay on a table, screaming in pain as Gillian tried to offer whatever comfort he could. Cecil observed the scene, recalling that in his past life, Gillian had committed suicide after his daughter's death. Looking at the dilapidated state of the house, it was clear Gillian had liquidated every asset he owned to find a cure, leaving behind nothing but his weapons. As Rachel cried out that it hurt and that she simply wished to die, Cecil decided there was no more time to waste. He began to shed his jacket, but Belinda grabbed his shoulder, pleading with him to leave. She argued that since even priests had declared this a punishment from God that couldn't be cured by strength, there was nothing they could do. Cecil ignored the doubt, asking if she trusted him. He handed her a list of medicinal herbs and ordered her to gather them immediately. His confidence stemmed from the fact that while eternal punishment was currently deemed incurable, a simple cure would be discovered in the future. He remembered the recipe clearly, though it required a fairy's blessing, the incredibly expensive flower he now held. Cecil placed the flower on the table, slicing and dicing it alongside the other herbs. He packed the mixture into a jar, poured liquor over it, and shook the concoction vigorously before adding the final ingredients. Once the ointment was ready, Cecil handed it to Gillian and told him to feed it to his daughter. Gillian obeyed in a silent prayer of hope. Almost instantaneously, Rachel's breathing stabilized, and the red marks on her skin began to diminish. Fergus watched in disbelief as the blotches vanished, but no one was more shaken than Gillian, who screamed his daughter's name, asking if the medicine had truly worked. Cecil explained that the potency was exactly as he expected. When Gillian asked how this was possible when divine power had failed, Cecil noted that a priest's power only strengthens the body's natural regeneration, whereas this ointment attacked the root of the illness. Gillian grabbed Cecil's hands, trembling as he asked if his daughter would truly be fine. Cecil assured him that in a month or two, she would be completely recovered. Overwhelmed, Gillian dropped to the ground, offering his life in exchange. He claimed that despite having only a useless body left, he would be a dog or a slave if that was what Cecil required. Cecil declined the offer of a slave, stating instead that he needed the old Gillian, the legendary captain of the Ratatosk. Gillian looked into Cecil's eyes and recognized a terrifying level of ambition. He grabbed his long, matted hair and used an axe to sever it in a single, swift motion, causing the hair to fall limp to the floor. When he stood back up, his refined look made him appear to be a completely different person. He asked Cecil if they were alone or if others were coming to join them. When Cecil confirmed it was just their small group, Gillian grabbed a spear and asked if anyone held a grudge against him. Cecil smiled, noting that many did and more would in the future. In response, Gillian took a powerful stance and twirled his spear before launching it with incredible force. The weapon pierced through the wall and flew deep into the forest, striking a hidden observer. Gillian instantly pulled a rope attached to the spear, dragging the victim swiftly back through the air and into the room. He caught the man by the neck, asking who had sent him. The spy was too shocked to speak, wondering how he had been detected from such a distance. Gillian turned to Cecil to ask for his orders. Cecil, knowing exactly who had sent the assassin, began to draw his own sword, but Gillian stopped him. He stated that he would handle it for his new lord. Gillian tightened his grip, resulting in an instant sickening crunch as the man's neck gave way. The room fell silent as Gillian bowed to Cecil. Belinda watched with a growing sense of unease, wondering why Cecil had chosen someone so dangerous and comfortable with killing. Gillian knelt once more, pledging that from this day forward his life belonged to Lord Cecil Perdium. Cecil realized he had just secured the most vital component of his plan. He smiled and welcomed the legendary Mercenary to the team. The news of the scout's death reached the wildcat traffickers' hideout instantly, causing a wave of confusion to ripple through the ranks. The men began to mock the fallen scout, calling him a fool for dying so easily, but their leader quickly commanded them to shut up and lower their voices. Viego, the leader of the wildcat traffickers, accepted their apologies before noting that, according to the information provided by Burnaf, Cecil should not have possessed the forces necessary to find, let alone kill, one of their scouts. He questioned whether the scout was simply incompetent, or if the intelligence they had received was faulty. One of the subordinates mentioned that it appeared Gillian had joined Cecil's side, which came as a genuine shock to Viego. He reached out and grabbed one of the men who had served as a scout, squeezing his neck as he demanded to know if it was the truth. The man struggled to confirm that he had seen it with his own eyes. Viego was visibly annoyed, realizing that his old leader was finally on the move again. The scene shifted to Gillian, who was riding ahead as the group traveled. Inside the carriage, Belinda complained about the cramped conditions, asking Cecil if the old man really had to bring so many weapons. She joked that he looked like a weapon seller and pointed out that they had been forced to buy an additional carriage just to accommodate his gear. Cecil explained that they needed an extra carriage to transport Rachel comfortably anyway, and he urged Belinda to be patient, noting that the weapons would eventually come in handy. He focused the group on the immediate goal of passing through the gorge. As they moved through the rocky terrain, Belinda asked Cecil if the spy from earlier had been sent by Lady Amelia. Cecil confirmed it was almost certain, causing Belinda to remark that things were about to get difficult. She identified the mask the spy had worn as the symbol of the Wildcat Traffickers, a powerful guild in Leopold. When Cecil expressed surprise at the name, Belinda explained that they specialized in smuggling, assassinations, drug trades, and human trafficking. She described them as nasty individuals steeped in darkness, many of whom were physically formidable because they were former members of a skilled mercenary guild. Cecil questioned how a maid at Perdium Castle knew so much about such a group, but Belinda brushed it off, claiming she had simply picked up bits of information before she started working at the castle. She warned that they were persistent and that the group needed to be careful. Cecil merely smiled, stating it would be fine since they had Gillian with them. As the carriage galloped through the gorge, the sand behind them suddenly rose as two men dashed forward to ambush them. Gillian spotted the underground movement instantly. He grabbed his weapons from his back to block the simultaneous attacks coming from both sides, parrying their blades before slicing their hands off to render them immobile. In one fluid motion, he swung his axe and split the second man's head in two, making quick work of the pair in less than 10 seconds. Looking up, Gillian spotted more men hanging from the trees. The horses began to scream frantically as tree trunks were dropped in front of them, successfully blocking their path. Cecil noted that the ambush was exactly what he had expected. Multiple men from the Wildcat Traffickers gathered around the carriage, and Viego stepped forward to confront Gillian. He called Gillian a coward and an arrogant old fool who had disbanded the Ratatosk mercenary band just because of his daughter. Gillian stepped down from the carriage and claimed he didn't know who Viego was talking about, which only enraged the younger man. Viego claimed he had ended up with a life he never wanted because of Gillian, and he expressed frustration that Gillian seemed to have grown so senile that he didn't even recognize a former member of his own band. Gillian remained silent, leading Viego to declare he would remind him by force. He ordered his men to kill Gillian. Cecil asked if Gillian needed help, but Gillian requested that his young master stay back, noting that the man's grudge seemed to be personal. Gillian pulled out his axe and stated he could handle them alone, instantly swinging the massive weapon to cut through the first wave of attackers. More traffickers rushed forward, calling him an old fool, but Gillian took a firm stance and began striking and stabbing everyone in his path. The traffickers stood no chance. He used his axe to slice bodies in half with ease. Watching from a distance, Viego realized that Gillian's strength from his mercenary days had not left him. He screamed for his men to split up and attack from both sides. In response, Gillian jumped onto his horse, surprising the traffickers with his agility. He pulled a long axe from the horse's pouch and began spinning it in a wide, lethal circle. As he approached the surrounding men, the momentum of the axe pushed their bodies away in every direction. One man tried to close in, but found the archway of the spinning blade impossible to penetrate. Viego screamed at his followers, calling them fools, and telling them to target the horse instead of Gillian. Gillian reacted by thrusting his weapon in a circular formation, slicing through the men before they could reach the animal. From inside the carriage, Belinda watched the bloody scene with a distraught expression. Suddenly, Viego dashed upward from behind to deliver a downward stab, but Gillian raised a shield to defend himself. Viego told Gillian that he shouldn't have the audacity to sabotage someone whose life he had already ruined, vowing to kill the old captain himself. He threw 3 daggers at Gillian's horse, causing the animal to fall unconscious and Gillian to spill onto the ground. Viego appeared directly in front of Gillian with his sword raised, but Gillian used his axe to parry the blow, using his shield to strike Viego in the back. A confused Viego moved backward. Gillian began to imbue his attacks with mana, declaring that he had put his past behind him and was now nothing more than an attendant to Lord Cecil. The statement only made Viego more furious, and he dashed forward with the full intention of ending Gillian's life. The duel between Viego and Gillian intensified as Viego launched a direct assault, forcing Gillian to rely on his shield to block a relentless barrage of strikes. Viego's frustration boiled over, leading him to scream that the mercenary band had dissolved the moment Gillian left, causing him to abandon his dreams and resort to the underworld just to survive. Gillian met these accusations with a heavy silence, pulling his shield back to create an opening for a counterattack with his axe. Viego managed to dodge the blade and pivoted into a high kick aimed at Gillian's face, which Gillian avoided, though the force of the strike shattered his shield into fragments. Viego mocked Gillian for becoming a puppet to a spoiled nobleman, lamenting that he had once been ready to dedicate his life to making the Ratatosk the best in the world. He punctuated his disdain by hurling 3 daggers in quick succession. Gillian deflected them with his axe, but Viego was already closing the distance with a raised dagger. Gillian dodged the initial stab, only for Viego to twirl mid-air and land a low, sweeping strike. Viego felt he held the upper hand, believing that while Gillian was still strong, he had softened during the years spent tending to his daughter's illness. Viego boasted that his own experience in the underworld made him the superior combatant. In a clever maneuver, Viego used his foot to kick the fallen daggers toward Gillian's back. Gillian used his armor to deflect the projectiles, just as Viego launched another forward charge. Gillian swung his axe, but Viego spun upwards, descending with his dagger held high for a killing blow. To Viego's horror, the attack was stopped mid-air by a sickening crack. Gillian had caught the blade with his mana-infused hand easy. Gillian asked if Viego's desire for revenge was truly that strong, causing Viego to spiral into confusion as to why his own power couldn't pierce Gillian's defenses. Before he could recover, Gillian's axe struck his face, sending him flying across the clearing until he crashed against a tree. Gillian approached the fallen man, questioning why he had waited until today to attack if he wanted revenge so badly. Viego revealed that he had visited Gillian's home before, but had found only a weak old man not even worth killing. He demanded to know what had happened to the leader he once looked up to. Gillian remained silent for a moment before tossing Viego's sword back to him, instructing him to stand up. He declared that since he was now being led by someone else, he would treat his old comrade with the respect due to a member of the Ratatosk. This sparked a new fire in Viego, who rose and claimed that Gillian was finally worth fighting. The battle reignited with a swift flow of movement, a blur of parries, kicks, and twirls. In the midst of the chaos, Gillian found an opening and stabbed Viego through the side of his arm and into his lungs. Viego coughed up blood but attempted one last desperate swing aimed at Gillian's head. Moving swiftly, Gillian delivered a final downward strike. As the blow descended, Gillian thought of Viego Villanos, the leader of the Ratatosk's 5th unit, vowing to remember him. Viego met the end with a smile, his lifeless body falling to the ground as Gillian retrieved his weapon. Cecil stepped forward to commend the good work, while Belinda noted that the loot gathered from the traffickers would fetch a high price. Gillian bowed, apologizing for the delay, but Cecil dismissed it. Cecil realized that Gillian was even more exceptional than the legends suggested. He remembered how, in his past life, the stories of Gillian's leadership had formed the foundation for his own eventual rise as the Mercenary King. He felt a sense of respect for Gillian's past and began to wonder what other former comrades were doing. He resolved to find and recruit them all in due time. Following Belinda's suggestion, Cecil ordered the group to collect everything of value, leading to some light banter as Belinda teased Gillian about his new role. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at the borders of the Perdium territory. Belinda sighed in relief at being home, while Gillian took in the sight of the land. Cecil asked for his first impression, and though Gillian tried to be polite, Cecil saw through the lie. He pointed out that the houses were old-fashioned, and the fields lay fallow because the workers had been conscripted into the military. Gillian admitted he hadn't realized the situation was so dire. Cecil declared his intent to resolve these issues, explaining that he needed everyone's help for the long fight ahead. He aimed to protect everything he had once taken for granted by eliminating Duke Delphine and his associates. He promised himself that he would make this territory thrive. As they reached the estate, Belinda's attention was caught by a towering figure waiting for them. Cecil looked up and realized his father was standing directly in front of him. The sight of his father shifted the focus to the inner chambers of Perdium Castle, where a heated argument was already in progress. The officers were debating a reduction in troop numbers, causing a sharp counter-argument that such a move would leave the borders defenseless. One suggested seeking additional funds from House Leipold, but another pointed out that the Leipolds had actually decreased their financial support while secretly stockpiling food and growing their own private forces. To Cecil, sitting beside his father, the bickering felt like mere background noise. He observed the men, Randolph, Albert, and Homern, realizing they hadn't changed at all. While only months had passed for the young Cecil, the soul of the mercenary king within him felt the weight of decades. Breaking his silence, Cecil thanked his father, Count Xivalter Perdium, for his hard work on the battlefield. Xivalter was visibly surprised by the sudden show of respect. As a younger boy, Cecil had despised his father's rigid nature, but he could now see the immense fatigue and the crushing weight of lordship settling on the man's shoulders. Xivalter took a slow sip of his coffee, before asking where Cecil had been for the past week. When Cecil mentioned visiting the Leipold territory, his father immediately questioned if he had caused more trouble. Cecil assured him he hadn't, though Albert chimed in with disbelief, mentioning the rumors of Cecil winning money in a duel against Kane, and questioning if he had gone there to gamble it away. Cecil privately likened his actions more to an investment than gambling, but simply stated he had business with Amelia. Homern attempted to lecture Cecil on his duties as the successor of House Perdium, but Cecil cut him short, assuring the officer not to worry. The interruption clearly annoyed Homern. The Count eventually silenced the room, bringing up reports that Cecil had personally dealt with Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. Randolph was quick to dismiss the feat, suggesting the two traitors had likely fought each other, and Cecil had merely delivered the final blow. Recognizing that Randolph's pride as Knight Captain was at stake, Cecil decided to play along, and agreed that it happened something like that. Despite the dismissal from his officers, Xivalter looked at his son and told him he had done well, noting that Elena's safety was what truly mattered. The rare praise surprised Cecil, who took the opportunity to ask for a favor. Homern and Randolph immediately assumed he was asking for his allowance back, and began listing his past misdeeds, causing Cecil to reflect on his own chaotic reputation. However, Cecil silenced them by declaring his intention to reclaim the monster forest. The room fell into a stunned silence at the sheer audacity of the proposal. Later, back in his room, Cecil informed Belinda and Gillian that his father had rejected the request, describing how the officers had practically cursed him out of the room. Belinda agreed with the rejection, arguing there was no need to stir up a nest of monsters. Gillian added that the Forest of Death was infamous even in distant regions. No one who entered ever returned, and its depths remained a total mystery. Cecil acknowledged the danger but stood up to leave anyway, causing Belinda to scream in confusion since he lacked permission. Cecil clarified that he wasn't seeking permission but was merely being polite, as the task was a necessity. He kept his true motives secret to prevent rumors, knowing that the forest contained an enormous vein of runestones, rare ores highly coveted by mages for everything from alchemy to magic scrolls. In his past life, Duke Delphine had claimed this wealth, but now the knowledge belonged solely to Cecil. Belinda reluctantly accepted his resolve, and Gillian pledged to follow his lead. Cecil then instructed Belinda to recruit 200 mercenaries from nearby territories, causing her to complain about the cost of their hard-earned money. Gillian warned that such a large, unruly bunch would likely stab them in the back, leading Cecil to suggest they personally recruit a useful core group. He set his sights on the Kelveros Mercenary Band, a group Gillian described as rabid dogs, who wouldn't hesitate to tear apart their own employers. Cecil remained undeterred, intent on putting a leash on them. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Zimba territory where the Kelveros were stationed, a scout watched them through a telescope, mocking the noble kid and plotting to extort him. His mockery ended abruptly as Gillian reached out and grabbed the man's head. The telescope hit the ground as the scout screamed in agony. Gillian shook the man violently before hurling him deep into the center of the Kelveros camp, causing an immediate uproar. The mercenaries swarmed out, reaching for their weapons and calling the old man insane for assaulting them. A man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, vowing that they wouldn't leave in one piece. Cecil, remaining perfectly calm on his horse, simply smiled at the rowdy crowd and told them to shut up, demanding to see their leader. The man before him burst into laughter, calling out to his subordinates that the brat had no idea where he was. He declared that since Cecil had started this, he would have to take responsibility, causing him to swing his weapon, a heavy mace attached to a long chain. Before the iron ball could reach Cecil, Gillian intervened, using his blade to wedge into a link of the chain with effortless precision. The mercenaries stood in shocked silence, annoyed that their opening move had been so easily neutralized. Cecil smiled, noting that he knew they wouldn't be open to a peaceful discussion, and instructed Gillian to handle them without killing anyone. Gillian took a defensive stance in front of Cecil, acknowledging the order before suddenly jerking the chain. The sudden force dragged the man holding it through the air, causing him to fly forward. Gillian pivoted and used the man's own mace to strike him squarely in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. The fallen mercenaries screamed that they wouldn't go easy on them just because they were nobles, prompting the rest of the band to dash toward Gillian. In response, Gillian yanked the chain again, using the man as a human flail to sweep the approaching attackers across the room. As the mercenaries scrambled back, fear became visible in their eyes. Cecil dismounted his horse and asked how much longer they had to wait, telling the small fries to step aside and bring out their captain. A man walked out, grumbling that he had been having a perfectly good nap. The group immediately stood at attention as he introduced himself as Kaor, the leader of the Calveros mercenary band. Though he looked calm, his presence was commanding. Cecil told him plainly that he was there to hire the band. Kaor questioned why a nobleman who should be well versed in etiquette would assault his subordinates before asking for a contract. Cecil replied that the violence was his way of greeting them, as he believed it was the best way to tame them. Kaor smiled at the word tame, suggesting they might start a war instead, but he agreed to hear Cecil out in his office. Once inside, Cecil revealed his plan to reclaim the monster forest. The news caused a murmur to ripple through the mercenaries, who wondered if he truly meant the infamous territory next to Perdium. Kaor asked why he would mess with such a dangerous place. When Cecil introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Perdium, the mercenaries erupted in laughter, mocking him as the spoiled brat they had all heard rumors about. Kaor told the spoiled little nobleman that the forest was no place for a weakling, and declared that they were done. He signaled his boys to ready their weapons to drive Cecil and Gillian out. As Gillian moved to protect his lord, Cecil asked Kaor if he was simply scared, suggesting the rumors of the Calveros being strong were exaggerated. Kaor placed his leg on the table, stating they were mercenaries who didn't take work that didn't pay. Cecil smiled and noted that weaklings always make excuses, causing Kaor's temper to flare. Kaor exhaled, claiming he had lost interest in Cecil's weak provocations, and offered to let them go if they paid for the injuries they had caused. Cecil closed his eyes and refused, instead challenging Kaor to Moriana's approval. The challenge picked everyone's attention instantly. Cecil explained the traditional mercenary bet: 2 fighters with 2 hands tied together, restricted to using only daggers and forbidden from using mana. Stepping outside a small drawn circle would result in an automatic loss. The custom was notoriously violent, often resulting in death, with the loser becoming the victor's dog. Gillian wondered how a nobleman could know such a nasty custom, realizing that in the mercenary world, refusing such a challenge was equivalent to admitting cowardice. Kaor laughed as the energy in the room turned dark and eerie, accepting the challenge to show the noble his own customs. The scene shifted to the 2 men standing within the enclosed circle, their hands bound by a tight knot. The mercenaries began to chant for Kaor to kill the cocky bastard, while Gillian watched the situation unfold in silence. Kaor told Cecil there was no going back, boasting that he had survived this trial 5 times already. He grabbed Cecil and yanked him forward to show off his experience before snickering. In that same instant, Cecil grabbed and pulled Kaor back with a strength that defied his appearance, stating that he had done this over 100 times. These words caused the blood to drain from Kaor's face as the true gravity of the challenge set in. Cecil and Kaor glared at each other as they declared the start of Moriana's approval, instantly thrusting their daggers forward in a synchronized blur. Both men dodged the initial strike simultaneously, looking at each other for a fraction of a second, before launching into a second exchange that was equally inconclusive. They mimicked each other's movements with such speed that the duel became a blur of steel. Kaor suddenly jerked the bond between them, attempting to pull Cecil into a backstab, but Cecil strangely managed to block the blade from behind his back without looking. He bent his body to avoid a follow-up thrust, maintaining a fluid rhythm of evasion as the cycle of attacks repeated. Kaor launched a heavy kick, which Cecil intercepted with his own leg, causing a sharp jolt of pain to radiate through his shin. Kaor smiled, noting that Cecil was doing quite well for someone claiming to have done this 100 times. He mocked the idea, suggesting that since it was rare to survive such a custom even once, Cecil should try to be more convincing with his tall tales. They clashed again, the duel moving at a breakneck pace, while the surrounding mercenaries chanted for their leader to destroy the cocky noble. The crowd's noise died down abruptly as Gillian glared at them, his expression making it clear they should remain quiet. Gillian was privately uncomfortable. He realized Cecil was at a severe disadvantage. The circle wasn't even large enough for a man to lie down in, and the ban on mana meant Cecil had to face Kaor's superior stature and strength with restricted movement. Gillian decided that if his young master appeared to be in true danger, he would have to intervene. Suddenly, Kaor pivoted and yanked the bond, pulling Cecil upward. Cecil remained calm, leaping mid-flight to catch his balance and land back on the ground. However, the accumulated shock in his legs, from blocking Kaor's earlier kicks without mana, began to take its toll. Kaor laughed at the sight, asking if the kid was rattled and if his legs were starting to shake. He thrashed forward with another attack, thinking how pathetic it was for Cecil Perdium to resist his overwhelming power. Kaor acknowledged that Cecil had guts for a noble, but he felt he could see through every plan. He realized Cecil was prioritizing blocking the daggers, while sacrificing his legs to absorb the blunt force of the kicks. Since Moriana's approval dictates that every contact adds to the total pain, Kaor expected the damage to eventually break Cecil's composure. Kaor twirled his dagger into a strange, inverted grip and lunged with a flurry of strikes. Cecil continued his desperate dance of evasion, using his bare hand to deflect a blade aimed at his face. In that split second, Kaor trapped Cecil's hand in a vulnerable position and drove his knee upward. Cecil raised his leg once more to shield himself, causing the agony in his limb to intensify further. Kaor declared that this was the end, raising his dagger high for a lethal strike to the head. Jillian reached for his axe, ready to save Cecil, but Cecil suddenly smiled. He tumbled forward in an unorthodox roll, dodging the strike from an impossible angle. Using his body weight to anchor the movement, Cecil whirled around, pulling Kaor off balance and slicing the mercenary leader across his side. The sudden reversal shocked everyone. Kaor tried to retaliate with a wide swish of his dagger, but Cecil dodged again, carving a second wound across Kaor's chest that caused blood to gush out. The mercenaries began to scream in disbelief, wondering how their leader was suddenly being hit after dominating the fight. Kaor tried to slice with his blade, but Cecil kept finding the gaps in his defense, hitting him in the face with a heavy shoulder tackle before following up with a punch. Cecil twirled his dagger and drove it straight into Kaor's hand, right where the knot was tied. Kaor screamed, beginning to lash out uncalculatively as fear took hold of him. He wondered what kind of dirty tricks Cecil was using. Gillian realized that Cecil had found his flow. While Kaor's heavy punches were causing his muscles to stiffen and his flexibility to vanish, Cecil had kept his own body loose. He hadn't tried to match Kaor's raw strength, instead using the mercenary's own momentum against him. Seeing that Cecil had overcome the physical gap, Jillian put his axe back in its pouch. The crowd continued to jeer at Kaor, telling him the joke wasn't funny anymore as their leader began to stagger. Cecil grabbed him, applauding his tenacity, and noting that some men would have broken the rules by using mana the moment they started losing. Kaor, struggling to stay upright, insisted that he became leader through this custom and that a mercenary who breaks the rules cannot lead. Cecil smiled at the admirable sentiment, but Kaor wasn't finished. He admitted he was at a disadvantage in a head-on fight, but noted there were other ways to win. Kaor suddenly lunged, pulling Cecil with the intent to throw him out of the circle. As Cecil was lifted into the air, Kaor smiled, believing that landing outside the boundary would secure his victory. However, Cecil used his dagger to shift his center of gravity mid-air, twirling his body to use the push and pull of Kaor's own movement as propulsion. He pulled himself back into the circle and delivered a sharp kick to Kaor's leg. The pressure of Cecil's weight, combined with the sudden pull on their bound hands, forced Kaor's head straight to the ground. To the shock of the onlookers, the attack meant to eject Cecil had been redirected, resulting in Kaor's head landing outside the circle. Cecil smiled softly, declaring his victory. A stunned Kaor asked who he truly was and how he was so skilled. Cecil told him to fix his attitude, noting that he was about to become Kaor's master. He then yanked Kaor back into the center of the circle. When a confused Kaor asked why, since the match should be over, Cecil noted that he hadn't actually stepped outside the circle yet. He followed the remark with a heavy punch, stating that it was time for a lesson on obedience, causing a collective gasp as the mercenary leader hit the dirt. Disoriented, Kaor stammered about the rules and leaving the circle, but Cecil ignored the protest entirely. Instead, he followed up with another heavy punch to the face, asking Kaor if he intended to fight strictly by the rules on a real battlefield too. Kaor screamed in rage, questioning if Cecil actually considered himself a nobleman, which only prompted Cecil to tell the bastard not to talk back to his master before striking him again. Cecil proceeded to pummel Kaor's face repeatedly, mirrored by the same intensity he had shown Cain previously. The surrounding men began to murmur, wondering if they should intervene since the wager had clearly reached its conclusion. Kaor's bravado vanished, replaced by desperate pleas for Cecil to stop. Standing up, Cecil yanked Kaor back to his feet, coldly noting that he hadn't actually stepped outside the circle yet. Terror flooded Kaor's expression, causing him to scream at his men to kill Cecil. The mercenaries instantly drew their swords to comply, but Jillian was faster. He stepped forward and brandished his axe, asking if anyone actually wanted to fall in love with his blade. The sheer threat in his stance caused them to freeze, their bodies trembling with visible fear. Meanwhile, Kaor stood there with a face so swollen it looked as though he had undergone a botched plastic surgery. As he trembled, Cecil looked him over and suggested they keep going. Kaor was beyond words, letting out a hollow laugh as another punch surged toward his face. He bitterly reflected that all nobles were petty, arrogant narcissists, pathetic worms who begged for their lives the moment things got real. He couldn't comprehend how he, the mad dog who feared no one, was being dismantled by a noble rat. As the crowd began to scream that Kaor would actually die at this rate, Cecil decided he had done enough. He turned to the surrounding mercenaries and barked orders for water, bandages, and clean towels. The men were initially confused until Cecil pointed out that their leader would die if left in that state, causing them to snap into action and dash for supplies to treat Kaor. Jillian watched the scene with growing surprise, noting that these notoriously stubborn mercenaries were actually following Cecil's orders. He realized that in their world, the fist was mightier than the law, and Cecil had chosen the most intuitive way to prove he was the real leader. Once Kaor was stitched up, Cecil sat him down and presented a legal document, commanding him to sign. Kaor stared at the paper and then at Cecil, before quietly resigning himself to his fate and signing. He initially tried to hand the paper back with a trace of his old defiance, but Cecil's sharp questioning of his disobedience caused him to quickly correct his tone. Kaor addressed Cecil as his lord, leading Cecil to grab his hand with a terrifyingly friendly smile. Cecil declared that from that moment forward they were family, urging them to do their best together. The scene shifted as a larger group of mercenaries gathered, grumbling about the early hour and the lack of lunch. Rumors began to circulate that their new employer was the young lord of House Perdium. They laughed, assuming a brat would have no idea how to handle men like them, and figuring they could slack off without him noticing. A massive man, known as Muscle Man Gordon, walked into the space, clapping his hands to get their attention. He smiled, suggesting they needed a representative to squeeze their employer dry. Gordon told the soldiers he was impressed by their debate on profit, but noted they needed to join forces to get results. The men agreed, recalling a time they weren't paid because a previous representative asked for too much. Gordon proposed that he step up to pressure the employer, asking the men to pay him whatever they thought his efforts were worth. They readily agreed, believing his huge physique would be helpful for intimidation. Suddenly, someone spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Cecil was riding toward them on his horse, appearing to be alone. The mercenaries smirked, thinking the fool might actually turn tail and run once he saw Gordon. Gordon waved at his men, telling everyone to step up and look intimidating so they could teach the cute little nobleman a lesson. But his confidence evaporated when he saw the horde of riders following behind the boy. Gillian and Kaor were there, with the entire Kelveros mercenary band following Cecil like a tamed pack. The sight of the dog helms shocked the onlookers, who couldn't believe the notoriously difficult Kelveros were following a noble. Gordon began to tremble as the group entered the space. Cecil glared down at him, asking if he was the representative. Gordon stammered a confirmation, and after Cecil asked for his name, he introduced himself. Cecil noted that Muscle Man Gordon was a great name before introducing himself as the son of Count Perdium. The mercenaries were instantly intimidated by his presence. Cecil moved on and told Gordon to round up all the mercenaries, declaring that they were going to reclaim the monster forest. The pieces were finally moving. Some time had passed, and Cecil stood at the edge of his encampment while Belinda helped him fasten his armor. He looked out over the temporary expedition camp, observing the massive amount of manpower and supplies they had managed to gather. He asked Belinda for a final head count, leading her to report that they had 148 contract mercenaries, 41 men from the Kelveros mercenary band, and their own small group, bringing the total to 192 people. Cecil asked if she had spoken to Scovin yet, and she confirmed that the officer had surprisingly offered to cover for them. Since Scovin was originally in charge of the Monster Forest post, his cooperation ensured that no one would find out about the unauthorized expedition. Satisfied, Cecil called for everyone's attention. He announced that they were facing the Monster Forest and intended to reclaim it, warning them that despite the rumors, the area was filled with mysterious dangers, unknown monsters, and risks far beyond their expectations. The mention of the forest caused a wave of fear to ripple through the ranks, leading many to recoil and murmur about the possibility of dying inside. Belinda sharply rebuked them for cutting Cecil off, but Cecil raised his hand, telling those who were unwilling to join that they could leave now. However, he followed this with a promise that if they succeeded, he would triple their pay. The mention of such a massive payout instantly recaptured their attention. Belinda leaned in and whispered frantically, questioning where the money would come from since they had already spent most of their funds on preparations. Cecil told her that this was the best way to boost morale, adding that they would have more than enough wealth once they succeeded. Though Belinda looked uncomfortable, she accepted that they had no choice but to proceed. Nearby, Kaor remarked to Jillian that only a fool would promise triple pay, suggesting their new master was incredibly reckless. Jillian simply noted that Cecil knew exactly what he was doing before the order was given to march. Once inside the forest, the expedition forces began the grueling work of felling trees with their axes and gathering wood. Cecil joined the effort, kicking down a tree to clear the view and directing everyone to keep opening a path to let the light in. He ordered the men to load the carts and instructed those without specific tasks to dig around the stumps to pull them out by the roots. Cecil relied on the development records from House Delphine that he had acquired in his past life, knowing the forest was vast and held immense resources. For now, his priority was securing the fastest route to the runestone vein, as that wealth would be essential in stopping the schemes against House Perdium. Kaor watched Cecil work, surprised to see their employer getting his hands dirty. Some of the other mercenaries mocked the display, dismissing it as noble nonsense and betting that Cecil would tire out before long. Belinda snapped at them to get back to work, but she also questioned Cecil privately, asking why he was stooping to their level when he had paid so much to hire them. Cecil explained that the work would go faster with more hands, and that he didn't want to stay in the forest any longer than necessary. Belinda noted that he spoke as if he already knew every secret of the place. Kaor joked that he was jealous of the attention Cecil received from Belinda, lamenting that he was merely a loyal dog, walking into hell. Jillian, annoyed by the chatter, struck Kaor in the back with a wooden stick, causing a brief argument that drew the attention of Cecil and Belinda. Cecil observed that things were going smoothly so far. He remembered that in his previous timeline, House Delphine had reclaimed this forest after establishing a new dynasty, though he never knew why they chose this specific location. His knowledge of the resources and monsters allowed him to prepare, though the mercenaries were still confused as to why they had brought hundreds of lanterns. Some argued that torches would have been cheaper for nightlight, but Cecil remained silent, feeling nervous that nothing had happened yet. He urged the men not to let their guard down as they ventured deeper into the woods. As the canopy thickened and the light faded, some men began to wonder if it was already nighttime. They laughed about the supposed dangers, noting that they hadn't seen a single monster and concluding the rumors were exaggerated. They even joked that they didn't need Gordon to negotiate for them since the job was so easy. One man even kicked Gordon, demanding his money back, but Gordon didn't respond. He stood frozen, staring ahead in terror. He asked the others if they remembered cutting down trees on the way in, and when they confirmed they had, Gordon pointed out that there was no longer a path behind them. A massive, ominous tree had suddenly appeared where the trail should have been. Cecil immediately ordered everyone to take a fighting stance. Some mercenaries were confused, asking what they were supposed to be fighting, but Cecil ignored them and focused on Gordon. He told Gordon to move toward him slowly, one step at a time, warning him that he would die if he stayed there. Gordon turned to comply, but the wood in his hand accidentally struck the trunk of the tree in front of him. The ground began to shake, causing everyone to scream. But when the tremors stopped and nothing happened, one of the men laughed. He called Cecil a scaredy cat, claiming he had simply lost his way in the dense forest. Cecil warned the man to get away or die, but the mercenaries shouted back, accusing Cecil of using fear to control them. Suddenly, a thick vine wrapped around the man's belly. Before he could even scream, the vine yanked him upward into the towering canopy. A massive, gaping mouth opened in the center of the tree, swallowing the man whole in an instant. The mercenaries watched in horror as the trees revealed their eyes and mouths, proving they were very much alive. Cecil stood his ground at the front of the line, identifying the monsters as dirus ents. The forest suddenly convulsed as the trees around the expedition came to life, causing a wave of pure terror to wash over the men. They scrambled to retreat from the monstrous sight, screaming that they would be eaten alive, but the vines were far faster than their panicked legs. The wooden appendages lashed out, snagging mercenaries and hoisting them into gaping maws that munched on them with a speed that was almost surreal. In the middle of the chaos, Gordon lunged for a nearby trunk to pull himself away from a questing vine, shrieking for help. A nearby mercenary swung his axe with all his might to sever the restraint, but rather than cutting the wood, the axe head shattered against the incredibly tough fiber. Before the man could even process why the vine was so durable, the monster tree yanked Gordon toward its mouth. Just as he was about to be swallowed, Cecil blurred into motion, dashing forward to slash through the vine with a single, clean stroke. Not stopping there, he spun with the momentum and drove his blade into the tree's eye, causing the creature to let out a deafening growl of agony. As Gordon hit the dirt, the mercenaries realized that Cecil had successfully damaged a weak point. Cecil exhaled, commanding everyone to snap out of their daze and huddle together. He warned them that dispersing would only make them easy targets, ordering them to raise their shields and focus entirely on defense until he issued the next command. The men complied instantly, creating a wall of steel to guard every side, fueled by a desperate refusal to die in the dirt. Cecil ran toward Kaor, demanding the oil lamps they had prepared. Kaor realized in that moment exactly why Cecil had insisted on the strange cargo. Kaor's second-in-command noted the monsters were fixated on their position, leading Cecil to scream the order to throw. The air was filled with flying glass as the mercenaries hurled the lamps, but the monsters used their vines to swat the projectiles out of the air before they could make contact. Kaor watched with growing dread, fearing their only plan had been neutralized. The tide shifted as Jillian's axe whistled through the air, cleaving the attacking vines to protect the huddle, while Belinda's thrown dagger found the eye of another monster. Cecil instructed them to protect the Kelveros mercenaries, while the rest prepared another volley of lanterns. He stepped forward calmly, stating he would act as the distraction, causing Belinda to scream a warning for him to be careful. Cecil steadied himself, parrying and dodging a relentless barrage of vines as he moved. He dashed toward the primary monster, just as it let out a roar that shook the ground. To the shock of the men, the creatures began uprooting themselves, revealing massive legs. The mercenaries watched in a trance, wondering if their employer was about to be crushed by the mobile behemoths, but Cecil simply lunged upward. He sliced into the monster's leg and leaped into the air, burying his sword deep into its eye before jumping back to safety. The trees began to converge on him, but Belinda seized the moment, screaming for everyone to throw the lanterns while the monsters were distracted. An endless supply of fire rained down on the Dirus Ents, and this time the flames took hold. As the forest began to burn, the mercenaries cheered, believing the fight was nearly over. Gordon even smiled, remarking that the trees didn't stand a chance against fire. However, Cecil remained focused, telling them to keep their guard up because the battle was far from finished. His warning confused the men until he explained that the monsters were about to reveal their true forms. Suddenly, a massive shroud of steam and smoke engulfed the area, turning the battlefield into a deep black void where only the glowing eyes of the creatures remained visible. The men wondered if the fire had gone out, but Cecil clarified that the steam was the result of the fire hitting the monster's hydrated flesh. As the mist settled, the charred outer bark fell away to reveal tall, disgusting creatures that roared with renewed fury. The mercenaries recoiled, horrified that the monsters were still alive. In that moment, Cecil raised his sword once more, commanding everyone to switch to melee combat. He didn't wait for a response, shouting for a charge as he dashed headlong toward the transformed beasts. As Cecil dashed toward the monsters, the creatures let out a deafening roar. The mercenaries became frantic, their eyes wide as they wondered if they were actually expected to fight such massive entities at close range. In that moment of hesitation, Kaor and his men surged forward with a sense of grim excitement. Kaor called out for the Kelveros mercenaries to move, and Belinda followed suit, shouting for Cecil not to be reckless. The rest of the men watched in awe, marveling at how anyone could move so boldly in the face of such creatures. Gillian turned to the wavering mercenaries and demanded to know what they were waiting for, reminding them that this was a direct order from Cecil. He told them to trust and follow their leader. Spurred by his words, the men steadied themselves, shouting that they had nothing to lose and that their employer clearly knew what he was doing. They dashed into the fray, emboldened by Cecil's shout that the monsters' backs were burned, and they were nothing more than giant scarecrows at this point. With their morale soaring, the army descended upon the Dirus Ents, striking their vital points almost effortlessly. Cecil knew that in this forest, hesitation was synonymous to death. He moved to stop the monster's momentum, pushing his army to act without a second of doubt. He swung his blade, tearing through a beast directly in front of him and causing it to crash to the ground. He knew he had to continue strengthening their willpower until they believed anything was possible. As the last of the fallen monsters hit the dirt, the mercenaries looked around in disbelief, realizing they had actually killed every creature in their path. Cecil ordered everyone to get in line behind him, explaining that they had only just entered the monster forest, and had already faced threats like the direst Ents. He promised to always lead from the front lines, asking for their continued trust. The weight of his words resonated deeply, causing the men to cheer in unison for their leader. As the expedition pushed deeper, they encountered a multitude of other creatures. Following Cecil's specific instructions and strategies, they were able to dismantle every threat, though many of the men remained privately terrified. Whenever the sheer number of monsters seemed endless, the power of Kaor and Gillian at the front lines would break the stalemate. During one clash where a monster's leg was struck, Gillian used his shield to protect the men behind him from the falling carcass, while Cecil arrived from the rear to strike the beast's face, killing it instantly. Cecil jumped to the ground and checked for injuries. The men screamed that they had made it, urging each other to stay close to Cecil if they wanted to survive. Gillian noted that they were starting to look like an actual mercenary band, a sentiment Kaor attributed to the fact that experience is the best teacher. Cecil affirmed this but reminded them they still had a long way to go, ordering them to keep clearing the path. However, one man in the back remained paralyzed by fear, privately wondering if everyone had lost their minds or if the forest was doing something to their heads. Eventually, they reached a landmark stream. The men jumped at the opportunity to drink from the lake, causing Belinda to remark to Cecil that those fools had no idea what might be in the water. Cecil observed that the lake was an important landmark needed to reach the runestone mine, leading him to order the camp to be set up there for the night. As the camp settled, some men nervously discussed what might be waiting for them deeper in the woods, though others noted the past 2 nights had been quiet. Nearby, a man named Manus approached Gordon and suggested they sneak out of the camp. He argued that their lives were more important than money, but Gordon pointed out they had already cleared most of the path and their destination was close. Manus scoffed, telling Gordon not to be hoodwinked, and labeling Cecil an unhinged brat who was only chasing recognition. Another mercenary pointed out that they had been paid ahead of time, and it was their job to follow orders, especially since Cecil had saved their skins several times. Manus laughed, insisting that nobles were all the same, and would use them as human shields the moment things got dicey. Manus felt satisfied as he saw the men waver, knowing he couldn't escape the forest alone, and intended to use them as bait. However, his plan was interrupted when they looked over and saw Cecil personally using expensive ointments to treat the wounded. Cecil told a man to keep his wound away from the water so it wouldn't fester. Belinda whispered that the medicine was too expensive to waste on mercenaries, but Cecil replied that this was exactly what they had brought it for, and it would only go bad if saved. The men noted that the potions Cecil was using were worth more than their actual pay, concluding that an employer who invested that much in them wouldn't simply abandon them. Manus grumbled to himself, realizing Cecil had gotten in his way again and that he would have to wait for another chance to find bait for his escape. Cecil and Belinda walked past the group, telling them to quit chatting and rest while they could. Cecil then called for Kaor and Gillian to have a private word. As they walked, Kaor asked if they were just going to let the dissenters be, noting he would have pulled out Manus's tongue if he were in charge. Cecil told him to leave it, as the surrounding monsters would prevent anyone from actually leaving. He shifted the focus to a more important matter, asking for a count of the lanterns. Kaor reported they had about 24 left. Cecil realized they had fewer than he expected, which confirmed his suspicions. He noted that while monsters had charged them day and night when they first entered, the past 2 nights had been silent. Kaor asked what that meant, and Gillian realized they had entered the domain of a powerful nocturnal hunter. Cecil looked into the dark distance of the forest, warning them that they were approaching the most dangerous part of the expedition and needed to keep their guards up. That evening in the encampment, the exhaustion of the forest had pulled everyone into a heavy sleep. Gordon was drifting in a deep slumber until a strange light began to flicker against his eyelids, causing him to wake and find a single lamp floating eerily in the air before him. He jolted upright, his mind racing as he wondered how a lantern could possibly be hovering on its own, but then something shifted directly beside his face. He let out a terrified scream that pierced the silence, alerting the entire camp as he scrambled away, shouting for everyone to get back because a monster was upon them. Near Gordon, several faint, ghost-like figures drifted through the air. The other mercenaries rushed over, demanding to know what was happening, but when Gordon pointed toward the empty space where the creature had just been, they saw nothing. The men looked at him as if he were losing his mind, suggesting he was simply having a nightmare and needed to get a grip. They remarked that he had been attacked by so many monsters lately that it was no wonder he was starting to crack, leading them to turn away in dismissal. Gordon pleaded with them, insisting that something had truly been there. As they tried to walk off, Kaor's right-hand man stopped them, noting that it wasn't a nightmare after all. He revealed that he had been woken by a strange presence, just as a lantern vanished before his eyes. Other voices began to rise from different corners of the camp, confirming they had heard a creepy crackling sound in the dark. The realization that something was stalking them spread through the ranks, causing the men to wonder what was actually going on. Cecil then stepped into the light, accompanied by Jillian and Kayor, confirming that the men were right to be afraid. Cecil ordered everyone to gather up and led the leaders into a tent to strategize. Gordon followed, worried that they were surrounded by invisible monsters, but Cecil explained that invisibility was their primary trait. He identified them as followers, also known as the Hunters of Darkness, a species that controls the night within the forest. This trait makes them nearly invincible, as physical attacks pass through them without effect. He noted they had likely been following the group since they approached the lake. Hundreds of them flocked together to slowly eradicate all light sources, luring their prey into total darkness where the monsters hold the ultimate advantage. The news that hundreds were surrounding them caused Belinda to realize why their lanterns had been disappearing one by one. Kayor called them creepy bastards, realizing the monsters were toying with them before moving in for the kill. Becoming frantic, Kayor suggested they strike immediately before the tricks escalated, but Cecil refused. He insisted they wait for the monsters to attack first, as that was the only way to effectively counter them. Belinda was confused, pointing out that over half their lanterns were already gone, but Cecil explained that a reckless attack would only provoke the Falor's sadistic tendencies. If provoked, they would only retreat briefly before returning with even more ferocity, causing the expedition to lose its only chance to wipe them out all at once. Gillian questioned how they could possibly defeat hundreds of invisible, intangible monsters in a single blow. Cecil turned to Belinda and asked if the magic scrolls he requested were ready. She confirmed they had been handed out to every mercenary in the camp. Cecil then used his sword to draw a diagram on the ground, explaining that the followers were closing in from 3 directions, while the lake behind the camp prevented them from being completely surrounded. He noted that while it looked like they were at a disadvantage, they were actually one step ahead. He outlined a plan to split the forces into 3 units: shield bearers to block the coming assault, crossbowmen to keep the creatures at bay, and an assault unit led by Cecil himself. The shield and crossbow units were to hold a tight formation at the center of the camp to fend off the enemy, while the assault unit focused on quickly shaving off the enemy numbers from left to right. Once they regrouped and surrounded the remaining monsters, victory would be theirs. Kayor admitted the plan sounded plausible as long as the center held, but Belinda raised a final concern, asking how they would actually land a hit if the followers remained blended with the darkness. The gang looked to Cecil for an answer, but Cecil told her not to worry, stating simply that the magic scrolls would be the key. The scene transitioned as the followers finally launched their assault. Shouts erupted across the camp for everyone to stand their ground and maintain the formation. As the very last lantern vanished, the darkness became absolute. According to the records of House Delphine, the expedition teams of the past only discovered much later that Fowlers are incredibly averse to light and take physical form when exposed to high intensity. Cecil stepped forward and tore a first circle magic scroll, signaling the rest of the men to do the same. The magic from nearly 200 scrolls conjoined, warping upward into the sky before erupting into a blinding light that washed over the entire camp. The Fowlers shrieked in sudden confusion as the light stripped away their invisibility. The mercenaries cheered, seeing that the ill bastards had been surrounding them the entire time. Now that the monsters were physical and visible, the crossbow units readied their bolts and began firing to keep the swarm at bay. Cecil stood at the front, noting that their true forms were finally revealed. He swung his sword and ordered the assault units to charge, causing the men to dash forward with smiles on their faces as Phase 1 of the plan successfully went into play. The battle erupted with a frantic energy, with Kayor appearing particularly thrilled as the men dashed into the fray, their blades slicing through the Fowlers. Cecil swung his sword with a focused ferocity, his gaze reflecting an immense hatred for the beasts. Despite their ability to meld into the shadows, their physical forms were inherently weak, allowing the assault unit to eradicate them in quick succession. Cecil commanded his men to kill as many as possible, and they surged forward in total obedience to the instruction. Gillian acted as the anchor, absorbing the enemy's attacks and holding their attention, while Kayor utilized his superior speed to distract the monsters from every angle. Nearby, Belinda used her specialized skills to create openings for the others. She shouted for Cecil, who dashed in instantly, his sword swinging in wide, lethal arcs that cut through the Fowlers, blocking his path. The blinding light from the magic scrolls continued to wash over the battlefield, while the crossbow units rained arrows down upon the shifting shadows. The formation was beautiful, and, more importantly, it was working. However, the tide began to shift as the sheer numbers of the enemy took their toll. Men began to scream in frustration, realizing there seemed to be no end to the swarm as they ran out of bolts and arrows. But the assault team arrived just in time. They rode in from the rear, striking down every creature about to touch the defenders. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Cecil praised the squad for their efforts. The men looked at him with visible admiration for the timely rescue. Cecil ordered the units to fan out and surround the remaining rebels from all sides. At this point, the followers were significantly diminished in number and clearly at a disadvantage. Cecil gave the order to charge, and the mercenaries attacked the remaining monsters with renewed vigor. Sensing their defeat, the followers suddenly began to retreat, attempting to vanish back into the deeper woods. Cecil watched them flee, realizing they were quick to recognize the losing battle, and were trying to escape before the encirclement was complete. He immediately tasked Belinda with finding the head Phalor, noting it would be distinguished by a horn on its head, as that creature was the one signaling the retreat. As they dashed into the forest, Kaor questioned if they should continue the chase, and Belinda wondered if it wouldn't be better to simply let them run. Cecil countered that these monsters were relentless, and would only fall back temporarily before hunting them down again with even more ferocity. He insisted they didn't have the time or energy to face this threat twice, and needed to end it now by killing the leader. Belinda felt a surge of resolve, noting how much Cecil had truly changed. She swung her rope and latched it onto a high branch, leaping upward into the canopy with practiced ease. From her elevated vantage point, she spotted the retreating swarm and identified the horned leader. She threw her rope, snagging the creature instantly and announcing the find to the group. Cecil dashed forward, his feet slamming against the ground as he flew past the other fellows obstructing his path. He drove his blade straight into the leader, slicing the creature into pieces as he declared the hunt over. With their leader dead, the remaining followers fell into a state of total confusion. Cecil ordered the mercenaries to kill every last one, leading to a final, aggressive surge. The men mocked the monsters, asking if they enjoyed hiding in the darkness before making them regret ever targeting the expedition. Kaor shouted for his men to ensure they got more kills than the old man. By the time the morning sun began to rise, Cecil delivered a final blow to the last creature on the ground before turning to his exhausted troops. He announced their victory, causing the men to raise their swords in a chorus of cheers. Belinda and Jillian approached him, checking for injuries and praising his combat prowess. Cecil acknowledged their own hard work before ordering Belinda to conduct a head count. He then told Kaor to round up the Kelveros mercenaries to help him and Gillian line the perimeter of the camp with the monster corpses. When Kaor asked if this was for some kind of effect, Cecil explained that the scent would deter other predators. Jillian mocked Kaor's lack of experience, calling him a brat and causing Kaor to yell at the woodmen for picking a fight. Cecil reflected on their progress, noting it had been about 10 days since they entered the monster forest. With the Fowlers defeated, the most dangerous obstacles on this route were cleared, leaving only the mining of the runestones. Belinda eventually returned with the report, noting that while all 41 Kelveros mercenaries were accounted for, only 122 of the contracted mercenaries remained. Carr boasted that his leadership prevented any losses on his end, while Cecil focused on the 3 missing men. Belinda mentioned they hadn't found any bodies, suggesting they might still be alive. Gordon looked around and realized he couldn't see Manus anywhere. One of his men suggested Manus might have died in the battle, but others noted that, judging by his temperament, it was far more likely he had deserted. Indeed, Manus was currently fleeing through the woods with 2 other men. His companions were still shaken by the intensity of the earlier battle, noting they would have died if they had stayed. Manus urged them to keep running while the monsters were distracted, but the men behind him suddenly froze. Manus turned to demand why they had stopped, only to see them staring in horror at something behind him. A creature of impossible proportions towered over him, rendering Manus speechless as he realized he had definitely made a terrible decision. The scene shifted toward a massive serpent gliding through a terrain of jagged runestones, leaving a trail of bones in its wake. At the edge of the runestone field, the creature unhinged its jaws and spat out the bodies of Manus and the men who had deserted with him, adding them to its gruesome collection of food. This was the next trial Cecil would have to face. Back at the camp, the mercenaries continued their work, signaling that the carts were full and warning one another as heavy trees began to tip. Kaor observed the scene with a grin, noting that they no longer needed to order the men around because the once lazy mercenaries were now walking with incredible efficiency. Jillian couldn't help but add that they were certainly working harder than some people, causing Kaor to brush off the jab. Kaor asked Cecil if he planned to let such capable men go after the expedition, suggesting it would be a total waste. Cecil replied that he intended to hire them all as private soldiers, reflecting on the fact that while mercenaries usually lack the organization to beat true troops, these men had surpassed their limits. Having survived the terrors of the forest, they would serve as a formidable foundation for his expanding forces. Gazelle soon arrived to report to Kaor that they had finished scattering the Falor corpses along the road we cleared as instructed. Kaor turned to Cecil, admitting that the plan was working like a charm, as they hadn't encountered a single monster since leaving the camp. It seemed as though even the most lost creature was keeping its distance, leaving the woods in a state of total silence. While Cecil wished that peace were permanent, the arrival of Belinda changed the mood. She jumped into the scene to announce her return, leading Cecil to ask if she had found anything up ahead. Her confirmation caused Cecil to order everyone to clear the remaining path as fast as possible. The realization that their destination was finally within reach spurred the men forward, and when they arrived, they stood in collective awe. They had reached a massive vein of top-grade runestones. Kaor was ecstatic, hardly believing such value truly existed in the forest, while Gillian noted that Cecil clearly always knew what he was doing. Belinda dashed forward to hug Cecil, asking how he could have possibly known about the location. One of the mercenaries screamed that they were all real runestones. Admitting he never thought he would see one in person, the men began to cheer, realizing they would all be rich if they managed to mine the stones and escape. The celebration was cut short by a voice that declared they weren't going anywhere. Cecil's attention peaked as he looked toward Manus, who was speaking through a haze of pain and terror, claiming it was over for all of them. Manus collapsed to the ground, and as some mercenaries rushed forward to help the man they considered a comrade, Cecil used his sword to block their path. He commanded them to stand back, and swung his blade with a powerful gust to clear the thick fog in front of them. The clearing revealed a nightmare. The ground was carpeted in the bones of countless monsters and humans. Belinda called out to Cecil in shock as the group realized the scale of the carnage. Cecil noted that mining would have to wait, as a nest of this size clearly belonged to a high-level predator. He observed that several corpses were not yet fully decayed, meaning the site was currently active and not an abandoned relic. He turned to warn the group to get ready, but a massive serpent erupted from behind them, opening its fangs to strike. Cecil screamed for everyone to scatter, dashing forward to meet the beast head-on. Cecil leaped into the air, striking the creature's head before landing firmly on its back. He dashed along the scales and drove his sword deep into the serpent's skull, but the skin was unnaturally hard. Gillian complained that the beast was completely unharmed, causing Kaor to wonder just how tough those scales were. The serpent seized the moment to counterattack, forcing Cecil to jump. To his surprise, the creature sprayed a concentrated stream of venom. Cecil used his cloak to shield himself from the spray, but the acid-like poison began to melt the fabric away instantly. He spun through the air to strike again, but the snake coiled its body to block the blow, delivering a heavy strike that slammed Cecil into the ground. Belinda screamed in terror for Cecil as the snake began to coil around the terrain, attempting to trap and crush everyone in the area. Men screamed for others to watch out as they scrambled to avoid being pulverized by the largest snake they had ever seen. Gillian began hauling men to safety, Belinda rescued those in the line of fire, and Kaor struggled to maintain order among his panicked troops. Amidst the uproar and chaos, Cecil rose from the impact, staring up at the beast. He realized that this was the master of the runestone vein, the blood python. It was a creature from the deepest heart of the forest, deemed far too strong to defeat. Cecil hadn't expected to encounter such a high-tier monster here, and he knew the odds of winning were slim. Retreating was a valid option, but he realized that giving up now would render everything he had achieved meaningless. Cecil strengthened his resolve, telling the beast to get out of his way. He already had enough on his plate without a giant snake trying to ruin the vibe. In that same moment, Cecil released his third core once more, standing firm before the towering serpent. The beast let out a piercing scream and lunged, but Cecil executed a swift dodge, using the momentum to slice through the side of the snake's head. He followed this with a rapid twirl, striking the snake's eye with precision, and causing the creature to go blind on its left side. The blood python recoiled and surged upward, bringing its massive tail down in an attempt to slam Cecil into the dirt. Cecil managed to block the heavy impact with his blade, though the sheer force made it an incredibly difficult feat. The snake hissed and growled with fury, raining down multiple tail slams that Cecil struggled to parry. He realized that certain battles simply cannot be avoided regardless of the odds, especially when the weight of responsibility sits heavy on one's shoulders. As the men watched him go toe-to-toe with the serpent, Cecil jumped and sliced into the monster's mouth, determined to protect the people who had placed their trust in him. Upon landing, Cecil looked up at the blood python, noting that while he had dealt significant damage, the creature was still standing strong. The situation was becoming dire, as keeping his third core released for too long was an immense risk that threatened to deplete his mana before the python was dead. Sensing the danger, the mercenaries dashed forward. Belinda grabbed Cecil to check for injuries while Kaor and Jillian moved to intercept the beast. Belinda urged him to get to safety, promising they would hold the monster off. But Cecil commanded everyone to leave the area immediately. The order surprised the group, leading Jillian to question what would happen to Cecil if they fled. Cecil insisted he would hold the monster, leaving Gillian confused by the young master's persistent need to protect everyone despite the miracles he had already performed. The snake hissed and began spewing venom, but before it could reach Cecil, the mercenaries surged forward with their shields raised to block the toxic downpour. Cecil watched in confusion as Gordon and his men explained that they wanted to fight alongside an employer who had saved them so many times. Kaor added that the treasure would be theirs once the snake was dead, and Belinda refused to leave him behind. Gillian offered to distract the beast to create an opening, asking Cecil to finally put some trust in them as well. Cecil paused, acknowledging their resolve before outlining the python's lethality. He explained that the foe was larger than anything they had faced, capable of killing them instantly with its poison or its mana-deflecting red scales. However, he pointed out that the crushed right eye and the gaping wound were now critical weak points. Cecil raised his sword, calling for the monster forest reclaimers to fight together, resulting in a roar of agreement from the men. The group dashed toward the blood python in a heavy formation, working in unison to subjugate the beast. Every strike landed clean, causing the snake to hiss in agony until Jillian managed to strike its head down to the ground. Cecil followed up instantly, thrusting his sword into the python's second eye. He realized that, knowing the future, didn't guarantee everything would go as expected, but inaction would have led to a massacre. Even as they pinned it, the python roared and shoved everyone away with a burst of strength. Cecil was already high in the air. As the python opened its mouth wide to swallow him, Cecil struck downward. The moment the jaws snapped shut with Cecil inside, his blade pierced through the python's soft interior and sliced outward, causing the snake's head to be cleaved through. Cecil emerged from the mouth drenched in venom but alive, standing over the defeated monster. The sight of him escaping the beast left the men stunned. As Cecil had proven, he was the true future of House Perdium. The scene then cut to the interior of Perdium Castle, where the sound of a fist striking a table echoed through the room. Albert screamed that Cecil's actions were a serious offense, unable to believe the young master had disregarded orders to enter the monster forest. Homer attempted to settle him down, but Albert argued that they both knew Cecil's headstrong character. Homer noted it was too late for such a fuss, as 2 weeks had passed since the departure. He expressed frustration that Scovin had provided false reports that prevented them from stopping the young master in time, and risked losing his knighthood for his loyalty to Cecil. As the counselors argued in the presence of Cecil's father, who appeared visibly enraged by the situation, Randolph suddenly walked in. He told his father he needed to come outside immediately. When the Count asked what was wrong, Randolph announced that Lord Cecil had returned. Much to the surprise of everyone, they rushed outside to find Cecil walking confidently into the courtyard. Cecil gathered in the Count's office with his 3 advisors, meeting their heavy, collective glares. The atmosphere in the room was stiflingly tense, causing Cecil to finally break the silence by informing his father that he had returned. The Count responded coldly, stating he did not recall granting permission to reclaim the monster forest. Cecil offered a simple apology, adding that the mission had been a necessity. Homer questioned the necessity of the act while Randolph echoed the sentiment, asking if it was truly required to defy the Count's direct orders. Randolph continued his complaint, arguing that entering the forest was a serious offense that risked luring lethal monsters into the territory. Cecil countered by pointing out that he had survived, and that no monsters had attacked their lands. His calm rebuttal only annoyed Randolph further. Albert cut in, asking if Cecil thought the situation was a laughing matter. He noted that while they might let the forest expedition slide since nothing bad had happened yet, there was no excuse for his other actions. Albert dropped a document onto the table, causing Cecil to pick it up and confirm his bad feeling when he saw it was from Count Leipold. Albert explained that Cecil's unannounced visit to the Leipold territory and his threats against Lady Amelia to steal 20,000 gold meant for House Perdium had disastrous consequences. He revealed that Count Leipold, enraged by the behavior, had cut off all support and broken off the engagement. Cecil flipped through the paper, noting that while Amelia and the Count were not on good terms, the document didn't look forged. He realized Amelia had likely manipulated the greedy Count to join forces with her against him, meaning his knowledge of her weaknesses was no longer a viable shield. Cecil understood that time was not on his side, especially since his father would likely dismiss any talk of secret agreements as a late excuse for reckless behavior. When Albert asked if he had anything to say, Homeran mentioned they now had to find a way to pay back the 20,000 gold. Randolph lamented that the sum could have supported the knights for a long while, but Cecil simply told them he had used it all. The room fell into a shocked silence, until Albert asked if he had really burned all that money on a forest full of monsters. Cecil apologized without making excuses for the Leipold situation, causing Randolph to grab him by the chest and call him a bastard for ruining the territory's future. Homeran declared him a criminal rather than a young master, calling for him to be tied up. Suddenly, Cecil announced that he would provide the funding from now on, including the missing 20,000 gold. His father asked what he meant, leading Cecil to call for Belinda. She walked in carrying a small chest and placed it on the table. Cecil explained that he wouldn't have entered the forest without a good reason, and when Belinda opened the chest, the advisors were stunned by the top-quality runestones inside. Cecil clarified that they had mined them directly from the monster forest. Albert admitted they were valuable, but argued it wasn't enough to fund the entire territory. Cecil led them outside to show them that there was more, revealing a massive hall of runestones and the carcass of the serpent. The sight of the men gathering materials and moving the carcasses confused Homeran, who wondered how they had secured so much in only 2 weeks. Randolph questioned his own eyesight until the Count asked Belinda if this was truly from a single expedition. She confirmed it, adding that Cecil had led them every step of the way to bring back trophies from Dirus Ents and the Blood Python. She noted the runestones were only a small portion of the discovered vein. Cecil explained that his goal was to contribute to the territory, stating that all proceeds would go to funding House Perdium. Albert estimated that the resources would indeed cover their expenses without external support, causing Homeran and Randolph to suddenly dash towards Cecil. They patted him on the shoulder, calling him amazing and suggesting he must be exhausted. As they began to gas him up, Cecil laid out his conditions. He first demanded the release of Scorvin and Ricardo, who were only following orders. Second, he insisted the monster forest remain forbidden to regular citizens to prevent casualties. Lastly, he stated he would manage the defensive forces and mercenaries himself to avoid the waste of time involved in asking for mobilization permission. Randolph screamed in protest, accusing Cecil of wanting a private army for unknown schemes. Albert tried to clarify that Cecil was seeking forgiveness for disobedience, not making demands to do as he pleased. Cecil countered that these were simply his conditions as the future sponsor of House Perdium, replacing Count Leipold. He argued that trivial administrative matters shouldn't disrupt the work that stabilized their finances. Albert began to shake, pleading for the Count to speak up because Cecil was trying to control the territory's future. Just then, the expedition members gathered behind Cecil to report they were nearly finished. Cecil praised their hard work. Jillian mentioned they were almost done loading the mined runestones, while Kaor confirmed they hadn't processed the Dirus Ent skins yet. When Kaor asked about the blood python, Cecil ordered it dismantled quickly to separate the poisonous blood, meat, and skin before it could rot. The Count observed the scene, noting to Randolph that while the mercenaries were impressive, he didn't understand how Cecil had convinced them to follow orders so perfectly. He turned to Cecil and remarked that it seemed he already possessed his own elite troop. He noted that while mercenaries are notoriously difficult to handle, these followed orders without complaint. Cecil bowed his head, crediting the success of the mission to their help. The Count decided to let the matter slide this time, but warned that future disobedience would have consequences. As he walked away, he remarked that there was a Northern Wolf inside Cecil after all. Cecil reflected on the title of the Northern Wolf, the name for the patriarch of House Perdium. He thought of his father as a lone wolf who spent his life fighting a losing battle at the borders despite poverty and the absence of his family. He remembered how his father eventually died without recognition. Kaor exhaled, happy to finally rest. But Cecil told Belinda to prepare for them to set out again as soon as possible. Belinda and Jillian were worried, noting he was still recovering from overexertion and the miracle of surviving the blood python's poison. Cecil simply patted Belinda on the shoulder and told her he was leaving it to her. He knew rumors of the runestones would bring enemies, and he needed to build their forces before anyone dared to attack. However, the weight of the exertion finally took its toll, causing Cecil to suddenly pass out and fall to the ground as everyone ran toward him in fear. Taking burnout to a whole new level. In a distant, high-ceilinged room bathed in the crimson light filtering through a wide window, a pigeon fluttered through the opening and landed on a man's palm. The man unfurled the message, reading that a portion of the monster forest had been reclaimed. The note commanded House Digald to initiate a territory war and eliminate House Perdium, promising that the dukedom would intervene once the dust settled. The mysterious figure noted that the duke clearly wished to rid the Perdium territory of its lord, causing a stir among the individuals gathered at a round table. They murmured that this sudden escalation meant the duke had finally decided on a new candidate to rule the land. The man asked how many of their plants remained within House Perdium, leading his followers to confirm that 2 vassals and 1 knight were still in place. He ordered the 2 vassals to be sent to the Digald territory immediately. The fact that the young lord of House Digald, previously thought to be missing, had turned up dead in Perdium territory would provide more than enough grounds to ignite a war. The man announced that Victor would lead the mission, causing the room to erupt in surprised shouts. It was a bold move to use the strongest weapon of House Desmond so early in the game. Some remarked that if Frank had done his job properly, House Perdium would have already collapsed from within. One follower questioned if it was too soon to reveal their secret weapon, noting that their previous caution made this sudden rush seem out of character for the Duke, who usually only acted from the shadows. The leader responded that the decision was the will of Duke Delphine, and that no one should harbor doubts regardless of the order. The man, revealed to be Count Harold Desmond, commanded them all to get ready for war. As Count Desmond questioned who else knew of the situation, the scene shifted to Lady Amelia's room. She was gripped by a rare fit of rage, screaming Cecil's name while clutching Bernaf. Her composure had shattered, leading her to vent that Cecil had managed to acquire a runestone vein using the very gold he took from her. She lamented that the wildcat traffickers had failed to kill him, and that her efforts to bow before her hated father to cut off House Perdium's funding had been made a mockery. Bernaf tried to console her, noting that her emotions were getting the best of her. Amelia eventually exhaled and turned away, acknowledging that they could not turn back now. Bernaf asked for his orders, ready to move. Amelia noted that while the runestones would allow House Perdium to recover financially, the crucial detail was that they hadn't been able to sell them yet. Having received news that the stones were acquired only 2 days ago, she realized Cecil hadn't had enough time to establish a distribution line. She identified their chance, pointing out that there was only one place in the north capable of such a purchase: the Crimson Mage Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage, Delmond. Amelia planted a flag on the map, explaining that mage towers were desperate for runestones to fuel their research. She ordered Bernaf to have the wildcats lie in ambush along the main routes to the Crimson Mage Tower. Their target was not Cecil himself, but the workers transporting the goods, using hit-and-run tactics to prevent the stones from ever reaching their destination. Bernaf questioned if they should also watch the route to the Red Flame Mage Tower in the Brevant territory, but Amelia dismissed the idea. She claimed the Red Flame Mage Tower had gone downhill since losing its top status, and that Cecil was far too obsessed with money to go anywhere other than the Crimson Mage Tower, which would pay significantly more. She vowed to take everything Cecil had left. Back in the Perdium territory, Cecil lay in bed, his body wrapped in bandages from the injuries sustained during the battle with the serpent. He recalled the moment the blood python swallowed him, remembering how the predator had prepared to digest him instantly with a flood of poison. Before the epiglottis could open to let him pass into the esophagus, the poison from the organ lining had begun to melt his exterior. Cecil's mana from his 3rd core had burned away the toxins on contact, but the resulting poisonous smoke had made breathing nearly impossible. Most prey would have died in those seconds, but Cecil had refused to lose consciousness, knowing that doing so would mean the end of the expedition and his future. He had decided to take a desperate gamble, moving the poison entering his body directly into his mana core. By utilizing a delicate application of mana usually reserved for superhumans, he used the vigorous motion within the core to neutralize the toxins, turning the poison into fuel for mana explosions. This mastery was the only reason he was currently waking up from a long sleep. He looked around his room, feeling surprisingly great, despite the trauma. He remembered his father's forgiveness before his thoughts were interrupted by Elena, who was sitting beside him. Elena instantly hugged him, telling him he had been unconscious for 2 whole days, and scolding him for leaving without a word, only to collapse upon his return. Before Cecil could respond, she shoved him back onto the bed and ran out to find Belinda. Cecil reflected on his condition, realizing that his recovery rate had improved drastically and his mana capacity had increased. As he released a pulse of mana, he sensed that his attribute had changed, likely due to the blood python's energy mixing with his own core while he was inside the beast. He realized that even in his past life, he hadn't known one could get stronger this way. He clenched his fists, deciding that while the risk was unintentional, it had been worth it. He resolved to test this new power, but knew he first needed to sell the runestones before word spread any further. He began to dress, intending to assemble the mercenaries, when a knock sounded at his door. Thinking it was Belinda, he told her she didn't need to knock, but he was surprised when his father entered, accompanied by Belinda and Elena. His father acknowledged that he was finally awake. He mentioned that Belinda had informed him of the poison and asked how Cecil was feeling. Cecil confirmed he was fine, leading Belinda to dash over and scold him for how worried they had been. The Count then looked at Cecil with a stern glare, stating that they needed to talk. He revealed that he had a favor to ask, causing Cecil to pause in confusion, as he had never received a favor from his father before. The training ground was quiet as Cecil followed his father inside, reflecting on the fact that this was the first time they had ever been truly alone. In his past life, he had spent his energy avoiding the Count to escape his constant chiding, but the dynamic had clearly shifted. His father apologized for calling upon him so soon after he had regained consciousness, though Cecil assured him that 2 days of sleep had left him feeling perfectly fine. When Cecil asked about the favor, the Count looked away, hesitating in a way that reminded Cecil of his mother's old warnings. She had once explained that the Count was a man who put the weight of his people above his own heart, making him struggle to express his true feelings. The silence broke when the Count commanded Cecil to take up his sword. Cecil obeyed, bracing himself as his father suddenly dashed forward to initiate a sparring match. Cecil blocked the opening strike, leading to a heated exchange of clashing steel as they parried and slid their blades against one another. The weight of his father's swordsmanship was immense, possessing a raw strength capable of quelling northern barbarians while maintaining a protective gentleness. Seeing an opening, Cecil moved with a slick, sudden speed that surprised his father, nearly landing a blow from behind before the Count managed to dodge. They paused, their swords inches apart, as the Count admitted that Cecil had improved significantly. The Count offered a critique, advising Cecil to loosen the pressure on his blade during a cross, noting that while Cecil had the power to kill monsters, his movements were currently too easy for a human opponent to read. Cecil acknowledged the truth of this, realizing his skills were born of pure combat instinct rather than traditional training. He found that receiving feedback from someone he finally deemed trustworthy wasn't a bad experience at all. After Cecil thanked him for the lesson, the Count revealed that he had actually intended to scold his son. He explained that results do not justify breaking the rules, as such a mindset only invites chaos. However, he admitted Cecil had changed, sensing that his son was now aiming for something far beyond immediate, troublesome rewards. He encouraged Cecil to continue on this path, fulfilling his responsibilities as the successor of House Perdium. When Cecil reminded him that he still hadn't mentioned the favor, the Count paused awkwardly before asking if he could borrow some money. Financial struggle is real. The scene shifted to the base camp at the edge of the monster forest, where the mercenaries straightened their posture as Cecil arrived. Kaor complimented Cecil's healthy appearance, while Jillian asked if he had fully recovered. After some light conversation, Cecil asked Gillian about his daughter Rachel. Jillian bowed in gratitude, mentioning he never thought he would see her walk again, and credited Cecil for the miracle. Cecil then gathered Belinda, Jillian, and Kaor to deliver a sobering update. The Perdium territory was in grave danger. He detailed the plot to assassinate Elena and how it was intended to trigger a territorial war. He explained the discovery of the young lord of House Digald's corpse and the various forces now targeting them. Cecil warned that they likely had a long-term spy in their midst and lacked the funds or time to prepare for an inevitable attack. Belinda sighed, realizing the runestones weren't a ticket to Easy Street just yet, while Kaor laughed at the thrill of a looming war. Jillian noted that House Perdium was currently a perfect target, rich in runestones but perceived as financially weak and poorly defended. Cecil agreed, stating they had a target painted on them. Belinda suggested informing the other vassals and the Count immediately, but Cecil refused. He pointed out that since Elena's own guard had betrayed her, any of the vassals could be a spy. He explained that while they had bought time by saving Elena, the discovery of the runestone vein meant their enemies would no longer wait, and so they had a difficult battle ahead of them. Kaor and Gillian immediately reaffirmed their loyalty, with Belinda adding that no one could protect Cecil better than her. Cecil identified Duke Delphine, Count Desmond, and Amelia as their primary adversaries, vowing not to let them have their way. He announced their next move, heading to the Red Flame Mage Tower. Kaor was eager to see the cash from the runestones, but Belinda questioned the choice, noting the Crimson Mage Tower was closer and paid better. Cecil explained that the Red Flame Mage Tower offered less conflict. Jillian understood the logic, noting that transporting such high-value goods invited unwanted attention and ambushes. While the Crimson Mage Tower was currently the northern powerhouse thanks to the 7th Circle Archmage, Delmond, the Red Flame Mage Tower had been in a steady decline since losing its top spot. Despite the loss of reputation and profit, Cecil was headed there specifically to find a certain lady. The scene cut to the interior of the Red Flame Mage Tower, where a woman sat on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of books and her staff. She sighed to herself, questioning how much longer she must wait for the light that Master Leonardo had promised would soon enter her life. Not long after, Cecil and his entire group arrived at the massive structure. Gordon looked around in awe, remarking on the sheer size of the Red Flame Mage Tower, while another mercenary noted that he had only heard stories of such a place and never expected to visit. As they walked, the men pointed out mages in the distance, marveling at the thought that this was where magic scrolls were crafted. The local mages, however, looked back at the group with clear disdain. Without a word, they conjured a spell that caused them to vanish instantly, much to the surprise of the watching mercenaries. Cecil explained that they had simply used magic to hide themselves, noting that they didn't seem particularly happy to have visitors. Kaor told his men to stop acting like country bumpkins, while Belinda admitted that even if the tower wasn't the best in the region anymore, it was still an impressive sight. Jillian added that the territory was known for its wealth, though Cecil privately reflected on how no one expected the tower's glory days to come crashing down so suddenly. As they reached the main structure, Kaur noted that it looked even more distinguished and massive up close. Belinda complained that the place was so big it had taken them a while just to reach the front gate, but her observation was interrupted when she noticed pieces of empty armor lying scattered around the entrance. Suddenly, a voice from the top of the tower screamed for them to stay back. Using magic to animate the armor like puppets, the mages forced the suits to stand, grab their axes, and take a battle formation that blocked the gates. The mages above declared that the tower was not open to just anyone, demanding to know who they were and what they wanted. Belinda and Kaur were unimpressed by the cold reception, with Jillian stepping forward to formally introduce Lord Cecil Perdium of House Perdium. He explained they had brought goods for whoever was responsible for trade, but a mage screamed back that they weren't buying. Belinda grew angry, pointing out they hadn't even seen the merchandise, but the mages mocked the Perdium territory as a run-down northern hole that could only offer low-level monster parts or inferior potions. They told the group to leave at once, calling them riffraff. Cecil didn't waste time with words. He simply opened a chest for the mages to see. The sight of the high-grade runestones inside caused immediate shock, leading one mage to ask if all the carts were filled with them. Cecil coolly asked if they were still refusing to buy, leading to a sudden shift in tone. Inside the tower, the staff was now falling over themselves to apologize for the rude welcome. A man named Sylvain introduced himself as the head of business transactions and asked how he could assist them. Cecil stated they had brought a massive haul of runestones and requested a meeting with the head of the tower to ensure a responsible contract was signed. Sylvain agreed immediately, ordering his subordinates to take the group to the reception room while he sent word to the master. Belinda took satisfaction in the sudden change of heart, though a series of loud rumbles from a corner of the building caught Cecil's attention. Their escort dismissed the noise as common magic experiments, but Cecil remained suspicious. The scene shifted to a research laboratory where the lady from earlier was being harassed by a young boy named Alfoy. Alfoy, a third circle master and successor of the tower, looked down at her with contempt, demanding to know why someone who couldn't even perform magic was taking up space in his laboratory. He scolded her for ignoring his orders, while the men around him mocked her for being accepted as an apprentice at all, telling her she should be grateful the head of the tower allowed her to stay. Alfoy decided to test her, mocking her status as a mage and challenging her to defend herself against basic offensive magic. He prepared a first circle fire slug spell and hurled it at her. The lady called out for a defense spell, but for some strange reason her magic failed to manifest. Cecil suddenly appeared, using his blade to slice the fireball in half before it could strike her. Cecil glared at Alfoy, his annoyance visible, as he asked if this was what they considered a magic experiment. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the tower, Hubert was screaming in frustration. He complained that they were almost entirely out of runestones, causing the surrounding mages to mutter about the Crimson Mage Tower widening the gap between them. Hubert blamed the elders for failing to secure a supply, but one elder pointed out that the real issue was that the head of the Crimson Mage Tower was a 7th Circle mage, while Hubert remained at the 6th. Hubert erupted at the mention of his rival, claiming he only needed more runestones to reach the 7th Circle himself. His subordinates worried that without stones, they wouldn't be able to practice magic at all. Hubert cursed his situation, wondering how his rival had surpassed him. Just then, Sylvain dashed into the room with urgent news. Though Hubert was annoyed by the interruption, Sylvain urged him to come downstairs and see the massive amount of runestones that had just arrived. The news stunned everyone in the room. Back at the confrontation, Alfoy was enraged, conjuring more fireballs to attack Cecil. Cecil moved with steady precision, parrying and blocking every strike with his sword. Alfoy eventually created a massive fireball and threw it with all his might. Cecil steadied himself, raising his blade to catch and slice the flame in two, leaving the onlookers shocked by the feat. Alfoy shouted in disbelief, wondering who Cecil could possibly be. But before he could act again, Belinda used her rope to tie him up in an instant. She demanded to know how he dared attack Lord Cecil, leaving Alfoy immobilized and confused. Suddenly, Hubert walked into the chaos, screaming at everyone to stop and demanding to know what this mess was about. Truly zero chill in this laboratory. Upon being acknowledged by the lady on the floor, Cecil commanded Belinda to release Alfoy. Alfoy screamed for his master and dashed toward Hubert, who embraced him and asked what had transpired. The boy claimed they were intruders, insisting he was merely protecting Vanessa from the research laboratory since she was incapable of using magic. Belinda mocked his tearful reaction, causing Alfoy to snap back that he was a man. Vanessa mentioned she only wanted to use the laboratory, leading Cecil to observe her closely. He realized she was indeed Vanessa, the future Red Nightmare, noting the stark difference in her demeanor as a child. Hubert suddenly conjured magic, threatening to blow the group to smithereens for harming his apprentice. Belinda asked for orders, sensing the rising danger, but Cecil remained calm. He apologized for the late introduction, identifying himself as Cecil Perdium, successor of House Perdium, and stated he was there to sell runestones. The mention of the stones caused Hubert and Alfoy to pause in confusion. Cecil informed them that the wares were waiting in the courtyard, leading the group outside to inspect the shipment. Hubert and his advisors were stunned by the sheer quantity, estimating at least 10 wagons worth of runestones. While Hubert privately rejoiced, thinking this was a heaven-sent opportunity to crush the Crimson Mage Tower, he maintained a cold exterior. He scoffed, claiming the quality looked poor. Kaor took offense, noting they had nearly died securing the haul. Vanessa observed that it was a tremendous amount, mentioning that a single wagon would usually last the tower weeks. Her insight annoyed Hubert, who told her to shut up and return inside, calling her a useless girl. As Vanessa shrieked in fear and retreated, Hubert muttered about the annoying pain left behind by someone named Lonato. Cecil watched this exchange with visible disgust. Hubert's advisors joined in the dismissal, suggesting the stones might even be fake, given they came from such a troubled territory. Belinda was incensed that Cecil's hard work was being called a fraud, but the advisors remained indifferent, claiming many people played such tricks. Cecil simply accepted their stance, stating that if they weren't buying, he would take his business elsewhere. He announced to his group that since the Red Flame Mage Tower didn't need runestones, they would leave immediately. As they turned to depart, a panicked Hubert screamed for them to hold on. Hubert and his advisors held a silent, mental conversation before one elder suggested they should help the visitors by purchasing the wares so they wouldn't return home empty-handed. Hubert smiled and offered to buy everything out of the goodness of his heart, provided the price was lower than the market rate. Cecil clarified the misunderstanding by ordering Kaor to back all the wagons out except for one. When the confused mercenaries realized the play, Kaor laughed and began moving the carriages away. Hubert screamed, asking what they were doing. Cecil apologized, claiming his men were mistaken about the quantity, and that they only needed enough cash from one wagon to fund their trip to their final destination, the Crimson Mage Tower. The mention of his rival tower caused Hubert to break. He quickly claimed he was only joking to break the ice, and invited Cecil upstairs for a proper chat. Inside the office, Hubert introduced the 4 elders, noting they were all 5th Circle mages. Cecil remarked on how impressive it was for the second-best tower in the north. Hubert took the bait, insistently claiming they were still the best, though Cecil simply smiled. Belinda and Gillian whispered about the young master's provocations, trusting he had a plan. Hubert finally asked for a price, warning that Cecil wouldn't get a better deal elsewhere. Cecil replied that he would sell them for double the market price. Totally choosing chaos today. The advisors were outraged by the ridiculous demand, telling Cecil he needed a new teacher in negotiation. Cecil stood by his price, leading the advisors to accuse him of looking down on them. Hubert warned Cecil to watch his tongue, but eventually offered to pay slightly above market price just to close the deal. Seeing the lack of interest in his actual terms, Cecil stood up to leave, stating that double the price was a bargain, and he wouldn't waste more time before heading to the Crimson Mage Tower. Hubert screamed for him to stop, visibly shaken and desperate. He agreed to the double market price, but Cecil threw another curveball, stating he would only sell one wagon at that rate. He explained that once word spread of the Red Flame Mage Tower paying double, the Crimson Mage Tower would easily pay triple. Hubert erupted at the mockery, but as Cecil walked toward the door again, the Tower Master folded completely, screaming that he would pay triple for everything. Cecil sat back down, satisfied, while Hubert dashed off to get the money. Hubert fumed privately, feeling played by a bumpkin, but knowing he had no choice due to the stone shortage. He vowed to burn Cecil's hair off if he tried this again. However, Cecil called out that he wasn't finished with his conditions. When a frustrated Hubert asked what else he wanted, Cecil pointed to Vanessa and stated he wanted Hubert to hand her over to him. The demand for Vanessa hung in the air, plunging the room into a heavy silence before Hubert finally broke it by questioning if Cecil truly wanted her. Cecil confirmed his intent, stating his desire to make Vanessa his resident mage, causing the conversation to drift into a memory of his past life. Years prior, while camping during a cold night, an older, bolder version of Cecil had sat with a one-armed mercenary companion. As they grilled meat, the man had asked if Cecil had heard the rumors of Vanessa, known as the Red Nightmare. He described her as a seventh circle mage who had allegedly lost her mind, burning a path through northern Luthania. The mercenary noted the strangeness of her power, as she had achieved the seventh circle by utilizing mana techniques, a method typically reserved for warriors rather than traditional magic circles. At the time, Cecil had been tempted by the prospect of such a unique powerhouse and resolved to recruit her, but in that timeline, he never got the chance. By the time he had found her, she was already on the brink of death, unable to control the volatile magic within her. Now standing before her younger self, Cecil recognized her dormant potential and vowed to nudge her in the right direction so she would flourish this time. Back in the present, Cecil's companions expressed their doubts. Gillian noted that Vanessa didn't look particularly strong, and Kaor agreed, while Belinda complained that Cecil should consult her before recruiting new people. The tower mages whispered among themselves, viewing the trade as a win, since Vanessa was seen as dead weight. They urged Hubert to take the deal, noting he had fulfilled his promise to a man named Lenato by providing her shelter for this long. Hubert eventually agreed, dismissing her as a valid but expendable mage. However, Cecil wasn't finished, further demanding that Hubert deploy a unit of Third Circle combat mages to the Perdium territory for 1 year, to assist in an impending territorial war. This second condition stunned Hubert, who erupted in a display of intimidating energy that shattered the nearby glassware. He accused Cecil of taking him for a fool, stating that mages affiliated with the tower were legally forbidden from participating in territory wars. He viewed the request for his tower's pillars as a direct insult, threatening to eviscerate Cecil for the suggestion. While Cecil's men took defensive stances against the overwhelming pressure, Cecil didn't flinch. He glared back at Hubert, warning him that he would regret declining. He revealed that House Perdium had discovered an enormous runestone vein, and that the haul seen today was only a fraction of their total wealth. As the news of this discovery spread, Cecil argued that enemies would soon swarm them. He clarified that he didn't want to wage war, but simply needed the tower's protection until Perdium could grow its own forces. In exchange, he offered an exclusive supply contract to the Red Flame Mage Tower, a deal that would inevitably allow them to surpass the Crimson Mage Tower. The prospect of becoming the best of the best finally broke Hubert's pride, leading him to snatch Cecil's hand and seal the deal with an annoyed handshake. Making big moves, the scene shifted to Hubert explaining the deployment to a distraught Alfoy. Despite Alfoy's protests, Hubert insisted he go as the overseer because he was the most talented mage in the tower. He encouraged the boy to view it as a learning experience for his future as Tower Master, instructing him to keep a close eye on the country bumpkins to ensure they didn't sell stones elsewhere. He warned Alfoy to flee if a real war broke out, promising that within a year, the tower would be powerful enough to reclaim its glory. Not long after, Alfoy and 7 other mages arrived at the Perdium territory. Alfoy immediately looked down on the backwater town, finding the castle old-fashioned and lacking extravagance. He introduced himself to Cecil with an arrogant air, emphasizing his status as the successor of the Mage Tower. Cecil cut him short, telling him to keep his guard up and do his best, which infuriated Alfoy. The boy privately vowed revenge once he became Tower Master, but his thoughts were interrupted when Cecil asked for Vanessa's location. Alfoy gestured to the back, where Vanessa was struggling to carry 4 heavy pieces of luggage. When she dropped them and greeted Cecil, Alfoy mocked her for being slow. Cecil's annoyance peaked as he told Vanessa to put the luggage down and come over. When Alfoy insisted that heavy lifting was her job since she couldn't use magic, Cecil reached out, grabbed one of the heavy boxes, and hurled it directly into Alfoy's face. The impact sent the mage crashing to the ground, causing his subordinates to scream in shock. Cecil declared that Vanessa was no longer affiliated with the tower and was now one of his people, warning that any further mistreatment would cost Alfoy his life. Enraged, Alfoy stood up and reminded Cecil of his status as a third circle master, while the other mages threatened to burn the territory down in a heartbeat. Cecil simply flipped his finger, causing his guards and mercenaries to instantly surround and corner the mages. Cecil told Alfoy to shut up, reminding him that a contract was a contract. He explained that he had the right to use them however he saw fit for the next year, in exchange for the exclusive runestone deal. He pointed out that if the mages broke the contract, the Tower Master would never take their side. He degraded their status further by calling them mere magic reserves, leading Alfoy to scream about the insult. Cecil ignored him, walking off and ordering Jillian and Kaor to teach the mages a lesson. As the sounds of a physical beating filled the air, the mercenaries promised to help the mages adjust to the local lifestyle. Cecil walked up to a stunned Vanessa and told her that from now on, she was only to listen to his orders. Vanessa blushed deeply, shyly looking down and questioning how she could be a resident mage when she couldn't use magic. Cecil smiled, extending his hand and promising to help her find her power, teaching the Red Nightmare how to dream. Cecil and Vanessa entered the training space, the quiet of the room emphasizing the gravity of the moment as Cecil questioned how far she had progressed in her magic lessons. Vanessa admitted that she had reached the 5th circle, though only in theory. Cecil was genuinely impressed, but Vanessa stated that it was useless. Vanessa lamented her inability to sense magic since childhood, explaining that despite her best efforts and her late master's belief in her, she had begun to doubt herself, eventually leading to her being cast out after his passing. Cecil glared at her, realizing that her theoretical knowledge of 5th circle magic technically placed her on par with the elders of the Mage Tower. He understood that magic required more than memorization. It demanded enlightenment and a personal interpretation of theory. Vanessa held the knowledge in her mind, but her body remained a locked door, causing her years of painstaking effort to be in vain because she was on the wrong track. Cecil's mind flashed back to his past life, recalling his friend's story about the Red Nightmare, a 7th circle mage who had burned northern Luthania by learning to use mana despite being a mage. In the present, Cecil smiled and informed Vanessa that he would teach her mana techniques. The suggestion confused her, leading her to protest that as a mage, using warrior-based mana techniques was preposterous and potentially dangerous enough to strip her of her abilities forever. Cecil urged her to try, his eyes reflecting a sense of hope she hadn't seen since her master's death. Vanessa gripped her palm, deciding she would try anything to finally touch the magic she craved, leading her to sit on the ground as Cecil took his place behind her. As she loosened her clothes to grant him access to her back, Cecil reflected on her past life counterpart who had been consumed by regret, fury, and hatred. She had fallen into the abyss by learning mana techniques through sheer desperate instinct, becoming a catastrophe that burned the world. He resolved to hold on to her this time, placing his hand against her skin to begin loosening her mana paths. Vanessa felt the heat of his touch and the sudden, searing internal temperature of the process, causing her to gasp in pain. Cecil commanded her to keep her mouth shut to prevent the mana road from twisting, imbuing his own mana into her body and instructing her to memorize the sensation. Vanessa obeyed, feeling the mana spread to her very extremities before cycling back to her center, resulting in a flash of bright light that engulfed her vision and triggered a flood of memories. She saw her late master, Leonardo, arguing with Hubert. Leonardo had insisted on her potential, but Hubert had dismissed her, stating that no matter how clever she was, a girl who couldn't use magic wasn't a mage and wasn't worth funding. Vanessa remembered crying to Leonardo, apologizing for her lack of talent, only for him to pat her head and promise that he was merely going on a journey to find a way for her to use magic. He had told her that no place is steeped in darkness forever, and that light would eventually shine on her. In this moment, she realized Cecil was that light, releasing her full potential. In her mind, she reached out and grabbed the hand of her master, only to open her eyes back in the training field, realizing the light had finally reached her. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far more violent. Inside a rowdy tavern, men screamed in terror as a single combatant took down 4 opponents simultaneously. One man thrashed forward with a weapon, but the monster of a fighter stopped him mid-motion, swinging him into the ground. When another attacker tried to strike from behind, the fighter sensed the movement, grabbing his current victim and flinging him into the newcomer, causing both to crash through the cabin wall. The victor clapped and laughed, mocking them for being finished before he had even warmed up. In the same pub, a lone man sat drinking beer in the midst of the chaos. But much later that evening, he stepped outside, calmly staring at the dark sky. A man in a black robe approached the fighter. When asked about his training, the fighter demanded to know what the stranger wanted. The robed messenger informed him that Count Desmond had ordered him to move out, addressing him as Sir Victor. Victor grabbed his helmet and donned it, revealing that he had already slaughtered every man inside the bar just to alleviate his boredom. He noted that he was dying for some real action, causing him to follow the messenger into the night. Count Perdium sat in his office, gripping a letter that claimed Cecil had killed Gilmore Dygald, a message carrying a blatant vow of revenge. This provocation led the Count to immediately order Randolph to gather their troops, recognizing that war had been officially declared. The following day, Randolph paced in a fury, calling the accusation ridiculous since Cecil was innocent of the crime. During a tense meeting with Cecil present, the advisors argued that they needed to teach House Dygald a lesson for plotting a war under such a false pretext, questioning what their longtime northern neighbors could possibly gain from turning their backs on generations of cooperation. Cecil broke through the murmuring, stating firmly that the conflict was actually about the runestones. He pointed out that information had likely been leaked by the two vassals sent as envoys to House Dygald, identifying them as traitors. While the advisors questioned such a serious accusation without proof, the Count reflected on how common it was for territorial gains to spiral into a crisis, noting that Cecil seemed to have anticipated this exact outcome. Randolph urged for immediate action, insisting their forces were superior and experienced enough to make the enemy pay. The discussion was cut short when Scovin dashed into the room, screaming that the enemy had arrived. Outside the Perdium territory, a massive horde of men on horseback marched toward the walls, flags flying high. Cecil, his father, and their advisors ascended the battlements to look down upon the gathered army. They were stunned by the speed of the mobilization, confirming there were roughly 6,000 armed soldiers before them, with another 1,000 in a supply camp and several siege weapons already being deployed. Homer asked how a house as poor as Dygald could afford such an army, leading Randolph to remind him why reducing their own military had been a mistake. Count Perdium commanded them to snap out of it, ordering the residents into the castle and the soldiers to their positions. Outside the walls, Thomas Dygald sat on his horse, looking at the castle with excitement. He muttered that while his son Gilmore had been a useless wreck, his death provided the perfect excuse to attack. He called for Victor to accompany him as he rode forward to speak with the Wolf of the North. When Count Perdium demanded to know what his brother was doing, Thomas Dygald feigned outrage, accusing Cecil of murdering his successor. Cecil watched from above, realizing that, while the plan had originally been for Gilmore to kill Elena, this secondary outcome served their enemies just as well. The presence of siege weapons proved they intended to destroy House Perdium completely. Count Perdium stated firmly that his son did not kill Gilmore and warned Thomas to turn back if he did not wish to die. This cold proclamation caused Thomas to shiver with actual fear, while even Victor acknowledged that the Count's overwhelming aura befitted a legendary general. Thomas laughed off the chill, promising that the Count would soon regret his foolish choice as he retreated. Once the enemy moved back, Randolph demanded command of the troops to wipe them out, but Homer countered that they were too heavily outnumbered to risk a head-on battle. Amidst the chaotic shouting of his advisors, the Count struggled to think straight, wondering who was truly supporting House Dygald's massive army. Cecil interrupted the noise, stating they must prepare for a siege. He pointed out that they were outnumbered 3-1, and that the enemy would be ready to advance in 2 weeks. While the Count saw little hope in simply holding out, Cecil smirked and whispered a plan into his father's ear, causing the Count to glare at him in sudden realization. Over the next 2 weeks, Cecil focused on turning the tables. Geared up in full night attire, he sat with his inner circle as Belinda remarked on the reality of the war. Cecil explained they would plan an ambush on the enemy supply units before the main advance began, knowing that cutting off supply lines would cripple their ability to continue. When Belinda questioned how they would leave the castle without being noticed by the watchful army, Kaor revealed he had already stationed troops in the Monster Forest garrison. Jillian added that they had distributed ponchos made from Dirus ant skin, providing dark camouflage perfect for nighttime operations. Cecil decided that instead of a whole army, They would mobilize a small number of elite soldiers in disguise. He tasked Belinda with the dangerous mission of locating the specific supply unit, trusting her ability to sneak into enemy territory. While the mission was life-threatening, Cecil knew he needed to clear the way for his final blow. In his mind, the key to that blow was Vanessa, his mage. A few days later, at the House Dealer supply camp, a man named Parvo celebrated with wine. He laughed with a knight, bragging that siding with Count Desmond had provided the reinforcements necessary to relax away from the front lines. He toasted to the fall of House Perdium, claiming a portion of their land would soon be his. As the night grew dreary and vision blurred, a small elite unit led by Cecil approached the rear of the camp. Belinda noted the poor weather, but Cecil called it the perfect night for an ambush. Closing his helmet, he ordered his men to take no hostages and kill them all. In an instant, they charged their horses into the unsuspecting encampment. The unbothered camp was taken completely unawares as the mercenaries stormed the space. Once Cecil and his men breached the perimeter, they made quick work of everyone in their path, moving with a lethal efficiency that left the defenders scrambling. Panicked cries of an ambush rang out as the men wondered what the guards had been doing, though those questions were quickly silenced by the blades of the mercenary band. Cecil's voice cut through the chaos, commanding his men to follow the plan and leave no one alive, causing a chorus of terrified screams to echo through the encampment. In the center of the fray, soldiers screamed for Baron Parvo, reporting the devastating ambush. The Baron dashed into the light, demanding to know how the guards had failed so spectacularly. He attempted to project a sense of calm, noting they still had 1,000 soldiers to fight off the attackers, but the realization soon hit that over 2/3 of his force had already been defeated. Seeing the inevitable collapse, Parvo's bravado vanished, leading him to scream that they should run for it. His escape was cut short when Belinda's daggers hissed through the air, piercing the neck of the man standing directly in front of the Baron. Parvo fell backward in terror. Belinda stepped into view with a sharp smile, mockingly noting how fancy it was to meet a vassal of House Perdium in such a place. Just vibes and violence. The scene soon settled into the wreckage of a burnt-out encampment. The mercenaries had put everyone to the sword and razed the tents, leaving only Baron Parvo alive. He was tied up and shoved to the ground before Cecil. Belinda identified him as one of the envoys who had traveled to House Diegold, revealing that he had not only sold information, but had actively sided with the enemy to lead their supply unit. Parvo began to beg for mercy, claiming he had served House Perdium for years, and suggesting that Count Diegold would pay a generous ransom for his life. Cecil jumped down from his horse and told the man to raise his head. Parvo complied, thanking Cecil for the second chance, and promising to dedicate his life to House Perdium. He didn't even finish the sentence before Cecil's blade flashed, decapitating him in a single, fluid motion. Cecil remarked that he had no intention of negotiating with bastards, declaring that all who side against House Perdium will die. With the supply line effectively erased, the group rode back toward their territory. Belinda watched Cecil, sensing a strange, cold shift in his demeanor. Kaor asked for their next move, leading Cecil to state they were heading straight for the castle, as the main enemy attack had likely begun. He was correct. At the fortress, massive catapults were launching boulders at the walls, damaging the stone and drawing everyone's attention to the front. Cecil planned to use this distraction to strike the enemy's rear and sow confusion. As they rode, he issued final orders. Kaor and Belinda were to support the left wall, while he took the right. He tasked Gillian with the most difficult job, taking a small force to ambush the main army of thousands. Gillian smiled, accepting the command with ease, though Kaor grumbled about the old man getting all the fun. When Belinda asked who would defend the castle gates, Cecil told them to leave the gates alone, noting that this war would be the definitive turning point for their territory. At the castle, Count Perdium was in the thick of the defense, screaming for his men to prepare for the fight. As boulders struck the battlements, he ordered the bowmen to fire, but the enemy was already too close. Soldiers began swarming up the walls, forcing the Count to order a switch to melee combat. He led the charge against the invaders, shouting that they must not lose the wall under any circumstances. Thomas Diegold watched the slaughter from a distance, laughing at the perceived victory and feeling that the outcome was already decided. He ordered his catapults to begin a second round of attacks to finish the job quickly. Victor looked on, thinking this was the end for the Wolf of the North, and feeling slightly disappointed by the lack of a challenge. However, the wolf was far from beaten. Count Perdium held his ground, slicing through waves of attackers while Randolph stood by his side. When Randolph reported that the castle gates wouldn't hold much longer, the Count took a breath and told him to leave the gates be, focusing entirely on the walls. He asked Scovin for news on reinforcements, but the report was bleak. Every territory had refused to help. House Leopold and House Zivalter claimed internal struggles, and contact had been lost with House Loges. Randolph cursed the ungrateful bastards who refused to aid them. The tide began to turn when a messenger rushed to Thomas Degauld with bad news. Their supply unit had been attacked. The messenger explained that no one had returned for supplies, leading Thomas to stammer in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how anyone trapped behind the walls could have located and struck his camp. Victor, however, noticed smoke rising from the direction of the supplies. He realized House Perdium still had someone reckless and clever enough to employ such a strategy, leaving him genuinely intrigued. When a panicked Thomas asked what to do, Victor slapped him twice across the face, telling him they didn't need supplies if they won tonight. Victor observed the battlefield, noting that the left and right walls were still holding because of the elite knights and the Count. However, seeing the vulnerability of the central entrance, he realized the gates were their best bet. He screamed for all units to advance, intending to break down the castle gates tonight. It's about to be a very long night for everyone involved. At that high-tension moment, Victor sat firmly in his saddle, surveying the battlefield before calling out to Aiden. Aiden arrived instantly, raising his spear high in a silent salute beside his commander. Victor informed Aiden that he intended to break down the castle gates personally, leaving the current position under Aiden's watch before dashing toward the main entrance. At the castle walls, the situation had become increasingly dire as a sea of men clawed their way upward. Count Perdium fought with every ounce of his strength to halt their advance, but the pressure was relentless. Scorvin suddenly screamed a warning to the Count, pointing out that the enemy was now bringing forward massive siege towers. The Count cursed the development, wondering how the enemy could have known the exact height of their walls ahead of time to prepare such structures. Randolph complained that they were already being swamped, and that the arrival of the towers would make the walls completely indefensible. He frantically asked if the catapults were ready, receiving word that they were just about to be. The order to fire was given, aiming to intercept the towers, but as the cannonball whistled through the air, a spear was thrown with such precision that it struck the projectile mid-flight. The interception shocked the defenders, who wondered what kind of knight could pull off such a feat. Victor then rode into view, and Count Perdium recognized him as the formidable knight leading the charge. Victor drew his weapon and called out for Perdium to resign himself, claiming their downfall was inevitable. He commanded the battering ram to move forward, causing his men to charge the gates with swift, coordinated movements. Simultaneously, enemy soldiers began jumping onto the top of the walls, compromising the Perdium defenses and making it easier for the horde to enter. The battering ram began its rhythmic, heavy slamming against the gates. Count Perdium felt his strength waning, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the territory seemed on the brink of collapse. Inside the castle, a group of mages sat within a circle engraved on the ground, screaming to be let go. They complained to Old Man Fergus that they were mages and should not be caught up in a petty territory war. Fergus remained unmoved, stating he was following Cecil's orders, which only caused the mages to mock the situation further, noting that the battering ram made the battle a foregone conclusion. Vanessa, however, remained calm, telling Alfoy not to worry because Cecil would take care of everything. Her confidence only made Alfoy scream in frustration, calling Cecil a fool and lamenting that he was being worked like a donkey, only to die in a lost cause. Vanessa stood her ground, her mind drifting back to a few days earlier, when she had first felt the flow of mana. She had apologized to Cecil for her limitations, but he had smiled and told her that her ability to use magic at all was more than enough. He had led her outside, to where mages were being forced to bury runestones in the dirt. Alfoy had been furious then, too, demanding to know why mages were being used for manual labor when the stones could just be stored in the castle. Gordon had quickly silenced his chatter with a death threat. Cecil had explained to Vanessa that this was preparation for the simplest and most powerful tactic in war, crushing the enemy with an overwhelming show of force. He acknowledged that the gates would eventually be breached, but he looked at Vanessa and told her she was the key to their victory. Back in the present, Vanessa stood in the center of the magic circle, striking her staff against the ground and beginning to draw magic energy from the environment. Alfoy realized with a shock that the circle was designed to transfer all their collective magic power into her. As Cecil rode toward the castle, his thoughts were entirely on Vanessa and the plan they had set in motion. The castle gates were on the verge of imploding under the battering ram's assault. On the walls, Randolph screamed for the Count to look as he spotted Cecil riding in with a cavalry unit. Victor was alerted by his men that an unidentified unit had ambushed them from both rear flanks, and now Cecil was charging forward with full force. Cecil arrived at the enemy lines, dodging a volley of crossbow bolts by leaping his horse into the air. He gripped his sword and swung with a wide, powerful arc, slicing through the shoulders of multiple soldiers in a single motion. Their heads went flying as Cecil descended back to the ground. The sudden carnage caused the enemy to murmur in fear, calling him a monster for killing so many in one swipe. Cecil raised his bloodied sword toward the sky and screamed for the soldiers of Perdium to rise for a counterattack. The soldiers behind him let out a deafening roar, following him into the fray toward a newfound hope for victory. While Cecil struck from one flank, Kaor and Belinda coordinated their assault from another, effectively pincering the opposition. Simultaneously, Gillian led his forces directly into the center of House Diggold's main army. The air filled with panicked screams as the enemy realized their core troops were under a full-scale ambush. Gillian signaled Gordon and Thorin, declaring that he would draw the enemy's attention with his own attack. The mercenaries dashed forward with taunting screams, noting how the main troops would be decimated before any reinforcements could return to save them. In the center of the chaos, Thomas Diggold stood frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend how his superior numbers had been so easily outmaneuvered. One of his men urgently advised a retreat. Gillian wasted no time, diving through the fray toward Thomas Diggold with the intent to take the commander hostage. Just as he closed the distance, a spear whistled through the air, forcing Gillian to use his axe in a desperate block. The attacker was Adon Praso, who sat composed on his horse as Thomas Diggold scrambled away, falling to the ground in terror. Gillian recognized the raw strength in Adon's posture. Adon, impressed, noted that it took significant guts to launch a surprise attack on a main army with such a small force. When Adon asked for his name, Gillian simply glared, identifying himself only as a weapon belonging to Cecil Perdium. At the left castle walls, Belinda and Kaor displayed lethal teamwork. Belinda used her ropes to snag men off the siege ladders, jerking them down to the ground where Kaor waited with his daggers to finish them off. The bickering between them remained constant. Belinda snapped at Kaor to stop getting blood on her, leading Kaor to laugh and tell the old lady she should simply learn to dodge. Belinda's annoyance only fueled her efficiency. On the right wall, Cecil moved like a whirlwind, making quick work of any soldier in his path. The enemy cried out in despair, realizing they couldn't stop him and urging one another to flee. Cecil didn't give them the chance, screaming for all units to charge while the enemy was paralyzed by confusion. He set his sights on the looming siege tower, leading a charge that had his men roaring with newfound adrenaline. The commanders of Thomas Diggold's army tried to rally their troops, shouting that they couldn't show their backs to the enemy, but the fear was already deep. As Cecil dashed forward, the enemy commander ordered his spearmen to stop him. The unit braced. Cecil commanded his steed to dodge. The horse responded perfectly, arching its neck and sidestepping the thrusts. In that opening, Cecil vaulted from the saddle, flying over the spearheads. He landed amidst the spearmen, spinning instantly to slice through the men beside him. Within 10 minutes, the entire spear unit had been dismantled. Cecil paused to survey the battlefield, realizing the wall defenses were still failing due to the remaining siege tower. He recognized that the castle would fall before the gates were even breached if he didn't act, as their cavalry was being slowly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The enemy, seeing his pause, surged toward him to protect their tower. Cecil, realizing they couldn't lose their momentum, met them head-on. He swung his sword in a blur of aura-enhanced steel, slicing the first attacker's head open before turning to cleave another man clean in half. He dodged a blade thrust and countered with a lethal strike to the side. Moving so fast, he appeared as a blur of violence. High atop the siege tower, archers screamed for their comrades to fire, realizing Cecil was targeting the structure. Arrows rained down, but Cecil dodged through the volley with his eyes locked on their commander. He leaped upward, piercing his sword through the commander's chest and throwing the man's body directly at the tower. Using mana threads, Cecil snagged his sword, pulling himself up to the top level. The men inside had no time to react before Cecil slammed his hand down, channeling a burst of force that caused the entire massive structure to groan and collapse. The sight of the falling tower sent shockwaves through the battlefield. From his position, Victor watched the destruction, intrigued by the commander who could take down a siege tower single-handedly. Cecil walked out from the wreckage as the dust settled. Victor turned to his men, asking if the gates were breached yet. When told it would take another 10 minutes, Victor gave them 5, declaring he would handle the enemy commander himself. He threatened his own men with death if they failed him, leaving them chilled with fear. Just as Victor prepared to move, a voice called out, mocking his winged tin can armor. It was Kaor. Walking forward with a confident smirk, Kaor blocked Victor's path, stating that the knight wasn't going anywhere. When Victor asked who he was, Kaor identified himself as the captain of the Kelveros mercenary band, raising his dagger and inviting the knight to have some fun. The moment Kaor declared it was time to have some fun, he dashed forward toward Victor, forcing the knight's attention to snap toward him. Victor maneuvered his horse with practiced ease, using the beast's rear leg to strike Kaor's mount in the neck, an aggressive move that caused Kaor to become momentarily frantic. Before Kaor could stabilize, Victor swung his sword, cutting down Kaor's horse instantly. Kaor, sensing the fatal blow, jumped clear just in time to swing downward at Victor. Victor caught the strike on his blade, the sound of clashing metal ringing out as Kaor glared down at him, immediately launching into a relentless barrage of attacks. Kaor calculated his chances, discerning that he might actually die here as he realized Victor was effortlessly blocking every single one of his swings. Victor seemed entirely unimpressed, stating that he had seen more than enough mercenaries who harbored the delusion that they could actually fight, concluding that there was no easier opponent than a beast fighting purely on instinct. Victor unleashed a heavy, wide strike that forced Kaor to dodge, though the momentum pushed him backward as the blade caught his own, slicing through the metal and wounding him. Kaor hit the ground hard, recognizing that the attack was far from a minor graze. He gathered his thoughts, deducing that this man was every bit as strong as Cecil had warned. Cecil had previously briefed him on Victor, identifying him as the hidden ace of House Desmond and a primary threat to House Perdium. During that briefing, Kaor had asked if Victor was stronger than Cecil himself, only for Cecil to clarify that Victor was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, excluding himself. Cecil had reasoned that Victor would use his overwhelming numbers to force their focus onto the walls and fences, while simultaneously planning to breach the weakened castle gates for an all-out assault. As Cecil had planned, if Victor managed to move away from the castle gate, their entire strategy would crumble. Realizing that Vanessa was Cecil's ultimate trump card, Kaor understood that his sole duty was to serve as the wall that kept Victor pinned in place. He twirled the curved blade in his hand, gripping it like a dagger with a sharp smile, admitting that Victor was indeed far too strong before readying himself for the next round. The scene shifted to the heated battle between Jillian and Adon Praso, who were currently trading blows with axe and spear. Nearby, the men protecting Thomas Digald were frantically pulling their lord back, urging him to reach safety while Gordon screamed at them to stay out of Gillian's way. Gordon and his men were busy tearing through Thomas Digald's ranks, but Jillian felt the pace of the duel was becoming tedious. He discerned that he shouldn't be wasting his time, yet Adon's solid shield effectively neutralized every attack, refusing to budge. Jillian wondered how long it had been since he had faced such a resilient opponent. He swung his sword with a strange, calculated fluidity, causing the blade to pierce through Adon's defense. Adon remained unfazed, claiming the attack was hefty but ultimately useless against his shield. He yanked the shield back with sudden violence, causing Jillian to be thrown to the left by the sheer force. Gillian felt the momentum of his own weapon, pulling him off balance. An opening Adon immediately tried to exploit with a spear thrust. Jillian managed to dodge the point, but his horse was not as fortunate. Adon sliced the animal down, causing it to collapse. Adon loomed over him, stating that Jillian would fall in this moment, as he swung his massive shield. Both Jillian and Kaor now appeared to be at a severe disadvantage against their respective opponents. The situation worsened as the tower gates protecting Perdium got destroyed, and the gate to the Perdium territory was breached, the wall finally giving way. As Cecil watched the disaster unfold, Vanessa remained inside the castle, still chanting her spell. She desperately needed more time, but the gate was already open. Victor screamed for all units to charge and take the castle, ordering his men to bring Count Digald forward, while he personally handled the commander. Kaor called out to him, refusing to let him pass, leading Victor to ask why he kept fighting. Adon echoed this sentiment to Gillian, pointing out the breached gate and declaring the battle lost. Adon claimed their bold ambush had changed nothing, mocking the choice to use mercenary riffraff as special forces. Both knights insisted that no matter how skilled a mercenary might be, they could never defeat a highly trained knight and should simply run for their lives. Kaor began to laugh, noting that on the battlefield, the only distinction was between winners and losers. Gillian and Kaor suddenly increased their pace, dashing forward as the second phase of the duel ignited. Adon swung his spear, dismissing Jillian's words as meaningless, but Jillian blocked the strike with his axe. He instantly used the crook of the axe head to hook the spear and yank it toward the ground, destabilizing Adon's position on his horse. Adon was shocked, realizing too late how the weapon had been used against him. Gillian swung the axe upward in an attempt to take Adon's head, but Adon managed to block with his shield at the last second. The strike claimed the horse's head instead, forcing Adon to the ground. Infuriated, Adon called him mercenary scum, but Gillian ignored the insult, rising for another strike. Adon raised his shield again, but Gillian pointed out that even the sturdiest defense has a weakness. He pulled a hidden blade from behind him, declaring that he had given his life to Lord Cecil as a weapon, and that victory was his duty. He launched a precision attack that bypassed the shield, striking Adon directly through the visor of his helmet and into his eyes. The scene shifted back to Kyor as he charged Victor. He knew with absolute certainty that Victor was the superior fighter, and that death was a very real possibility. However, he remembered Cecil's command to keep them outside the gate at all costs. Kyor calculated that as long as he could land even a single meaningful hit, he could change the entire tide of the war. Kyor remembered the moment he had asked Cecil how he managed to move with such impossible fluidity during their previous duel for Moriana's approval. He had been desperate to understand the secret behind those movements, only for Cecil to smile and explain that it was never about the physical motion itself. Cecil had reasoned that an unfamiliar opponent will instinctively categorize a fighter as a weak target, creating a fatal opening that must be exploited. As Kyor dashed toward Victor, the knight had already dismissed him as a simple, mindless beast, swinging his heavy blade with lethal intent. Kyor moved with sudden, sharp grace, dodging every incoming strike instantly before drawing a dagger and hurling it toward Victor's chest. Victor parried the projectile with a single, arrogant flick of his own blade. Victor lectured Kyor, stating that fools often made hasty do-or-die decisions without realizing it would be the very last decision they ever made. He swung his sword with a final command to die, but in that exact heartbeat, Kyor applied Cecil's lesson. He knew that by hiding his true intentions behind a mask of weakness, he could surmount even a superior foe. Lunging forward to grab Victor's arm while simultaneously leaping into the air to snatch his falling dagger from the sky, Victor had not expected such a complex maneuver from a supposed beast. Kyor descended like a predator, aiming a strike that Victor narrowly dodged, resulting in the dagger plunging deep into Victor's horse instead. The animal fell limp to the ground, causing both the knight and the mercenary to tumble, though Victor managed to roll away and regain his footing in the blink of an eye. Victor stared at the boy, deducing that Kyor had intentionally set up a counterattack to turn the tables, even while appearing to lose. He recognized that only those prepared to die could reach such heights of combat, admitting that Kyor was more than just a mindless animal. Noting that while warriors often transcend their limits when facing death, Kyor had unfortunately missed. Victor concluded that Kyor simply didn't stand a chance, asking if he had any last words before the end. Kyor remained silent for a moment before noting that he had, in fact, landed a hit. Victor was momentarily confused, but his confusion turned to alarm as 3 daggers suddenly whistled through the air from an unseen source. He dodged the blades instantly, and in that same moment, Belinda blurred into the space, swirling through the air with practiced lethality. She threw her rope, which entangled Kyor's clothing, allowing her to twirl and pull him toward her as she landed on her horse. The momentum dragged Kyor away to safety, much to Victor's astonishment. Victor watched them escape, pondering Kyor's claim about landing a hit. He realized that while he had lost his horse, he would have actually died if not for his own reflexes. Therefore, Kyor hadn't been foolish enough to trade his life for a single hit. He wondered if the mercenary had truly risked everything for a purpose he didn't yet understand, until he looked forward and saw someone chanting magic. The realization hit Victor like a physical blow. Kyor had simply been buying time. Cecil's initial plan had been for the mercenaries to hold the line until the gates were breached, allowing Vanessa to turn the tide with her magic. Vanessa had initially doubted her ability to succeed, but Cecil's encouragement had given her the confidence to unleash her full power. Vanessa's awakening began as she unleashed the Flame Strike spell. Fire ignited violently in front of her, causing every soldier charging toward her to catch fire in an instant. The inferno was so tremendous that it roared through the gates of the Perdium territory, busting through the ranks of men stationed behind the large walls. It all happened in a blur, resulting in a sea of flames that consumed the invaders. The Count and the other onlookers were amazed by the devastation, while Cecil remained calm, smiling as he saw his plan working exactly as expected. The enemy soldiers began to scream in agony, turning to retreat in a desperate attempt to escape the castle. However, Cecil appeared in their path, showing no mercy as he sliced through those trying to flee. He ordered his men to surround the gates and leave no one alive. His troops arrived in force, encircling the space and trapping the panicked invaders. In that moment, Victor's knee gave way as the weight of the defeat settled in. One of his men rushed to his side, frantically reporting that most of their soldiers had been burned to death and urging an immediate retreat. Victor was incensed, realizing they had spent so much time devising a perfect strategy only for it to be dismantled by a few wild beasts and an elder-level mage capable of reducing thousands to ashes in seconds. He concluded he had walked right into a trap. Victor stood up, ordering a temporary retreat toward the main camp to regroup away from the fire. He muttered that while it would take longer than planned to conquer the territory, they had no choice but to call for Adon. However, his words died in his throat as a towering figure walked toward him. It was Gillian, carrying Adon's helmet on his arm and staring straight into Victor's eyes. Gillian asked if he was the commander of the Daigald army, prompting Victor to whisper his brother's name in shock. Gillian tossed the helmet down, informing Victor that his army and main camp had already been defeated and demanding his surrender. Cecil's men were already laying waste to the retreating forces, while the fire continued to consume the rest. Victor began to laugh, though the sound held no joy, consumed by the irony of his situation. He looked up at the towering mercenary, realizing that the life he had lived and the plans he had followed were now utterly meaningless. It was simply too late for him to be alive. With the enemy army broken and weakened, Count Perdium seized the momentum, screaming for his bowmen and crossbowmen to fire. A rain of arrows descended upon the battlefield, cutting down the remaining soldiers who were frantically trying to escape, while the Perdium cavalry surged forward to run through any men left standing on the ground. Cecil declared that this was their ultimate chance to turn the tables, commanding his forces to kill every last one of them as they charged to annihilate the remnants of Thomas de Gauld's army. In the midst of the cleanup, Belinda called out to Cecil to check if he was injured. He assured her he was fine before asking about her own status, causing her to glance toward Kaor. Though Kaor was still coughing from the intensity of his duel, he managed to raise a thumb to signal he was all right, leading Cecil to smile. Belinda noted that things could have ended poorly if the plan had been delayed by even a few seconds, admitting that she hadn't initially thought his strategy was possible. Cecil pointed out that it had all worked out in the end, though Belinda reminded him that they couldn't pull the same trick twice, as they had exhausted every single runestone they had harvested for that one massive attack. She suggested he praise Vanessa for her performance, but Cecil's attention quickly shifted as he realized Gillian was still out there fighting alone. He immediately dashed off on his horse to find his comrade. Nearby, Gillian was locked in a brutal struggle with Victor, the two going toe-to-toe in a relentless exchange. Gillian began to sweat as he realized how powerful Victor's attacks truly were. Every time Gillian attempted a strike with his axe, Victor would dodge with fluid grace and return with a blow that was even more devastating. Victor eventually landed a heavy strike against Gillian's back. Gillian was stunned by the knight's ridiculous combination of speed and strength. Realizing the man wouldn't let up, Victor dashed forward, mocking the pathetic mercenaries for thinking they were strong just because he had let them run wild. Gillian attempted a side attack, but Victor hooked the axe with his sword, trapping the weapon so Gillian could no longer pull it back or maneuver. Seizing the opening, Victor disarmed him, sending the axe flying across the clearing to land in the dirt. With Gillian defenseless, Victor thrusted his blade forward, piercing Gillian's chest. Blood splattered across the ground as Gillian began to cough. Victor observed that Gillian had intentionally guided the sword away from his vital organs, acknowledging that it wasn't mere luck that had allowed the mercenary to defeat Aiden. Victor noted that Gillian was the only one who had ever fought him for this long, though he called it foolish to challenge him right after exhausting his energy on Aiden. Declaring that Aiden wouldn't be ashamed to have died to someone of Gillian's caliber, Victor raised his sword for the final kill. Just then, a sword whistled from behind Victor, causing the knight to sense the danger and leap away. The weapon struck the ground with a heavy thud as Cecil walked calmly into the space. Victor demanded to know who he was, but Cecil remained silent, his gaze fixed on the knight. Gillian lay exhausted on the floor as Cecil reached down, grabbed Gillian's axe, and slung it onto his back before advancing. Victor recognized the black armor and glared at the newcomer. Without a word, Cecil released his core energy and dashed forward, swinging the axe downward with a heavy infusion of mana-charged aura. Victor braced with his sword to dodge and deflect, but the sheer weight of the attack was nearly impossible to withstand. He struggled to push Cecil away, leading both warriors to take stances for a high-speed exchange. They swung and clashed their weapons repeatedly. the ringing of steel echoing through the area. Cecil twirled his weapon, using the handle of the axe to parry an impending strike before leaping into the air. He hooked his leg around Victor's neck while they were mid-air, bringing him down in a violent chokeslam that drove Victor's head toward the ground. Victor was distraught by the unpredictable movement, though he managed to leap backward and regain his footing. He realized that if he let his guard down for even a second, he would be dead. Victor demanded to know, since when House Perdium had possessed such a powerful warrior. Cecil replied that he knew everything, their forces, their strategy, and even the man supporting them. Victor screamed that it was impossible, dashing toward Cecil in a fit of rage, unable to believe that their secret undertaking had been discovered. They parried and sliced at one another until Cecil swung his weapon downward, forcing Victor to his knees. Victor, desperate to protect his status as House Desmond's hidden ace, pushed Cecil's weapon upward and tried to go in for a final decapitating strike, screaming that he wouldn't fall for dirty tricks. As the weapon came up, Cecil used the weight of his axe against the ground to propel himself into a jump. Victor was shocked as Cecil spun in midair. Victor moved back to dodge a kick, but Cecil pulled his axe upward to propel himself into a second kick that struck Victor square in the head. Cecil followed up immediately, swinging his axe down with such force that a loud explosion rocked the clearing. The impact caused Victor's helmet to fly off and land in the dirt. Victor knelt on the ground, blood running down his face, as he looked up to see Cecil walking slowly toward him. Cecil reached down and grabbed the sword he had thrown earlier, remarking that, as much as he liked axes, he actually preferred swords. A confused Victor asked once more who he was. Cecil removed his own helmet, tossing it to the ground, and introduced himself as Cecil Perdium, the son of Count Perdium. Upon hearing Cecil's name, Victor was struck with genuine surprise before he suddenly erupted into a loud, mocking laugh, questioning if he, the strongest knight of the North, had truly been defeated by such a boorish dunce. Cecil remained unmoved, stating that today was simply the day Victor would discover who truly held the title of the strongest in the North. Victor smiled at the bravado, noting that he wouldn't bother asking how the trap was devised, as war demanded any means necessary for victory. He took a firm combat stance, releasing a massive surge of mana, and glaring at Cecil to affirm that only the one left standing at the end would be considered the winner. Cecil accepted the challenge with a simple affirmation, drawing his own sword and matching Victor's mana output with an equal release of his own. While the wider war raged in other regions involving Count Perdium and Belinda, Jillian had already secured a horse to make his escape, and Vanessa had passed out from the total exhaustion of her mana reserves. This left Cecil and Victor to engage in the deciding battle that would determine the ultimate fate of the conflict. The two warriors dashed toward each other simultaneously, swinging their blades for the final time. The ensuing battle was frantic, with both men dodging attacks in a blurred sequence of high-speed movements. Victor unleashed a wide, powerful swing, forcing Cecil to leap backward, only for Victor to dash inward to maintain the pressure. Victor attempted a forward pierce, but Cecil dodged once more from that angle. Seizing the opening, Cecil swung back, but Victor used his own sword to deflect the strike, pushing Cecil's blade upward. Victor tried to dash deeply into Cecil's personal space once more, but to his surprise, Cecil propelled himself upward, literally climbing over Victor and striking him across the face with his other leg. The blow nearly stunned the knight, though he managed to regain his focus. Cecil didn't let up, jumping and twirling to bring his sword down toward Victor's face, but Victor was able to use his blade to parry the aerial assault. Struggling against Cecil's momentum, Victor shoved back against the sword while Cecil was still mid-air, pushing him away to create distance. Victor jumped back and landed steadily on the ground, huffing and puffing while Cecil landed with an eerie, calm grace. Very much a stress level 0 moment for Cecil. Standing among the encroaching flames, Victor dashed forward again, swinging his sword with renewed desperation. The clashes continued until Victor suddenly turned to his side, using his cape to obscure Cecil's vision. Recognizing this as a setup for a wide-reaching attack, Cecil jumped instantly, dodging the strike and twirling in the air to strike downward. Victor struck upward to meet him, resulting in a deafening clash of swords that echoed through the battlefield. Cecil landed and immediately dashed forward again, refusing to give the knight a moment to breathe. They crashed their weapons together, staring each other straight in the eye as the intensity of the duel peaked. Victor was visibly flustered. The raw anger was visible on both their faces as Victor found a way to pin Cecil's sword to the ground. Surprised by the move, Cecil saw Victor's sword swinging upward toward his face and reacted by bending over. Cecil then reached out, grabbing Victor by the neck and throwing him across the clearing. As Cecil dashed forward again, Victor tumbled backward, striking the ground but managing to roll into a defensive twirl. Victor came back with a slice aimed at Cecil's face, kicking up a cloud of dust that acted as a smokescreen. Cecil used his hand to shield his eyes, but Victor used the distraction to thrust his sword forward. Cecil recognized Victor's immense strength, noting that the knight was on par with him even with his third core circle released. He recalled his past life, remembering how Victor had been the only one to stand against him when he attacked House Desmond. In that previous timeline, it had taken dozens of exchanges and far too much time to secure a win. It was no wonder the Perdium territory had fallen in the past to such strategy and numbers. But Cecil remained determined that those who provoked them this time would die. As Victor dashed forward for what he intended to be a decisive attack, Cecil readied himself and swung his sword upward. Both men thrusted their blades forward in a final, overlapping movement. A piercing sound echoed through the space, followed by a spray of blood from Victor's back. Cecil, however, remained uninjured by the exchange. He had successfully guided Victor's sword through his hand to avoid any vital organs while simultaneously stabbing Victor through the chest. This decisive move effectively ended the battle. Victor called out to Count Desmond as Cecil tore the blade through his body, causing the knight to fall backward into the flames. As Victor lay dying on the ground, Cecil stood victoriously over him, glaring down with annoyance at the knight's defeat. Cecil turned to walk away, but Victor's voice stopped him, asking who he really was. Victor noted that the Cecil he knew was a rascal and absolute garbage, though he admitted it didn't matter now. With his final breath, Victor stated that he had actually had fun in their battle, before passing out and dying in the dirt. Cecil didn't offer a response, simply walking off and claiming his victory as the flames rose around the fallen knight. As the sun began to rise, the battlefield lay in a silent, grim testament to the struggle that had transpired. With the enemy ranks entirely perished, the soldiers of House Perdium gathered before the castle gates, their eyes fixed on Cecil as he approached with Gillian walking steadily by his shoulder. Seeing the hopeful gazes of those who had survived, Cecil felt a surge of genuine happiness at their hard-won victory, smiling as he asked if everyone had made it through the ordeal. Upon hearing his voice, the soldiers broke their silence, rushing toward him and calling out to their young master, effectively hyping Cecil up for the incredible turn of events. Cecil thanked them all for following his plans so faithfully, assuring them that they had all done remarkably well. Nearby, Kaor turned to Gillian, jokingly asking if the elder mercenary was actually whining about a minor cut. Gillian dismissed the concern, claiming it was nothing, but Belinda immediately stepped in to berate them both. She insisted that it was certainly not nothing, and telling him to stop acting tough. Cecil then asked Belinda about Vanessa's whereabouts, learning that the mage was completely exhausted and resting inside. Old Man Fergus had already moved her and the other mages into the castle to ensure they would be fine. Suddenly, Randolph lunged forward and pulled Cecil into a boisterous hug, laughing as he praised Cecil for a job well done, and noting that such a performance was exactly what he expected from the successor of House Perdium. Cecil thanked the captain for his own hard work before turning his attention to his father. Count Perdium stood before him with a look of initial indifference, but he soon stepped forward to embrace his son in an emotional hug. The gesture took Cecil by surprise. His father whispered that when Cecil had first shared his plan, he had truly believed it would be impossible, yet Cecil had managed to achieve it. Cecil humbly replied that the victory was only possible because his father had successfully held the walls. The Count disagreed, crediting the entire success to Cecil before raising his hand and screaming to the gathered crowd that House Perdium was the victor. The air erupted in roars and chants of praise as the survivors celebrated their survival. Amidst the joy, Cecil remained focused on the future, realizing that while he had returned for this moment, the battle was not yet truly over. He observed that several key characters remained on the board. When Randolph asked the Count about his next move, the Count mentioned he would check on the soldiers first and advised Cecil to gather his mercenaries and get some rest while they had the chance. Cecil immediately declined, arguing that they had no time to waste and must hurry to force Count Dygald into an official surrender. Count Perdium told him not to worry, planning to set out the following morning, but Cecil insisted that tomorrow would be too late. He requested the authority to act as the Count's representative, so he could take his mercenaries to the Dygald territory immediately. This request made Randolph visibly uncomfortable. The Count questioned if such haste was necessary, considering the soldiers were likely exhausted. Cecil flinched slightly before explaining that the war was not over until the threat was neutralized. He argued that since Count Dygald had broken their alliance to attempt a takeover, they could not give him any room to think or recover, lest he charge back in with whatever forces remained. Hearing this, Count Perdium realized that while he expected his son to bask in the victory for a moment, Cecil was already 2 steps ahead. He agreed to the plan, deciding they would pressure Degald and end the matter for good. He called Cecil back for one final warning, reminding him that Count Degald was once an ally and a nobleman loyal to the crown, and therefore deserved a level of respect. Cecil smiled and promised he wouldn't be disrespectful before walking off to find Kaor and Belinda. He asked if they were ready to move, and Kaor shrugged, claiming he only had a few scratches to worry about. Cecil hopped onto his horse, commanding the group to ride at full speed until they reached the Degald territory. Inside the Degald castle, the atmosphere was one of pure panic. Count Degald paced his office, complaining loudly about how they could have lost to the weaklings of House Perdium, especially when House Desmond was supposed to be so strong. When one of his subjects tried to calm him, the Count snapped, telling the man to shut up and order the preparation of surrender negotiations. He planned to offer a large sum of money as compensation, believing that the Count of Perdium was a fool who clung to tradition and would undoubtedly negotiate if the price was right. His subject was confused, questioning how they would find the money after pouring everything into the war. The Count grabbed the man by the neck, calling him a dunce and suggesting they simply take the money from the people of the territory. He mocked the man for caring about pigs more than his master before throwing him to the ground. The official was deeply annoyed, realizing that such tyranny would likely lead the people to rebel. Just then, a messenger burst in with urgent news. The forces of House Perdium had already arrived at the gates. The Count allowed them into his office, and Cecil's soldiers lined up with a solemn intensity that made the Count visibly uncomfortable. He tried to reassure himself that they wouldn't get what they wanted, but his confidence shattered when he saw Cecil walk in instead of his father. Cecil asked if he had been preparing to negotiate a surrender. Stunned, the Count demanded to know why the father had sent his son in his place. Cecil explained that his father was far too busy managing their territory after the war, and had granted him the full authority to act as representative. He then signaled his men to bring the Count to him at once. A few hours earlier, as Cecil and his men made their way toward the Degald territory, Kaor noted that the cowardly Count was surprisingly quick to abandon his men and flee back to his own lands. Gordon offered an apology, taking the blame for the escape, but Kaor dismissed it, suggesting that the old man was the one who had truly let him go and that the rest had done their best. Cecil glanced at Kaor, silently considering whether he should let Kaor and Gillian spend some time together after the mission. Kaor then questioned if negotiating a surrender meant the Count would be allowed to live, asking why such mercy was being shown. Cecil explained that despite the man being scum for attempting to take over Perdium, he technically held the pretext of avenging his son. He noted that demanding excessive compensation would make House Perdium look bad, so the matter would be handled as a financial issue. Kaor found this approach unnecessarily complicated, wondering why they couldn't simply charge in and wipe everyone out. Belinda intervened, asking Kaor if he truly thought noble conflicts were as simple as a scuffle between mercenaries and urging him to use his head. Kaor countered that both mercenaries and nobles were only human, questioning why they had to let an invading army save face. Cecil reassured him, clarifying that while his father would handle things traditionally, he had a different plan. He smiled, declaring that he would take over the Degald territory himself, because he was different. Back in the present, Count Degald screamed in confusion, questioning why Cecil was standing before him instead of his father. But just as Cecil had instructed, the soldiers grabbed the Count, dragging him toward the young master. Degald complained loudly, demanding to be unhanded and calling them lowly scum for touching him with filthy hands. They shoved him to the ground at Cecil's feet. Belinda whispered a warning to Cecil, expressing her concern, and noting she wouldn't be able to defend him if he didn't properly handle the situation. Count Degald screamed that he had sworn fealty to the kingdom, and that Cecil would never get away with treating a loyal servant of the king with such disrespect. Cecil raised his sword before the Count, declaring that the man had fallen for the enemy's temptation, broken their alliance, and tried to steal Perdium land. He stated firmly that anyone who dared to provoke House Perdium would face death. Terrified, the Count asked if Cecil actually intended to kill him. Cecil pointed out that the Count had sacrificed countless lives for his own sake, and must now pay an adequate price in return. Water began to leak from every part of the Count's face, as he realized the lunatic before him might actually be serious. Count Degald screamed for him to wait, offering his territory as compensation. This revelation shocked everyone present except for Cecil, who had already anticipated this answer. Cecil reminded him that inheritance law required a blood relation or an appointed successor, noting that territories could not be traded so easily. The Count desperately promised to handle the details, suggesting he could declare Cecil a distant relative and have his people create a formal inheritance document. He screamed at his subordinate, Lowell, to bring a quill and paper immediately. Cecil glared at him, appearing unconvinced, causing the Count to offer money as well. He admitted he had none currently, but promised to collect taxes from his people at once if Cecil would only let him live. Cecil asked if his life was truly worth that much, before grabbing the Count by his armor and dragging him outside. Cecil stood before the local citizens, who murmured in confusion at the sight of their lord being handled so roughly. The Count attempted to maintain his dignity, asking Cecil what he planned to do in front of lowly commoners, but Cecil warned him to watch his tongue, as those people held his life in their hands. Cecil addressed the crowd, identifying himself as Cecil per diem and explaining that Count Diegold had started a war under the pretext of vengeance, only to be defeated. He revealed that the Count planned to tax them further to pay for war reparations, and asked if anyone was willing to pay voluntarily. The people erupted in anger, shouting that the Count had already stripped them of everything to fund the war, and that they wouldn't pay another coin. Cecil calmed them, offering a choice as the representative of House Perdium. He asked if they would save their lord by paying a significant sum, or kill him and become part of House Perdium instead. He noted that the latter choice would free them from the weight of the Count's defeat. Count Diegold cursed Cecil for the humiliation, but before he could finish his sentence, a stone struck him in the head. A barrage of stones followed as his own people called him a bastard, accusing him of taking their keepsakes and the last of the food meant for their children. They shoved their farming tools at him in a fit of rage, screaming for him to die as they began to strike him with tools, stones, and their feet. It was a deservedly brutal end for a tyrant. Cecil turned and walked back to his people, signaling for Belinda and Kaor to head home since the war was over. Belinda told him she understood his actions and expressed total confidence in his decision-making. Back at the Perdium Castle, Cecil delivered the news of the Count's death, causing confusion among the leadership. Count Perdium reminded Cecil that he had asked for the man to be shown respect, but Cecil explained it was the best course of action. He noted that Diegold would have targeted House Perdium again if given the chance. Homer and Albert questioned how the Count could have attacked again after losing 7,000 men, prompting Cecil to explain that House Desmond had provided the troops while House Leopold worked behind the scenes to cut them off. The advisors murmured in shock, wondering why the neutral House Desmond and the Leopold territory would act against them. Cecil sat down, realizing privately that Amelia was the reason no allies had come to their aid, as she had likely killed their messengers to isolate them. He knew that taking over the Diegold territory would provide a vital buffer and make it easier to monitor suspicious movements. Count Perdium pointed out that killing a lord did not grant them his land, but Cecil placed a document on the table. It was a signed declaration stating Cecil was a distant relative and the appointed successor. Cecil explained that the Count had given it to him himself to avoid inheritance disputes. The Count was amazed by the foresight, but asked if Cecil could manage a territory with his small group of people. Cecil smiled, stating he knew the perfect person for the task. The scene shifted to a busy bar in the territory of House Austin, in the Kingdom of Siron. In a corner, several hefty men were playing a game of dice. One of them, visibly annoyed, accused the man rolling the dice of cheating. The man, identified as Claude, smiled and told them to lighten up and pay their bets as he stacked the dice in front of him. The war's end brought a new dawn to the hall, where the victory ceremony commenced. Count Perdium stood before the gathered crowd. In the name of the king, he awarded Cecil the title of Baron Fenris, causing the room to erupt in thunderous cheers as everyone hailed the rise of Baron Cecil Fenris. The path to this title had been paved in the Count's office some time prior. Cecil had presented a map of the House Diegold lands, explaining that the territory consisted of 5 baronies in addition to its main center. He laid out his strategic intent to establish his base of operations in the heart of these lands, specifically within the Fenris barony. The advisors had watched him in silence, realizing that Cecil wasn't actually asking for their opinions, but was instead informing them of a settled matter. Albert had leaned in to whisper to the Count, leading the elder Perdium to grant his approval, noting that they needed to appoint a ruler for those lands regardless. The victory, however, had come with a steep price tag. Count Perdium sighed, mentioning that their own territory had suffered severe financial hits due to the conflict. He suggested selling more dreamstones to recoup the losses, but Cecil informed him that there were none left to sell. This revelation distressed the Count. Cecil calmed him, promising that more would be mined and prepared for market soon. Later, amidst the lively celebrations, Belinda approached Cecil to insist he eat something. Gillian joined them, offering his congratulations to the newly minted Baron, while Kaor remarked on how the big boss had finally made it. Belinda reflected on how much she had once worried for the young master's future, though she admitted now that her cares hadn't been wasted. Kaor laughed, suggesting Cecil's recklessness was likely the reason for her constant stress, earning him a swift kick to the stomach from Belinda for the teasing remark. The atmosphere shifted as Elena ran into the space, dragging a girl named Rachel with her. Elena nudged Cecil, playfully claiming he was unrecognizable now that he was a baron. Cecil told her she could call him whatever she liked before turning his attention to Rachel. The girl looked pretty but appeared quite awkward, unsure of how to address him. When Cecil joked that Elena usually started punching when she didn't get her way, Elena became flustered and began playfully hitting him. Cecil turned to Gillian, noting that Rachel, Gillian's daughter, looked much better. Cecil suddenly clapped his hands to command the room's attention. He praised them for their bravery in the war and announced that starting today, the Fenris territory would be their new base. He declared his intent to hire them all as his private soldiers rather than mere mercenaries, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the group as they realized they were becoming an official army. Cecil promised to train them into proper knights, asserting that the courage they showed in battle proved they had what it took. Belinda pointed out that such a large force would require a fortune to maintain, resulting in Cecil's simple reply that they would simply have to make more money. Turning back to Gillian, Cecil checked on his recovery. Once Gillian confirmed he was fit, Cecil ordered him to take the men and travel to Fenris ahead of him. Gillian was surprised, asking if Cecil wouldn't be joining them, but Cecil explained he had a stop to make first. He placed a hand on Gillian's arm, telling him he was one of his most trusted men, and that he was counting on him to secure the territory while the war's aftermath left security thin. The praise was enticing to Gillian, who bowed and wished his lord a safe trip. Cecil called for Belinda and Kaor to prepare to leave for the Austin territory in the kingdom of Siran. The news of international travel surprised them, especially when Kaor realized the destination was a place famous for gambling. Cecil corrected him, stating that fun wasn't the goal. Before leaving, Cecil checked in on Vanessa and Alfoy. He walked in to find a confusing scene where Vanessa was begging Alfoy to let her suck it just once. A panicked Alfoy screamed at her to stop, but Vanessa explained she wanted to absorb his magic like before so she could manifest the spells she could only visualize in her head. When Alfoy questioned why he had to be the source, Vanessa mentioned Cecil told her Alfoy's role was to be her magic reserve. Cecil stepped into the room, ending the bickering. He patted Vanessa on the head, praising her for her performance in her first real combat. When Alfoy complained about being treated like an afterthought, Cecil acknowledged his faithful service before dropping the news that Alfoy would be coming along on the trip. They eventually arrived at the Kraken Gambling Hall in the Austin territory, a place bustling with chaotic energy. Kaor was immediately in his element, soaking in the familiar atmosphere. Alfoy remained confused, wondering why they weren't at the Mage Tower. Cecil threw a bag of money to the two of them, telling them to go have some fun, and that he would call for them when needed. Alfoy met the sight of the coins with disgust, but Kaor laughed at the studious mage's ignorance of the real world, dragging him off to show him how to make big money. Belinda followed Cecil, teasing him that he had only come here for the entertainment, and promising not to nag him for a bit of gambling. Cecil stood his ground, explaining that he was actually there to recruit the man who would manage their new territory, a resourceful man currently living in the gambling house for personal reasons. Belinda was skeptical about hiring a gambler to run a barony, but Cecil assured her the man was highly capable. His name was Cloud, and at that very moment, he was in deep trouble. A crowd had gathered at a corner table, screaming that Cloud had been caught cheating. Men accused him of using weighted dice, and someone pinned his hand to the table while another prepared a blade to chop it off. The man across from Cloud smirked, claiming he had warned him not to play tricks. Cloud protested, claiming he was being framed, but the man ignored him, signaling for the executioner to strike. Cloud closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, when a new voice cut through the tension. Cecil jumped into the fray, using his blade to intercept the falling strike just inches from Cloud's hand. The man in charge demanded to know who he was. Cecil glared at him with an intensity that shifted the room's aura, identifying himself as Cecil of the Kingdom of Luthania, the Baron of Fenris. He's really out here doing side quests now. An immediate wave of discomfort washed over the man in front of him as he realized he was facing a high-ranking nobleman from a foreign kingdom. The tension escalated instantly when the thugs flanking Cecil attempted to lunge at him for interfering with their assault on Cloud, but their leader, Crank, screamed for them to stand down. The men froze as Crank shifted his tone, welcoming the noble guest to the Kraken gambling hall while urging him to avoid starting a commotion. He ordered everyone to put their weapons away, though Cecil and Belinda had already effectively subjugated the immediate threats before complying. Crank adopted a facade of politeness, asking what brought such an honorable nobleman to a humble gambling hall. Cecil wasted no time, stating that he had been looking for someone who happened to be right there. He looked at the trembling gambler and told Cloud to get up, informing him that he was there to take him back. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Kaor and Alfoy were deep in their own game. Against all odds, they rolled a perfect 3, resulting in a 1,000-point win for the young mage. The surrounding gamblers began to grumble. Kaor laughed heartily, grabbing Alfoy and praising his apparent gift for the game. As he looked at the mounting pile of winnings, Alfoy realized that he had made more in a few moments than he would earn from a full day of selling magic scrolls. The rush caused a blush to creep up his face as he felt his heart race, suddenly finding himself on the verge of a new addiction. But just then, a loud voice pulled Kaor's attention. Back at the main table, Belinda expressed her disbelief that a mere gambler was the person Cecil had traveled so far to find. Crank shook his head, claiming it would be impossible to let the man leave because he had defied the sanctuary of the hall by cheating and had to pay the price. Cloud spoke up with a smile, apologizing for the situation and explaining that the precious money Cecil had lent him was lost to a dirty trick. He pointed out that since the house managed all the dice and searched every guest for fraudulent tools at the door, it was far too convenient for them to suddenly accuse him of using a weighted die just as he was about to win big. Belinda questioned why Cloud was acting as if he knew Cecil so well, but Cecil silenced her. Crank tried to drive a wedge between them, telling Cecil that a swindler like Cloud couldn't be trusted and that his kind lied through their teeth. He reminded Cecil that the establishment belonged to Baron Austin, and warned that causing a scene could spark a diplomatic conflict between their two kingdoms. He suggested Cecil leave quietly and pretend the encounter never happened. Cecil refused to budge, noting that his money had practically been stolen. He sat down and proposed a compromise, a game of chance. If Cecil won, he would take Cloud and all of Cloud's previous winnings. If he lost, Crank could have his title and his fortune. The room went silent at the sheer audacity of the bet. Cloud whispered to Cecil, thanking him for the help, but asking who he actually was. Cecil pulled him close, simply stating that he was someone in need of his services. Crank erupted in laughter, admitting it had been a long time since he had met such a bold nobleman. He accepted the challenge, causing a crowd to gather as word spread that a wandering noble was challenging Crank. The rules were set. The lowest number would win, with ties resulting in a reroll. Crank mocked Cecil, suggesting that nobles usually struggled with complicated games. Cecil ignored the jab, telling him to hurry up and start. They flipped a coin to decide who would go first. Cecil chose heads and Crank chose tails. The coin landed on tails, granting Crank the first move. Crank grabbed the cup and dice, promising to show Cecil how it was done, as he began a flashy, exaggerated shake. Belinda was wholly unimpressed by the theatrical display over a single die. Crank performed a subtle maneuver before slamming the cup onto the table, revealing a 1. The crowd cheered, certain that Crank had already won, as a 1 was the lowest possible roll on a standard die. Crank feigned sympathy, suggesting the game might be over in a flash despite Cecil raising the stakes so high. Cecil told him to be quiet, noting he was much chattier than he looked before picking up his own dice. Crank sat back, convinced Cecil was merely bluffing to hide his nerves. He felt secure in his victory because he had used a trick cup that allowed him to swap the active die for a weighted one hidden between his fingers during his exaggerated movements. He believed no one had ever noticed his sleight of hand, and that the foolish noble was doomed to lose. Cecil, however, infused his hand with mana and slammed his cup down with such force that an echo of magical energy engulfed the hall. Cecil reminded him that the lowest number wins before lifting the cup to reveal a 0. The die had been shattered into fine powder. Crank screamed in confusion, claiming it didn't count and accusing Cecil of cheating. Cecil didn't wait for a formal ruling. He grabbed Crank's hand and twisted it, causing a hidden die to fall to the floor. The onlookers gasped, realizing Crank had been the one cheating the entire time. Cecil threw Crank's own words back at him, asking if the hall's policy on cheaters still applied. Caught and humiliated, Crank abandoned his polite facade and pulled a dagger from his belt, thrusting it at Cecil. Cecil dodged the blade effortlessly, remarking that the aggressive move suited a thug much better than the fake politeness. Crank and his men drew their weapons, declaring that they couldn't let Cecil leave alive. As the thugs dashed forward, the atmosphere in the gambling hall turned deadly. Talk about a sore loser. As the thugs lunged forward, Cecil moved with a fluid, calculated grace. He leaped upward, using their very momentum against them by stepping off their shoulders to propel himself toward Crank. Surprised by the aerial maneuver, Crank thrust his sword forward, yet Cecil weaved through the air and landed silently behind him. In a flash, Cecil drew his blade and pressed the cold steel against the side of Crank's neck as his men froze in their tracks. Their own lives were just as precarious, as Belinda and Kaor had already neutralized the remaining three-man group with their swords at the ready. Kaor mocked the fallen thugs, noting they should have picked their opponents more carefully, while Belinda sought further instructions from Cecil. Cecil maintained his grip, stating that, as agreed, he would be taking Cloud in his winnings. When Crank tried to protest, Cecil reminded him that as the administrator of Baron Austin's primary revenue source, being caught swindling a foreign nobleman would destroy the gambling house's reputation. He warned Crank that any attempt to bring up the incident would result in dire consequences, causing the terrified manager to exhale in a submissive surrender. Cecil smiled and prepared to depart with his new recruit, only to realize that Cloud had already vanished. The ungrateful gambler had not only fled, but had managed to swipe all the prize money Cecil had won. Belinda was fuming, calling him a trash-tier ingrate who would have lost his hand if not for their intervention. She assumed he was already at the next hall trying to double the gold, but Cecil stopped her from starting a manhunt, noting that he already knew exactly where Cloud was headed. At that moment, Cloud was galloping away on horseback, clutching the heavy bag of gold. He exhaled in relief, wondering why a nobleman would help someone like him, but decided to simply be grateful for the windfall. He offered a silent apology to the mysterious noble, justified by his desperate need for the funds. His mind drifted back to a year prior, to a dilapidated cabin where a woman named Anicaps sat robed and weary. Cloud had dropped coins before her then, trying to convince her that gambling was a formulaic way to secure a normal life. Anna had begged him to stop, sobbing that it wasn't his fault. Her father, his master, had been killed. Cloud, haunted by guilt, viewed himself as a naive fool who had inadvertently branded his master a traitor. His memories shifted to the grim moment Crank had presented a bound Anna to a mysterious man. This man, Baron Austin, had labeled her a traitor's daughter but offered Cloud a deal. Bring 2,000 gold pieces within a year, and she would be set free. Driven by this singular goal, Cloud had spent the year scraping together every coin, and now, he finally rode toward her place of confinement. Inside the Austin castle, Baron Austin was busy complaining about the cost of feeding the lowlives in his crowded prison. He viewed the prisoners as a drain on his resources and decided that if they could not be ransomed, there was no reason to keep them alive. He summoned a knight named Rosier, ordering the execution of every prisoner who failed to pay by the end of the week. When he recalled the traitor's daughter, he learned from Rosier that Cloud had been losing money at the gambling halls, proof that Crank was doing his job of keeping the man broke. The Baron decided that having a traitor's daughter as a maid was too much trouble and ordered her execution as well, telling Rosier to keep Cloud in the dark. He even planned to kill Cloud if he somehow showed up with the money, knowing no one would care if a gambler disappeared. What a piece of trash. The conversation was interrupted when a servant informed the Baron that someone named Cloud was downstairs making a fuss about a ransom. Cloud burst in and dropped the bag of 2,000 gold pieces on the table, begging for Anna's release. After verifying the gold was real, the Baron demanded to know where the money came from. When Cloud claimed he won it in a bet, the Baron feigned suspicion and ordered his guards to lock him up. Cloud was pinned to the ground, screaming in confusion that he had brought the required sum. The Baron sneered that he needed to check with Crank first, and suggested Cloud stay in prison to avoid execution. As they dragged him away, the Baron mocked him for being such a fool. Cloud screamed the Baron's name in a fit of pure rage, but suddenly, the guards dragging him were struck from behind and collapsed. Cecil stood over the fallen guards, stepping into the room and patting a stunned Cloud on the shoulder. He looked at the Baron and introduced himself formally as Baron Cecil Fenris of the Kingdom of Luthania. Belinda and Kaor followed close behind, dragging a defeated Crank into the office as proof of the Baron's failed scheme. Kaor casually pulled up a chair for Cecil, who sat down and rested his leg on the Baron's desk. Before beginning the real conversation, Cecil noted that he would love a cup of tea. Our boy isn't here to play. The moment Cecil requested a cup of tea, Baron Austin erupted in a fit of rage. Rosier instantly drew his sword, leveling it at Cecil while demanding he show proper respect to the Baron. The knight's aggression, however, was met with equal force, as Kaor pulled a dagger on him, warning the knight to back down because he simply could not handle the situation. The Baron, incensed by the threat of violence in his presence, ordered his men to remove the bastards at once. Cecil remained composed, stating that he was not threatening violence, but was simply asking for compensation. The room fell into a heavy silence as the Baron demanded an explanation. On Cecil's signal, Belinda shoved Crank forward into the light. Cecil gripped Crank's face, explaining that he had caught this manager swindling guests at the gambling hall. He noted that Crank's lies had cost both him and Cloud the entire fortune they had wagered, calling the situation patently unfair. Crank screamed that the guests were the ones who had played a trick, but Belinda silenced him with a sharp strike to the head, telling him to stop lying. The Baron looked at Crank with private disappointment, realizing the fool had been caught cheating against the wrong people. He asked Cecil what he actually wanted, leading Cecil to explain that trust is paramount in a gambling hall and that cheating is unacceptable. He insisted that Baron Austin provide fair compensation to make up for the incident. When the Baron tried to deflect, suggesting Cecil take the matter to a judge since it had nothing to do with him, Cecil pointed out the reality of the situation. He noted that the Kraken brought in over half the territory's profits, and that if news spread of a manager swindling continental nobles, the fallout would be catastrophic. Terrified by the threat to his reputation, the Baron called Cecil a little shit and accused him of demanding hush money. Cecil clarified his terms, demanding compensation equal to twice the gold on the table, as well as the freedom of Anna Achius. Cloud was stunned to hear Anna's name, wondering how Cecil knew of her, but he remained silent. Cecil offered to forget the day's events if the terms were met. The Baron, realizing he was cornered, turned his spite on Cloud, calling him an ungrateful bastard. He accused Cloud of plotting with a foreign nobleman to rob him, despite being given a chance to save a woman from execution. As guard knights flooded the room with weapons drawn, Kaor and Belinda shifted into combat stances. Cecil asked Belinda to lend him a dagger, prompting Baron Austin to scream that if he killed them all there, no one would ever know the truth. He ordered a total attack. Rosea swung his sword at Cecil, who reacted by kicking the heavy bag of coins into the knight's face. Simultaneously, Cecil slammed his hand down, driving a dagger through the Baron's hand and pinning it to the table. The Baron's scream filled the office as Kaor and Belinda engaged the other knights. Cecil commanded his subordinates not to kill anyone, causing Kaor some annoyance, though he complied by expertly neutralizing the guards in his path. Belinda moved with efficiency, striking a knight with a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the floor. As more knights entered, Cecil drew his blade, dodging their synchronized attacks and striking them down with precise movements. Rosea recovered from the coin bag strike and engaged Cecil, but the exchange ended quickly when Cecil used the back of his sword to strike the knight across the head, causing him to collapse. Throughout the uproar, Cloud stood frozen, wondering who this man actually was to go to such lengths for him. He remembered Cecil's earlier promise of needing his services and began to cry, knowing from experience that such kindness usually carried a hidden price. The battle ended with Cecil standing over the defeated guards. The dagger remained in the Baron's hand, causing him immense pain as he cursed Cecil for the humiliation. Cecil pulled the blade free, stating he would be taking the money and his honor. Cloud stepped forward, grabbing Cecil's shoulder and looking the Baron in the eye. He decided that taking this path was better than living with regrets, inviting Baron Austin to visit Fenris in the Kingdom of Luthania if he had any complaints, though he promised the Baron would be welcomed only as a guest. The scene shifted to the calm forest where Cloud's old cabin stood. As Cecil's carriages and horses moved toward the Fenris barony, Cecil asked Cloud if he was sure he did not want Anna to live with him. Cloud confirmed it was better for her to live back home than with the man who had led her father to his death, acknowledging that he had not truly saved her on his own. Cecil looked up at the fresh air, thinking to himself that this finally settled the debt he owed Cloud from a past consumed by revenge. Cecil asked Claude for his opinion on the approaching territory, and Claude remarked on how poorly the surrounding territory was managed, suggesting it would be easy to conquer and that Cecil should cut down whoever owned it. Cecil turned to him, admitting that this rundown territory ahead belonged to him. Claude was shocked, claiming that he only followed Cecil because he believed he had deep pockets. Cecil promptly grabbed Cloud by the neck, informing him that from this moment on, he was the overseer of the entire vast territory and would have to work on everything they saw. Realizing the mountain of work ahead, Cloud jokingly asked to go back to Anna, but Cecil told him it was far too late for that. Elsewhere, the name Perdium and the title of Fenris echoed in a different space. A man sat in the shadows, visibly annoyed as he muttered Cecil's name. He raised his hand, ordering a message be sent to Amelia to expedite their plans, as the rapid pace of Cecil's movements demanded an immediate response. The scene shifts to the Fenris territory. Belinda, Gillian, and Kyor stood at the forefront of the gathered subjects, with the newly formed private army standing in disciplined rows behind them. Cecil addressed the assembly, thanking them for their presence and formally beginning the proceedings, causing a unified response of loyalty from the crowd. The territory, having only recently been liberated from the suffocating tyranny of House Dygald, was in a state of absolute ruin. Cecil appointed Cloud as the administrative officer over nearly every conceivable sector, immediately putting him to work to stabilize the land. As they traversed the grounds, Cecil laid out a rigorous plan, starting with a comprehensive population census, to identify every inhabitant and settle them into villages. He prioritized the starvation issue, ordering the purchase of 6 months' worth of food for the entire population to ensure immediate survival. Cloud accepted the orders, but the list only grew longer. Cecil declared his intent to cultivate the barren earth, instructing Cloud to have oxen plow the fields and to clear nearby forests to expand their arable land. When Cloud questioned the feasibility of farming such dead soil, Cecil revealed a specialized strategy, explaining they would grind the bones of blood pythons into nutrient-rich fertilizer. He further ordered the replacement of all antiquated equipment and the construction of specialized warehouses for runestones and advanced drainage systems. By this point, Cloud's title had expanded to a comical degree, effectively making him the governor, supervisor, administrator, secretary, treasurer, tax collector, and warehouse officer all rolled into one. The sheer weight of these responsibilities eventually caused Cloud to break down in tears within Cecil's office, sobbing that it was far too much for a single human being. Cecil remained unmoved, suggesting that Cloud simply hadn't tried yet and would learn as he went. Panic-stricken, Cloud turned and dashed toward the exit in a desperate attempt to resign from his duties, causing Cecil to calmly call for Wendy. Wendy, a new maid appointed by Belinda as Cloud's guardmaster, intercepted him with a practiced move that sent him hitting the floor. She politely introduced herself to Cecil, though her true role was to act as a jailer to ensure the administrator didn't escape. Cloud could only offer a strained smile, realizing his freedom was a myth. Cecil watched them leave, knowing that while Cloud found the work difficult now, in his past life, the man had handled such complexities in his sleep. Cecil reflected on the heavy burden of nobility, recognizing that years of exploitation had left the people distrustful and broken. To save the territory, he knew he had to resolve these fundamental issues quickly, yet there was a glaring obstacle. They were almost out of money. The scene shifts back to the office, where Cecil warned his inner circle that at their current rate of spending, he wouldn't even be able to pay them in 3 months. Gillian was visibly concerned, while Kyor suggested they simply mine more runestones. Cecil rejected this, explaining that the current stock was reserved for research and year-round needs, and that relying on a finite mine was a losing strategy. Just as Cecil mentioned the need for sustainable funding, Cloud barged back into the room. Before Cloud could even speak, Cecil tried to assign him more tasks, but Cloud cut him off, claiming he had a perfect plan to save the finances. He proposed building a gambling house, resulting in Belinda promptly kicking him out of the office. She instructed Wendy to stop Cloud before he could spew such nonsense again. Cloud was dragged back inside, arguing that since the land was too barren to farm, they should turn the wasteland into a center for entertainment. Alfoy, standing in the back, voiced his enthusiastic support for the idea. Cecil remained firm, stating he would only consider it once they had a foundation of funds. He countered Cloud's pessimism about the food supply by explaining that a gambling house would only breed long-term instability. When Cloud and Alfoy continued to doubt the land's fertility, Cecil offered a high-stakes bet, claiming he would personally solve the food issue by making the barren land farmable. 3 months later, the results were nothing short of a miracle. Cloud and the citizens looked out over the fields, shocked to see flourishing crops where nothing had grown for years. Cecil explained that they had planted rye, which thrives in harsh conditions, but the real secret lay in the fertilizer and mana acceleration magic. He had tasked the mages with creating mana acceleration circles to force the seeds to grow at an unnatural frequency. Vanessa marveled at the innovation, while Cecil privately acknowledged that he hadn't invented the method, but had remembered its success from future mages. The victory was absolute, causing the people to declare their unwavering trust in their lord, as the threat of starvation vanished. Seeing the celebration, Cloud and Alfoy tried to sneak away, but Cecil's voice pulled them back. It was time to settle the bet. Cecil reminded them of the terms. Had they won, they would have received 5,000 gold and their freedom. Since they lost, they were now his unpaid slaves for the next 10 years. He pulled out the slave contracts, causing both men to break into a cold sweat. The scene shifts to Cecil's meeting with Hubert, the master of the Crimson Mage Tower. Cecil requested the construction of a branch tower within Fenris, leading Hubert to question the suddenness of the request. Cecil played hardball, reminding Hubert that they had only won the war against House Digald by blowing up valuable runestones. He hinted that if Fenris were attacked again, he would be forced to blow up more stones instead of sending them to the tower. The threat of losing such precious resources made Hubert extremely uncomfortable, leading him to agree to Cecil's terms. Soon, the Fenris branch of the Crimson Mage Tower was established. With mages now available for manual labor, construction on waterways and infrastructure was completed in record time. The mages, including Alfoy, grumbled and cursed Cecil for making them do manual labor, but the territory's recovery was undeniable. However, the peace was shattered when Cloud rushed into Cecil's office with dire news. A revolt had broken out in the Leopold territory, led by Amelia Leopold. Cecil realized this was happening much faster than in his past life, likely due to his own interference. He recognized Amelia and Count Desmond as mere puppets of Duke Delphine. Having failed to take Perdium through House Digald, the Duke was now making a direct move. Gillian and Belinda looked to Cecil for a plan. Knowing they couldn't allow themselves to be cornered, Cecil declared they would head for Cardinia, the capital of the Kingdom of Luthania. The scene shifts to a desolate, lightless space filled with books. A man with long hair and a helmet reached his hand into a sliver of light, only for his skin to begin burning upon contact. In the midst of the disheveled ruins, the man stared at his scorched hand and succumbed to a singular, dark thought. He wished for nothing more than to die. The capital city of Cardinia stood as a monument to beauty and modernized culture, its scale vast enough to dwarf any territory the group had seen before. As Cecil led his men through the streets, Thorin remarked that their previous travels were nothing compared to this, while Gordon noted with a hint of insecurity that their own castle seemed tiny by comparison. Kaor quickly reminded them to keep such comments away from the boss, though even the magicians were not immune to the city's charm. Inside the carriage, Vanessa pointed out to Alfoy that the local vendors were selling ingredients never seen at the Mage Tower, suggesting that the capital's builders had put far more effort into the city than the Crimson Mage Tower had ever seen. Cecil, however, did not share their admiration, stating plainly that he disliked the place and felt a strong urge to bash in the arrogant faces of its inhabitants. Cloud was visibly surprised by the sudden hostility, whispering to Wendy to ask what was wrong with their leader. Wendy simply advised him to nod along, as his lordship was always right, yet Cloud remained convinced that something was off, noting that Cecil acted as if he had a massive debt to settle from a past life. They finally moved deeper into Cardinia, an impregnable fortress said to be blessed by the goddess. The city held a dark significance for Cecil. In his previous life, he had burnt it to the ground and eventually met his end here at the hands of the man who decapitated him. He remembered attacking the capital in a blind rage for revenge against Duke Delphine, only to find the Duke absent. He realized now that he had made the mistake of turning everyone into an enemy, achieving nothing by trying to stand alone. His mind drifted back to a negotiation at Peridium Castle prior to their departure. Cecil had informed his father, the Count, that he needed to handle a vital matter in the capital. To secure his father's cooperation regarding the Fenris territory, Cecil offered to provide a year's worth of food for Peridium in exchange for the temporary dismissal of Overseer Horman and Knight Captain Randolph so they could be dispatched to guard Fenris. While the proposal initially seemed inconsequential to the knights, the Count questioned the wisdom of Cecil leaving his own lands during the revolt in the Leopold territory. Cecil had demonstrated his readiness by firing an arrow into the sky, expertly bringing down a passing raven. He explained that since Amelia had only just seized control, her regime was unstable, giving them a window to build their forces. When his father asked how he planned to oppose her, Cecil stated they needed to get the kingdom on their side. Back in the present, the group followed a guide in purple cloth to a manor on the outskirts. The man promised a large, cheap estate with a garden, but upon arrival, the group found a property so run down it barely met the description. Belinda was skeptical of the palace, noting its dilapidated state, while Cloud and Alfoy began to complain loudly. The guide seemed eager to usher them inside, but Gordon was shaking with fear, complaining about a strange coldness in the air. Vanessa wondered why a man of his size who had survived the monster forest was so terrified, suggesting he simply wear more clothes. The guide admitted there were rumors of ghosts and wandering souls, but guaranteed the manor was structurally sound. Cecil ignored the supernatural warnings and asked for the price. When the guide asked for 500 gold, claiming it usually went for 1,000, Cloud tried to stop the deal, sensing the guide's desperation to offload a cursed property. He then aggressively counteroffered 200 gold, using the ghost rumors as leverage. He pointed out that the property was a liability, costing more in property tax and maintenance than it was worth, leaving the guide with no choice but to accept the lower price. Unbeknownst to the group, someone was watching them from an upstairs window before vanishing into the shadows. Once the deal was finalized, Belinda took charge, ordering everyone to begin cleaning the manor until it sparkled. As the men worked, Cloud asked Cecil how he expected to gain the support of the capital's nobles, who likely viewed him as a mere country bumpkin. Cecil admitted they wouldn't meet him willingly, so he would simply have to make them desperate for his company. Cecil gathered the magicians in a makeshift workshop, leading Cloud to ask if they were practicing alchemy. Cecil described his plan as a different form of alchemy, the production of luxury cosmetics. He planned to send samples as gifts to the noble houses to establish connections. While Cloud doubted if perfume and cream were enough, Cecil explained that nobles viewed beauty as power and would do anything to look more alluring. Cecil recalled from his past life that contemporary cosmetics often contained toxic lead and mercury, which ravaged the skin. Duke Delphine had once made a fortune by releasing an improved version, a recipe Cecil had obtained after plundering one of the Duke's underlings. The product, named Deneve, was an idyllic cream that solved all the shortcomings of current makeup. Under Cecil's direction, the mages used magic to oxidize zinc into a fine powder. Meanwhile, they melted beeswax in a double boiler, mixing it with moonflower seed oil and shea fruit extract. After removing the mixture from the heat, they added the zinc powder and oil extracted from fairy blessings. As the concoction was dropped into a pot, a blue aroma filled the room, smelling so pleasant that even Vanessa was impressed. Cecil noted that once the mixture solidified into a cream, no noble would ever return to their old products. He intended to use the cream for his own ends, just as Delphine once had. The grind never stops. Cecil ordered the mages to wrap the samples as soon as they set. When Alfoy asked if they should test it first, Cecil dismissed the concern, confident in the formula. However, from the corner of a window, a hidden figure watched the entire process unfold. Later that evening, after the manor had fallen silent and the group had gone to bed, a figure appeared in the dark hallway. Moving frantically and looking left and right, she approached the bottles intended for the nobles. She grabbed one, opening it to feel the texture of the cream. Cecil, having expected her arrival, stepped into the room and identified her as the rumored ghost. As she turned toward him in surprise, Cecil simply vouched for the quality of the cream, marking the beginning of a new phase in his plan. In that moment, suddenly, a heavy bolt of lightning struck outside, its brilliant reflection washing over the room and illuminating the lady as she stood directly in front of our boy. In a blink of an eye, she surged forward, her blade cutting through the air toward Cecil, in a desperate attempt to strike him while his guard was lowered. Cecil instantly pulled his own blade, the cold steel meeting hers with a heavy, grounding ring that echoed through the chamber. As her sword slid along his, seeking an opening, she shifted into a graceful stance. Cecil swerved to the side, his movements deliberate and weighted, and the two began a swift exchange of clashing steel. The lady suddenly twirled, attempting to catch Cecil from behind with a lethal flourish. As she swung heavily downward, Cecil used his blade to dodge a strike that could have caught him in the back. He wondered if he remembered this particular sword style correctly from his past life. Before she could reset, our boy moved with superior efficiency, subjugating her until she looked truly vulnerable in his grasp. He glared at her, asking why a young lady was playing ghost in a palace like this, and how exactly she was related to the house. The scene shifted to much later, as the moon rose high over the estate. Belinda and Jillian dashed into the room, their footsteps heavy and urgent as they called out to Cecil, mentioning they had heard a loud noise. Cecil stood calmly under the soft light, assuring them that they should go back to bed. He noted that looking out into the open space, it seemed things would work out for them after all. The next day, the setting changed to a lavish dressing room. A lady sat before a mirror while a maid carefully applied various cosmetics to her skin. This was Countess Marielle Alsber. As she looked at her reflection, she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, realizing her face looked blotchy beneath the smeared cosmetics. In her youth, she had been the undisputed trendsetter of the capital, with every noble following her lead in fashion and beauty. However, she sensed her fame was fading into the past. She understood that she was now using cosmetics simply to disguise the passage of time, and she wondered if she would ever relive her heyday again. Suddenly, another maid walked in to remind the Countess of her salon appointment. As Marielle turned her gaze, she noticed the maid's skin was spotless, supple, and clean. Intrigued, the Countess grabbed the girl's face, feeling the moist texture of her skin. She demanded to know every single thing the maid had applied. The maid explained that Count Alsber had recently been gifted some cosmetics by a noble who had just moved to the capital. Since the Count had no use for them, he had passed them down to the staff. Without wasting a single moment, Countess Marielle arrived at the gates of Cecil's estate. Claude, Alfoy, and Gordon stood at the entrance, looking utterly baffled by the sheer size of her procession. It looked more like a queen's arrival than a standard visit. Claude recognized that she was definitely a high-ranking noble, and realized that the cosmetics had truly worked as intended. As the convoy parked, Countess Marielle stepped down from her carriage. Wendy tapped Claude on the back, urging him to greet their guest. Claude moved forward, welcoming her into the courtyard where our boy sat waiting. Cecil looked ever elegant as Claude introduced the Countess. Cecil remained quiet for a moment, appearing focused on feeding some ravens, a calm display of authority. Countess Marielle asked if he was indeed Baron Fenris, to which Cecil took her hand and kissed it with refined grace. He introduced himself as Baron Cecil Fenris, Lord of the Fenris territory, mentioning what an honor it was for her to travel so far. The Countess noted that she hadn't received any gifts herself, as they had only gone to her husband, suggesting her fame might not have reached his distant territory. Cecil responded smoothly, claiming he simply thought it would be rude to offer such a lacking product to the trendsetter of the capital. The Countess felt the weight of the praise and smiled, deciding that enough small talk had been made. They sat down to discuss the cosmetic cream. She mentioned she had tried it and found it wonderful, stating she no longer needed any of her old products. She then expressed her desire to monopolize Cecil's supply, suggesting he focus solely on development while she handled the rest. Cecil smiled, noting that a bulk purchase would be very welcome. The Countess pointed out that starting a business alone in the capital would be difficult, and noted that Cecil seemed to be in financial need, given the old mansion he had chosen. In the background, Belinda felt a surge of indignation, wondering how the woman dared to